Have you ever imagined that a young master abandoned by his family from childhood with no status and no support would become the name that makes the entire fairy world tremble? In a world where everyone fights for opportunities, he walks a path of blood and tears, using his hatred to defy all odds and survive. Deep Mac, a small alchemist, has had his entire sect wiped out, all his brothers and sisters slain, and now he must face 3 bosses alone. No need to say, everyone knows the script. Deep Mac, battered and broken, had no chance to fight back. In his final moments, his master suddenly appeared and saved him, turning a certain defeat into a glimmer of hope. However, because of that, Lacan also lost her life at the hands of the demon sect. Before that, she managed to push him into the void, while she accepted her imminent death. Seeing this, Diep Mac could only scream in despair as darkness closed in. When I woke up, I was back in a classroom, and everything that happened just now felt like a dream. I was back to a moment earlier at Ninhai University. Deep Mac walks down the corridor, but all eyes and whispers are on him. Isn't he the useless member of the Deep family? I heard he's also a useless guy. Deep Mac's face darkened, but he didn't dare to argue because it wasn't entirely wrong. Originally, Diep Mac was the 3rd-generation descendant of the Diep family and also a young master. The Diep family is one of the 5 major clans in Hoa, and the larger the family, the more they value their family honor. 2 years before your father died, Diep Mac was expelled from the Diep family because a re-examination showed he was not his father's son. Deep Mac's hand clenched tightly. Perhaps someone was trying to set him up. The classroom door swung open, and he stepped inside amid everyone's whispers. Still, he endured. Suddenly, someone deliberately walked past, blood splattering onto his shoulder. What are you looking at, you useless piece of trash? Deep Mac was scared, only knowing to turn away and avoid that look. Being kicked out of the Deep family shouldn't really matter. The most shocking thing was that during the health check, he was considered useless and unable to control his younger brother. This news spread quickly everywhere. The old friends who used to treat him politely now all turned their backs. Even the one who used to pursue him pushed Diep Mac out and abandoned him. And perhaps the worst was Nhan Diem, the girl with a beautiful and innocent face. Deep Mac wants a brief moment of glory before it fades, rather than a faint glow lasting 100 years. He decides to write a love letter. She was kind enough not to throw it away, but to open and read it. But unfortunately, she stood in front of the class reading it aloud to everyone. This is no different from a joke. Nhan Diem's true face is clearly visible. It's true that once he's no longer the Diep family young master, Diep Mac is no different from a doormat. Every word of insult drilled deep into his mind. If I agree to be your girlfriend, can the young Master Deep be hard enough to get on the bed with me? Deep Mac froze in place, and then just collapsed his head onto the table and died. Deep Mac was confused after teleporting away. Where am I? Everyone around him had unfamiliar faces. Who are these people? Where is my master? At that time, my master and I were hit by the magic of the Western Lu sect. Could these people be from the Western Lu sect? Thinking of Taiwaimon, you grit your teeth and clasp your hands together. Diep Mac channels his chi, a strange sensation surging within him. What happened? Why can't you use your energy? I was stunned as I looked at my hands, my cultivation completely gone. The people behind started mocking. Look, that guy's looking out now, what a shame, huh? A blonde guy approaches. Why aren't you saying anything? Young Master Deep, his hand resting on your shoulder. Deep Mac exudes killing intent, and you turn to glare at him. Suddenly, the teacher knocked on the door. What's the matter? I wonder if the bell is rung yet, that guy snorted. It's not going to work, Labang said indifferently. Nhadiem also left the podium. Van Bang stepped up with a cold snort, just like every time. In confusion, he stepped out of the classroom. She shouted that the other students were about to come in, but he kept walking, leaving behind her doubtful calls. Where are you going? Walking down the corridor, Diep Mac looks thoughtful. Where exactly am I? Anxiety appears on his face. Where exactly am I? Your eyes look out the window at the sunlight shining on the school grounds. Definitely not the Luyet continent. Sweat drips down Deep Mac's face. Could I be reborn in another world? He sits down on a chair, holding his head, wondering if that mysterious talisman brought him here. Deep Mac clenched his fists in anger, not knowing what happened to his master afterward, but now all he could do was look up at the sky and walk away, thinking it was useless since he had no cultivation, and even if he did, he couldn't do anything. The two of them walking, when they see him, they snort. The white-shirted guy turns to the one beside him. Hey, isn't that guy Deep Mac? I heard he just confessed to Nandiim. He was rejected in front of the whole class, and the guy with spiky hair sneered sarcastically. Serves him right for not even knowing his place. Hearing about Diep Mac, he was surprised. It seems that Diep Mac is actually his name in this world. Wait a moment, the memories of this body are flashing through his mind. The memories related to this world seem to be becoming clearer, so that's how it is. In this world, I was originally the nephew of the Diep family, one of the 5 major clans in Hoa. When Diep Van Thien's father passed away, it was revealed he was not his biological son, so the Diep family expelled him, and now he's living in Ninhai in dire straits. The guy in the white shirt laughs loudly, thinking he's still the young master of the Deep family and still flirting with girls, but he's obviously a useless guy. When Deep Mac hears useless, he glares in shock. The two of them walk away. And yes, he's clearly a eunuch. It was like a thunderbolt hitting my ear. What? Powerless. Deep Mac quickly ran to the bathroom. Powerless! This body is truly powerless. He quickly rushed into a bathroom and slammed the door shut. He was terrified and helpless. What kind of joke is this? If it were really like that, I might as well not come back to life. Deep Mac yanked his pants up with a loud rip, nervously looking down at his tiny little bird, which now appeared small and delicate. He blushed a little embarrassed. Damn, that little guy. He was discouraged but regained his composure 5 seconds later. Deep Mac stood confidently, still fine. This is not true impotence. It's caused by blocked meridians creating a false impotence. There was a similar case in the Divine Medicine sect before, during Lockningit's time, where the treatment was very simple, just reaching the 3rd level of chi refining to open the meridians, and it would heal automatically. A worried expression appeared on Deep Mac's face, but this place called Earth has fragile spiritual energy. Reaching the 3rd level of chi cultivation is easy to say, but hard to achieve, and if I don't reach it, I will truly be useless. I kneel in despair. Do I have to live day by day on Earth, using this powerless body? After a moment, Deep Mac walked down the corridor with a dark face, as if he had stepped on poop, staring fixedly at the ground and accidentally bumped into a girl. She let out a cry, and the girl angrily asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to watch where you're going?" Hearing your voice, she turned back with a sigh and shouted when she saw someone she knew. "Deep Mac, how come it's you?" Deep Mac asked confused. "Do you know me?" "What? This heartless guy, I just lent you money not long ago and now you're pretending not to know me? Think again, this is Vuong An. I met her back when I was in that city. She is also a student at this school." Looking back, Deep Mac in this world has been bullied wherever he went since he was erased from the family tree. Only Vuong An is kind enough to lend him money. She saw the tense look on Deep Mac's face and asked if he was okay. "Sorry, Vuong An. I didn't recognize you earlier. My mind's been a bit foggy lately." Vuong An raised his voice. "I heard what happened in class. Forget about them. That nasty girl isn't good news. If she's your girlfriend, only you will suffer. Do I look like someone who likes that kind of trash? I only have one beauty in my eyes." Lakan's voice was sad as Deep Mac remembered. "Just a master." She couldn't hear clearly and leaned in to ask, "What did you say?" He walks away saying, "I have nothing to do with me. I'll go first." And suddenly Deep Mac's stomach growls, surprising Vuong An. "You're right. If you lose all your cultivation, you can't absorb spiritual energy anymore, so you have to rely on food to survive. Human bodies are really troublesome." Then Deep Mac fumbled in his pocket happily and took out something. Here it is, but in the end, he only had a few coins left in his hand. She looked up and asked, "You're out of money again, huh? You're really tough." Then Vuong An took Deep Mac to eat. "This is the Korean barbecue place I told you about. The food here is pretty good." Vuong An looked at Deep Mac, who was indifferent, and said, "It'll be quick." He sat pondering, thinking that in this world, I am truly at the lowest point, only able to survive by relying on others. The reason I know Vuong An is because he was classmates with my younger sister, Diep Lin Diep, and according to this body's owner's memory, Diep Jia and Vuong Jia have business dealings with each other. Although he's a bit clumsy, his personality isn't bad at all. Deep Mac closed his eyes and analyzed. The Diep family is a very complicated clan. I have no memories of my mother since I was born. I have a younger brother and sister, but they are the children of my stepmother. The 3 of us were never close before our father passed away, and I haven't contacted them since I was erased from the family tree, especially Diep Lin, my younger sister, who for some reason is obsessed with me to the bone marrow, and she has never treated me well. But this can't really be blamed. Every member of the Diep family is an heir with enormous wealth, fighting among themselves for money and power. Even among brothers, it's no surprise to see them scheming behind each other's backs. I'm sure the report proving I'm not Deep Tian's son has been altered. In this world, humans are just as cold and ruthless as that. When I was still young Master Deep, I had so many friends, but ever since I was kicked out, the friends I made in the capital city never abandoned me. Including Wang Ying, there are only 2 or 3 people. Wang Ying sat opposite and burst out laughing, saying, "Now that the barbecue is over, go eat your fill." Deep Mac sat silently, staring at her intently. Vuong An looked surprised and asked, "What's going on? Why did you suddenly snap your fingers?" Deep Mac avoided eye contact and replied, "Nothing much." Immediately after, the 2 sat together happily eating upstairs. She asked, "So Deep Mac, have you heard about what happened to Nin Than Tuyet?" He was surprised. "Who is Nin Than Tuyet?" Wang Ying was stunned. "She is your fiancé, Nin Than Tuyet." That word, fiancé, kept echoing in Deep Mac's mind. He suddenly remembered and snapped out of it. "That's right, maybe that's it." 2 years ago, Diep Tian didn't look well and wanted me to take over after he passed away, so he arranged the marriage between the Nin family and the Diep family. With the opportunity to form a marriage alliance with the Diep family, the Nin family naturally agreed happily. At that time, the 2 clans decided on the marriage between their daughter and the daughter of the Nin family, Nin Than Tuyet. Deep Mac looked up at Vuong An and asked, "What happened to her?" She began to explain, "Last week the Nin family came to the Diep family to cancel the engagement. Since you've been kicked out of the Deep family, it's quite normal for the Nin family to want to cancel the engagement. But the Deep family used the excuse that Deep Mac is no longer part of the Deep family. If they want to talk, they should go to Nin Hai to find someone to avoid issues." Nin Jia seemed quite upset about this, but it was just about Thuong Thao not succeeding. That happened afterward. 3 days later, Nin Jia's daughter came and announced that she would not marry anyone else but you. Isn't it strange? Nin family is the one who wanted to cancel the engagement. You blushed and puffed up your chest after hearing that, thinking you're so great. Wang Ying yelled, "No way! Don't be so full of yourself, you idiot." Actually, the day after the Nin family canceled the engagement, the Tong family came and demanded to marry Nin Than Tuyet to the second young master, Tong Xiaowen. Mac muttered to himself. The Tong family. But Tong Thu Van doesn't have a very good reputation in the city. There are rumors that he's a scumbag, and he's also involved in some illegal activities. Of course, the Nin family wouldn't want their daughter to fall into the hands of a beast like him. That's also why the Nin family used your engagement with Ninthan Tuyet to involve the Diep family and leverage their influence and power within the 5 great clans to pressure the Tong family. So if I speak up, does that mean I'm just being used as a pawn? Wang Ying nodded. That's right. While the two of them were talking, the TV broadcasted the news, followed by entertainment updates from the city. As you know, Miss Ninthan Tuyet, the top beauty of the city, made a shocking announcement last week. Today, our staff has looked into this matter. They both turn to listen carefully. She sneers, just in time to see what your cheap fiancé has to say. On screen, the reporter asks Ms. Ninthan Tuyet if she has declared that she only wants to marry Diep Mac. Many people think she is just seeking public attention. What do you think about this issue? Tan Tuyet replied, I have already said before that the Nin family always puts reputation above all. Because Diep Mac and I had a prior engagement, we will marry no matter the cost unless... Vuong An smugly looked at Diep Mac and said, see, I was right. He silently thought, unless it means she can cancel at any time she wants. Of course, a long-established family in the city would never make such a definitive statement. For now, I will ignore Ninthan Tuyet because I have been expelled from the Diep family, and this no longer concerns me. My biggest problem is that I have to live again in the body of a poor, broken-down person. It's so miserable. She seemed to remember something and let out a small cry. Wang Ying took out an envelope from her pocket, almost forgetting that it was for him. What is that? When he opened it, inside was a thick stack of money. Diep Mac, curious, wondered if he was sure there was no problem with lending me this much money. She waved her hand and said, it's not mine. My younger brother Diep Tu Fong asked me to give it to you. He thought for a moment and remembered that Diep Tu Fong had actually been quite kind to him. Forget it, no matter what, I still need this money. At worst, I'll pay her back next time. After a while, the sky outside the shop started to darken. The two of them left the store. Vuong An said goodbye. I'm heading home now. Diep Mac politely responds with a courteous reply. See you next time. She smiles sweetly and softly calls out. Diep Mac. He indifferently looked at Vuong An intently. What? She moved closer to Diep Mac. I just have a feeling that today you're a bit different. He remained silent without replying, turning to leave. Wang Ying stood frozen, watching Diep Mac's figure in shock. You said I've decided to become a different person starting today? And also thank you for the meal. Diep Mac turned to wave goodbye. She watched his figure and sighed. He is really a strange person in a city full of tall, magnificent buildings. Diep Mac muttered as he walked. Although the spiritual energy here is quite scarce, it doesn't mean there is none. Once I have money, I must break through to the 3rd level as quickly as possible. And someday I will meet that person again. Master, you look up at the high sky with a Van Vuong heart as the scene fades into night and the lights turn on to illuminate the road. The girl suddenly hesitated and said, I heard that if you walk this road at night, you'll encounter those spiritual things. The friend beside her exclaimed, no such spirits, don't scare me. But as she finished speaking, a faint sound suddenly passed through the branches, and she immediately turned around in astonishment. The sound drew the girl to look more closely at the dark bushes. From the darkness, 2 bright sparks suddenly flashed with sharp clarity. Something was thrown and kept hitting the tree trunk at a very fast speed, creating a strong wind that blew away the thin dress, causing both of them to jump in fear. Her voice wavers and her words are unclear. What did you see? The person beside her didn't react at all but started to tear up, then suddenly screamed loudly, causing the surroundings to become chaotic, and the culprit, Diep Mac, looked very pleased. You girls are the real fools. Meanwhile, the 2 girls were so frightened by you that they ran away to seek help. He then stood on the street lamp to watch them a little longer, before suddenly vanishing into thin air. His shoe tip once again pushed against the support to gain momentum as he leapt back and forth across the busy street with incredible agility. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Diep Mac's mouth as a huge promotional sign suddenly appeared in front of him. Because he wasn't paying attention, the young man ran straight into it and was knocked down. The pain forced him to hold his head and cry out a few times. Diep Mac sighed in frustration and said, looks like I need more practice with the fog shadow technique. Oh well, forget it. I just broke through the 1st level of energy cultivation. Suddenly a strong wind blows through the trees, rustling the leaves, but it's been almost 2 months now. He looks up at the bright full moon. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world. You have been training day and night for 2 months, and your efforts have paid off. Finally, you have entered the energy cultivation stage. Diep Mac thought to himself, but with the spiritual energy from this world, perhaps the 1st level of energy cultivation is the limit he can reach. I need to find a way to obtain items with higher spiritual energy. The next day, Diep Mac immediately headed to the bustling district. He sincerely clasped his hands together and said, come on, just lend me a little more. But Wang Ying firmly refused right away. No way. Actually, she's trying to hide the blush on her cheek. I can't believe you spent all that money in just 2 months. Stop wasting money like a spoiled child. Young master, you can only helplessly scratch your head. Who would have thought those medicinal herbs would be so expensive? After scolding, Vuong An then reminds you that to train you, I will no longer lend you money in the future. You have strong limbs, so if you need money, start working. Nothing beats self-reliance. Hearing this, Diep Mac's face froze. Work, work. After leaving there, he continued wandering around the densely packed high-rise neighborhood. Diep Mac was still hesitating. It's not that he hadn't considered working before, but later his cultivation would cost even more money, and there was no normal job that could support his cultivation needs. Is there really no faster way to make money? Just then, a cheerful young woman approached him proactively. "Hey, handsome, look at this." Upon closer inspection, it was a promotional flyer for the Pavilion Treasure Garden Feng Shui, a prophecy from a master. He muttered the words of the prophecy, luck changing, thanks to the spell. A sudden curiosity arose in his mind, so Mac glanced down, and the paper, which also included some rules, surprised him. The lucky charm cost 5,000 yuan each, and Mac quickly found it satisfactory. "I see. That makes sense." Time passes quickly, and the sunlight overhead gradually becomes harsher. The young man walks straight to the feng shui shop built in an ancient style, which only makes him more convinced. This must be the feng shui shop. Mac casually started a conversation with a few strangers. "You guys got the talismans from the feng shui temple, right?" The two others heard the call and turned to look. He replied politely, "Yes, we buy them at the feng shui temple for 5,000 each. That master is very skilled. He knows everything about our family." His wife also excitedly took out the talisman. "What's going on? Are you interested in this young friend too? Then remember to show more respect when you go in. The master only sells to those guided by destiny." Mac rummaged through his bag, unable to believe that this kind of yellow paper was sold for 5,000 each. He quickly pulled out a piece of talisman that looked quite similar to theirs. Then Mac enthusiastically offered, "I have genuine ones here, 20,000 each. What do you think?" The couple just stared at him in disbelief. "Are you scamming the elderly?" "The Grandmaster said we will meet a con artist." "Exactly right." "Hey, let's go ask for a talisman to ward off evil spirits. Why choose to be a scammer?" They just ignore Mac and leave quickly. "Crazy, let's go, my love. Don't mind these people." He also shrugged helplessly. They really are just mortals. A short distance away, the person inside the black car suddenly appeared. That action was immediately noticed and caught his attention. But the mysterious figure pulled the car door up to hide himself. Mac ignored that and looked ahead, a strange feeling spreading in his mind as he furrowed his brow. Then the young man slowly took a few more steps toward the shop. The dark red painted wooden door appeared right in front of him. Mac used just enough force to open it wide. Inside the cabinet, there are many rare and valuable items. "Sorry, but I can't provide the translation for that line." "Sir, our master is currently very busy. Could you come back another time?" Mac was caught off guard by the situation and exclaimed in surprise. "What do you mean?" Unlike you, the master still calmly sips his tea with composure. The sound of high heels slowly echoes as the secretary walks, heading straight to the Grandmaster's desk. Then she whispered into his shoulder, "Sir, Ms. Sinwin's class was cancelled a few minutes ago." Hearing that, his face furrowed and showed some visible wrinkles. He suddenly gestured with his hand and said, "Since you're here, come on up." The assistant supporting the guide is very eager. "Please follow this way." There was a chair already facing him, so he calmly walked over and poured tea to invite the guest, to which she happily responded. "Yes." He raised his teacup and began to answer. "I wonder what brought you here today." Mac got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Recently, I've been having bad luck with money, so I came here to change that." The first reaction from the master was a displeased glance. He hesitated for a moment before explaining, "This will be very difficult. You truly have a poverty-stricken fate right between your eyebrows." The young man still smiles very optimistically. "I've heard that your abilities are incredibly powerful." The hot tea was immediately set down on the table. "That's the truth. I have some charms that can change your bad luck," the Grandmaster said thoughtfully, "but I have drained my strength to craft these charms. I cannot give them to anyone else, only to the one whom fate has brought to me. You keep wondering, how much do you think my fate brought me here worth?" His face suddenly brightened. "Today is a happy day. If I can give you the talisman, I believe your bad luck will change immediately." Then he held up 5 fingers. "You and I must truly be destined to meet. I will give you the talisman for 5,000. At first, Mac pretended to be surprised. 5,000. You secretly smile cunningly, seeming to think the price is not quite right, and the master immediately changes his attitude. "If you think it's expensive, maybe it wasn't fate that brought you here." Shameful. Truly shameful. However, Mac quickly waved his hand and said, No, sir." You misunderstood. The other person slightly opened one eye as if paying attention to his words. The young man gently flattered, "How could such a precious talisman be sold for only 5,000? Wan, isn't that a sign of disrespect to the fate that brought us together?" The master grew impatient and sat up straight. "So, how much do you think it's worth?" Mac casually states a figure, at least 50,000 each, the huge sum making him gape. 50,000. The venerable master, so excited he pounded his hand on the table. "Dear supporter, you are completely right. How can a number less than 50,000 prove our sincerity?" His mood clearly improved. How foolish he is. Our fate must be acknowledged today. Mac didn't stop there and kept provoking further because our fate is too profound to settle for just buying a talisman. The master's eyes lit up at the thought of money. Exactly. To avoid disappointing you, he quickly snapped his fingers as a signal. The assistant carefully stepped out from the storage room right after. Countless talismans are respectfully presented on a large plate, appearing in various types and neatly stacked in bundles. The great master confidently said, "Don't worry. Dear valued customer, let us know which talisman you want and I will deliver it to you." In addition, he promised that if we didn't have it, he would train it for us even if he had to give up the rest of his life, all in response to your sincerity. Mac calmly agreed, so he had no objection to the price of 50,000 per talisman. The other side eagerly agreed right away. "Of course. You deliberately emphasized taking the money." He eagerly agreed, saying that with such sincerity, your bad luck would surely disappear immediately and money would start coming your way. Then, the master eagerly offered his credit card 2 books, but his joy was suddenly interrupted by Deepmak's words. I think you misunderstood. The young man pointed directly at him, and when I said, take the money, I meant him. The story hit him like a slap across the face, leaving him stunned. At the same time, the boy also pulled out a few talismans from his pocket. Deep Fam took them out and said, 50,000 N each, 400,000 N for all, payment up front. He seriously warned him, I am saying I will sell these 8 talismans to you. The master still didn't believe and denied it, saying, dear customer, you're really joking. Who's joking around with you here? You are the one who said that we are destined to meet, and you agreed when I said each talisman is worth 50,000, right? You keep insulting him. Not to mention I am different from a brute like you. My talismans are the result of half a month of hard work. As for their value, even 100,000 N might not be enough for you to get them. 50,000 is already a huge amount for him. Now he's completely speechless, his anger clearly showing on his face. Deepmak calmly quotes a price. Fine, 40,000 and the money is yours. He shouted loudly, hey gang, take the guest outside. Since you're here just to make a fool of me, I have nothing more to say to you. The young man gently folded the talismans. You're really foolish, using a hypnotic drug and a glass of water to attract information with those seductive words, then sending someone to follow and monitor them. No one uses such old tricks anymore. The angry old master slammed the table. Damn it, I thought you came here just to ruin my business. Suddenly a tall, dark, and sweaty man claps for Deepmak. Hello, little brother. Ignoring the insults and your words, he smiled confidently as a sound suddenly echoed through the silent space. Gang's name hadn't even figured out what was happening before an invisible force pulled him away, causing him to crash into the wall and shatter it. That strange scene frightened the Grandmaster. Ah, gang, you also quickly run inside to check. Van Q and his men charge straight inside. What's going on? What's going on? He immediately accuses Deepmak. Lord Trin, this scoundrel came here to sabotage my business. You bastard, do you know whose territory this is? So you're the one behind this. You should hire some real thugs, Van Q retorted immediately. Hey, you bastard, your mouth is too slippery. There's nothing I hate more than a slick tongue. In his mind, Ding Ning thought that he came here because someone said the mayor's daughter was in town, but it turned out coming here was pointless. I'm just worried that I have nowhere to vent my anger. Then he raised his voice and ordered, you, and you, go and capture that guy, don't let blood get on the goods. The thugs under his command quickly arrived, no problem, sir, and Deepmak punched that arrogant mouth. He added a few more kicks, causing blood to spray everywhere, and soon they were all defeated by the young man's martial arts. Van Q was so stunned his face turned pale. What? Over here, Deepmak calmly reset his joints. Suddenly a tall shadow appeared behind you, blocking your view. Your keen senses warned you, so you glanced over immediately. After waking up, she risked everything to hold onto you tightly. You bastard, I will kill you. Deepmak asked him if he still didn't know his position, or if he dared to challenge someone stronger. The sound of flesh hitting flesh echoed, accompanied by a drop of blood spilling out. The tough brown skin was struck directly by Deepmak's fist. A complete loser, his punching speed, his massive body crashing into the luxury wardrobe, shattering the fragile glass door into pieces. The young man quietly pulls back his hand. An idiot and a nobody. Then Deepmak turned to the ringleader and snorted coldly. Now only Van Q remained standing intact, trembling with fear and powerless. Sir, please wait a moment. Can we negotiate? Out of great compassion, he merely sighed, but Van Q secretly harbored a different plan as he drew out a dagger and, with a cunning smile, lunged at his opponent. Die. The path of the knife swung across the air at incredible speed, but Deepmak still easily caught the blade with just 2 fingers. Realizing things didn't go as planned, Van Q fell silent, and this time he forcefully crushed the entire knife like a piece of wood. Van Q nervously looked at the knife handle in his hand. Wait a minute. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Deepmak didn't let him go and used a kick to the groin, delivering a deadly knee strike. Are you trying to find death? The abbot trembled uncontrollably from the multiple shocks hitting him. The person he once respected is now hanging in the air like a chandelier, and overwhelmed with fear, he hurriedly ran away to escape. Deepmak slowly approached the monk, and just by seeing his figure, his face turned pale. The young man glanced at him and asked in a stern voice, Where are you planning to run off to? Please spare me. I am the only one they hired to do this. He ignored that to question something else. You keep a list of personal information of the clients here, right? The monk's hesitant answer finally came out. Yes, that's correct. Deepmak's attitude grew even more serious. Are there any clients from powerful families? He obediently revealed everything right away. Yes, that's correct. One of our clients is Mr. Mayor's daughter. After learning quite a bit, he immediately asked where to get more information about her. The master bends his legs and runs into the warehouse. I will go get it. I will go get it right now. The documents were quickly brought out, much to his worry. Inside the document are personal papers about Tin Van with quite detailed information. He glanced over it and wondered, to Tin Van, why is she looking for you? The Grandmaster immediately recounted the incident. His wife Mayor fell into a vegetative state after a car accident a few years ago. It seems like her daughter is trying every way to wake her up. Driven by her urgency to save her mother, she got involved with Trin Van Q. After finishing, he stammered to explain further, I don't want to do this again. It's all Trin Van Q's fault. He forced me to do this. Deep Mak still politely asked for his opinion first. I am borrowing his information, the master enthusiastically replied. If you like, you can take it. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man kicked him straight in the chin, and the last thing he managed to do was fall backward with his eyes wide in shock. Deep Mak left Yuan lying there and walked away. I haven't forgotten your contribution. The information you need is now in your hands. To Tin Van. The young man smiled knowingly to himself, quietly thinking that he had found someone who appreciated his charm. One day, under a clear sky with white clouds drifting peacefully past tall buildings, Mak stood on the rooftop of a towering building. He did it on purpose to observe what was happening in the building opposite. Through the frosted glass, the young man gradually saw a hospital bed. Tin Van gently adjusts the blanket on her mother's bed as Wang Bing speaks beside her. Tin Van, don't worry, I've contacted a specialist in France, and soon we'll transfer your mother there. She responded irritably. Does he think my mother hasn't been to hospitals like that for years? I've already introduced at least 5 or 6 of them. Outside the cramped hospital room, the sound of knives ringing out loudly, cheap charms here. Even if you already have one, whether you're fasting or in poor health, everything can be cured with just one talisman. Jingwen was immediately drawn to the noise. Who's out there? You disguised yourself as a fortune teller and deliberately shouted, cheap talismans here. Even if you already own one, are fasting, or have weak health, all can be healed with just one talisman. Vuongbang felt uncomfortable and reacted very strongly. Is this guy trying to start a career here? I will go chase him away. Despite his attitude, Tin Van proactively steps forward to Deep Mak. She tried to ask him, excuse me, can your talisman cure someone in a vegetative state? The young man immediately appeared professional. I bet all you need is an awakening talisman. He held up 2 pieces and introduced them. I have 2 awakening charms here, one premium for 20,000 dong and a regular one for 10,000 dong. No bargaining. Vuongbang suddenly interrupted. What do you mean? 20,000 N for a torn piece of paper? He pointed straight at your face with no mercy. You think you can fool me? How dare you deceive people like that? I'll call someone here, but just as I was about to speak up, Deep Mak acted first. You can't control him easily. Are you joking with me? I never asked you to buy anything, so don't interfere with my luck, he shouted in pain. Let me go, I'm about to break. A sharp, painful sound followed immediately after to satisfy the other person's desire. He coldly kicked him away and disappeared from sight. Wang Bing, furious, immediately stood up and said, just wait. But Tin Van immediately reminded him, that's enough. Vuongbang. After sorting him out, she continued on to Deep Mak. She also has an envelope ready in her hand. This is 50,000 N. I'll take all of his awakening charms. Vuongbang reached out his hand to stop them. Tin Van, don't fall for that trick. But you still ignore him and continue. Since it's 50,000, I'll add a fire charm and a protection charm as well. The dedicated young man guides her. When she sees how to use these charms, all she has to do is throw them at the person and shout to make them fall down. At first, Tin Van was a bit surprised when she heard the instructions. Throw it like this? After giving the instructions, he waved goodbye and left immediately. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. In the end, only Tin Van and Vuongbang were left arguing. Are you really going to let him go like that? Are you really serious about those blood charms, Tin Van? He keeps trying to persuade him, even though he won't listen. That guy is definitely a scammer. 10,000 yuan is a small matter, but if anything happens to your mother, the girl quietly approaches her mother, who is still in a coma. Her hand was already holding the awakening talisman, and no matter what, Tin Van firmly believed that as long as she could save her mother, she would try. Her effort left Wang Bing no room to complain. Tin Van took a deep breath to steel herself before using the talisman, then she threw it directly onto the hospital bed and left. As soon as it flew out of the user's hand, it shattered into pieces. Your father formed a magic circle on the ceiling and shone it downward. That strange scene surprised her. In the morning, it was glowing. The circle quickly expanded to cast the magic onto the person and the art. Wang Bing was also caught off guard, wide-eyed. This is magic. The healing process gradually ended as the golden light faded away, and Tin Van anxiously looked toward the hospital bed. Her mother gently called her, hoping for a miracle, but she remained still and unresponsive. Her tone is full of disappointment, so it's probably over. That thing didn't work either. As soon as she finished saying that, a sudden narrowing of her mother's eye corner caught her off guard. Even with the tiniest movement, she recognized it immediately. She is moving. Tin Van's image gradually appears before her eyes. Mrs. Wang Bing hesitated before speaking, Tin Van. A tear suddenly fell at that moment, and she was so happy her nose turned red. Mother Wang Bing couldn't believe it. How could this be true? His shout echoed throughout the hospital. Her mother has truly woken up. Tin Van also burst into tears, sobbing in her mother's arms. Mom, you're finally awake, but now the darkness has covered the entire space. Deep Mak holds the stack of money in his hand, looking excited. 50,000 N. Now he can breathe a little easier, not as much as he imagined, but enough to use for a short while. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in front of Deep Mak, dazzling him and making him cover his face. At this moment, the police officer stepped out of the car, identified the suspect, and immediately ordered everyone to stay still. You have been surrounded. Seeing the scene in front of him, Deep Mak was very confused. What is going on? Sure enough, kindness invites trouble, one of the officers then spoke. Deep Mak, you are suspected of intentionally causing injury. Please come with us. Deep Mak at this moment also sprayed on his hair with strong gel, but he couldn't resist and could only follow them, handcuffed and taken away. Meanwhile, Van Q was sitting in front of the car. His face immediately darkened. I didn't expect him to be here too. Now things have gotten complicated. The next morning, dawn was breaking. After hearing the news, Tin Van anxiously asked again, "Is it true that you have caught the person I am looking for?" The police officer beside her also confirmed. "Ms. To, we have caught a young man matching your description from last night." Tin Van immediately requested that he be brought here to me right away. A moment later, Deep Mac was taken to the interrogation room, sitting inside, looking bored, wondering what to do. Not long after, Tin Van slowly walked in. The Deep Mac had someone who wanted to see him, and as soon as he saw her, he recognized her. Why was she here? Are you staring at me with suspicion that I am Deep Mac? Even though the person yesterday wore sunglasses, his build and presence tell me he is Deep Mac. Why does she look so serious? My spell isn't working? No way. Suddenly something came to mind. Wait a minute. Could it be that my damn magic charms are useless in this world? If the spell has no effect, it means I am a fraud. Seeing Tin Van remain silent, the police officer spoke up. After regaining her composure, Tu turned and asked, "Oh, right, Chief, may I ask what Deep Mac was arrested for?" According to the reports I have, he was suspected of intentionally causing injury. But that party was full of idiots, so it might have just been self-defense. Tin Van then straightforwardly and honestly said, "Chief, there should be no problem if I arrange for him to be released, right? He doesn't intend to stop you either." The person Ms. To personally chose to stand surety for him definitely has no issues now. Deep Mac felt a bit more at ease, so she came here to guarantee his bail. A little while later, they left together and asked Ms. Tu to handle the bail procedures with me, and in the blink of an eye with Tin Van's help, he was released. He was deeply grateful for her actions. "Miss To, thank you for today." Tin Van then also spoke. "I should thank you." Deep Mac was a bit confused to hear that. "Thank me? For what exactly? You are the master who sold me those talismans, right? What master or guilt are you talking about?" "I'm just a student. This is my student ID card." "Just a student, huh?" Then she smiled gently again, looking at him like a friend of mine. Tin Van suddenly asked softly, "Moreover, it's okay if I mistake you for a friend of mine. The first time we met, you were a stranger. The second time, we became friends, and we understand each other better, right?" As she finished speaking, Tin Van pulled out her business card, which read, "To Tin Van. If those people come looking for you again, just call me." Deep Mac felt uneasy hearing that. "It wouldn't be good if I kept bothering you." She smiled brightly and said, "Hey, you never know. Maybe someday I'll need your help again." When he returned to school, the bell signaling the start of classes rang immediately. Super turned to him and asked, "Deep Mac, how are you? Did you move out? I haven't seen you at the dorm for a while." Hearing that, you also felt a bit surprised and couldn't hide your curiosity, as you asked directly, "Has something happened to Jian?" Deep Mac immediately denied, "Why should I demean myself for a woman like her?" Hearing that, Xiao also felt sympathetic. "You're right, suddenly Nadiem appeared out of nowhere like a ghost or a demon behind you. Who is the real beauty? You tell me." Then she started arguing with you again. "Diet Mac, a useless guy like you, dares to show up in this class?" Siu felt extremely upset and scolded her. "Non-DM Diep Mac didn't say anything wrong. Why are you so angry?" She keeps arguing. "Sisu, who do you think you are to interrupt me?" Deep Mac told Sisu. "All right, just ignore this weird thing anymore." Non-DM upon hearing that was furious, glaring and shouting angrily. "What? You call me strange. Do you think any woman you know is more beautiful than me?" She shouted loudly, causing Diep Mac to step back and dodge. At that moment, there was a knocking sound at the door. Tin Van entered, coldly calling out Diep Mac's name, when suddenly he recognized a familiar figure. Tin Van, what is she doing here? Both Non-DM and Sisu are now looking ahead. "Hey, she is really beautiful." Tin Van shyly tucks her hair behind her ear and gently asks Diep Mac, "Are you free? Can we talk for a bit?" "Let's go." Her eyes are now filled with anticipation. After a while, Diep Mac also agreed and promised to come back later. Now, he was feeling a bit more jealous. "Deep Mac, this guy really has a way with the girls." From behind, Sisu shouted out loud, "Deep Mac, don't be so cowardly. Prove your manhood." After hearing Tin Van's reason, he couldn't help but feel surprised. "You came all this way just to invite me to your birthday party?" She confirmed, "and I thought you had other things in mind." Hearing that, he awkwardly chuckled and said nothing. Immediately after, Tin Van handed Deep Mac a pink invitation card. "The party will be held tomorrow evening. I hope you will come." Soon, the next evening arrived. Deep Mac slowly read the address on the invitation card. Grand Hotel, 148 DNN Street, then paused right in front of a luxurious building. "Is it here?" He slowly stepped inside. The woman is truly exhausted. Now she has to hang out with these boring people again. The luxurious scene in front of her makes Diep Mac marvel. As expected from the daughter of a wealthy man, even her birthday party has to be held in such an extravagant style. Suddenly, a voice from afar made him turn his head. "Hey, who let this pathetic guy in here?" Zhao Hong just appeared and immediately started acting bossy and arrogant. "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking." "You. Look at yourself. So pathetic and miserable. Is this really the place for you?" Deep Mac at this moment also wondered to himself, who the hell is this bastard? Just as the situation was tense as a tightrope, Vuong Hook and Tu Mai appeared. "Trio Hong, aren't you pretending to be white too? Don't you feel ashamed criticizing others?" Trio Hong, upon hearing someone exposing him, turned in that direction, and pretending to be friendly, asked, "Oh, Director Vuong Tu Mai, are you both here too?" Vuong Hook then revealed something that left Diep Mac stunned. "Trio Hong, Don't blame me for not warning you. He was personally invited by Sister Tin Van, so it's better not to offend him. At this moment, Trio Hong pointed at him in disbelief. Is that Diep Mak? After a moment, Vuong Hook slowly walked toward Diep Mak. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you before. My name is Vuong Bang. Then he reached out his hand towards you. Diep Mak also extends his hand politely and says, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Diep Mak. Vuong Hook then smiled warmly, but his hand tightened around yours. This makes Diep Mak confused. What is he doing? It didn't take long for you to realize. Are you trying to test my endurance? Then I'll indulge you. Suddenly, the next wire makes a cracking sound. Both Xiaomai and Vuong Hook were taken aback. Could Diep's hand really be broken? He was extremely embarrassed and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize. I didn't mean to hold on so tightly. Seeing your hand so red, Xiaomai hurriedly asked, do you want me to call an ambulance? But he refused, saying, no need. Diep Mak raised his healthy hand in front of them and said, I was just joking. Both of them were stunned by this scene. It's healed already? Your skill is really impressive. A moment later, Jingwen also appeared. Hello? Are you all here? Xiaomai exclaimed in amazement when she saw Tin Van walking out like an angel. Tin Van, you look so beautiful today. This is Diep Mak. Before Tin Van could finish her sentence, Vuong Hook said, no need, we already know each other. Although no one asked, Zhao Hong suddenly spoke up, I have a special gift for this birthday party. He immediately took out a box containing a ruby necklace. This is a gemstone pendant I deliberately brought back from him, hoping you will like it. Xiaomai then happily took out her birthday gift. Miss Tin Van I also ordered a limited edition bottle of perfume, happy birthday, and of course Diep Mak didn't come empty-handed, and said, I also have a gift for you. Happy birthday. He then took out a blue stone bracelet. As soon as she saw it, Zhao Hong immediately mocked. It really is a cheap and tacky gift to bring here, but he didn't expect that she actually liked it. Oh, it's so beautiful. Jingwen smiled brightly and gently asked Diep Mak, thank you, Diep Mak, I really like it. By the way, what's the name of this bracelet? He immediately replied, it's Luke Fook Bin An. A moment later, the soothing music started playing again. Xiaomai couldn't wait any longer and asked her, Tingwen, just put that cheap bracelet aside. Have you decided who you'll dance with yet? Zhao Hong, hearing this, eagerly spoke up. Of course it's me, but at the same time Vuong Hook stepped forward, it has to be me. As soon as she saw him, Tria Hong got angry. Is Wang Bing also here? Uncle Wang looked at her with anticipation. But unexpectedly, the person Tin Van is paying attention to right now is Diep Mak. She gently takes his hand and pulls him away. Those two unlucky guys can only stand and watch as the gentle music continues to play along with the dance. Tin Van and Diep Mak are dancing hand in hand, and when their feet touch, he clearly shows his embarrassment. I'm not very good at dancing. Tin Van didn't criticize you at all and gently said, don't worry, I'll teach you. Faced with her sincere effort, Diep Mak couldn't help but be surprised. Both of them were now extremely resentful, furious that the bastard Diep Mak dared to steal Tin Van away from him. Even Xiaomai noticed that today, Miss Tin Van seemed a bit different. Uncle Vuong also agreed with the girl, saying she did seem a little different. Meanwhile, Tin Van is still dancing with Diep Mak. Diep Mak, you're a quick learner. Really? It's now past 8 o'clock. Diep Mak slowly walks away, feeling bored. These vulgar, drunken parties are really too dull. Suddenly, Tin Van appeared. When Diep Mak heard her call, he immediately turned around. Ting Van gently asked him now, are you back? I also have something to deal with. Tin Van's face now looks a bit shy. Diep Mak, today I am very happy. Really very happy. Thank you. Diep Mak continued forward. Before leaving for good, you also said goodbye to her. It's nothing, see you again, we will meet again, right? Did you hear what they just said? It seems Nin Than Tuyet is in Nin Hai. I thought she came here for To's birthday party, planning to see what she looks like. I also want to meet her. I heard she's stunning enough to topple cities and kingdoms. Hearing this, Diep Mak immediately paid attention. What about Nin Than Tuyet? Why did she suddenly appear in Nin Hai? I can't help but feel puzzled. When Diep Mak returned to his place, a familiar figure appeared before him. Than Tuyet slowly spoke. You've waited for me long enough. Diep Mak immediately asked when he saw her, are you Nin Than Tuyet? And Than Tuyet confirmed. That's right. Diep Mak walked past Than Tuyet and asked directly, what are you here for? She gently turned her head back. I want my sibling. Than Tuyet kept hesitating and couldn't speak. The memories from before suddenly flashed through her mind. The Song family sent someone here again today. Someone slammed the door shut, this is enough. Then they turned to face her, Than Tuyet, and with the current situation, we only have one option left. After a moment of hesitation, Than Tuyet finally made her proposal. I want to marry you. Hearing this, Diep Mak's mind went blank and he immediately asked, do you want to marry me? Are you joking right now? He couldn't believe his ears and shouted loudly. After a while, they both sat down calmly. Sit down. Once you're settled, Diep Mak speaks up, now speaking clearly so I can hear. So, what I mean is, what exactly? I want to hear the full story so I can understand better. Nin Tuyet didn't hesitate any longer and said directly, I want us to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. He asked why. At this point, she could only think to herself that she never imagined a day when Nin Than Tuyet would have to lower herself to beg a man to marry her. That wicked man had forced Than Tuyet onto this path. Hurry to Nin Hai to find Diep Mak and bring back the marriage certificate. Even though they are only husband and wife on paper, the Tong family will still respect the Diep family's honor and won't harm the child. Then find the right moment to get a divorce. Even if it slightly affects your reputation as an only child, it's better than being trampled on by Tong Thiu Van. I've already investigated. Deep Mac is powerless and won't do anything to you. Seeing her look lost, he repeated, I'm asking you. But then she hesitated and concealed her feelings. I hope you won't ask for specifics. Deep down, Deep Mac realized that Manhwa knew she was just using him as a shield, but the Tong family seemed to be cornered if she was even willing to marry him. If so, Deep Mac didn't hesitate to ask, what will I gain from this? Thantuyet then held up a gold card. This card will be yours. It contains 500,000 UN. Consider it your reward. Hearing the amount, Deep Mac immediately thought about whether this sum was enough to support his cultivation career. All right. Seeing you say those two words, Thantuyet hurriedly asked, do you agree now? Of course, with money and a beautiful wife. What's there to hesitate? But to clarify this, I don't care what you want to do, but you have to do it yourself. Seeing Deep Mac so indifferent, Thantuyet could also confirm it. Just as the rumors said, he's really a frivolous man. Suddenly, Deep Mac stood up and turned away, leaving her very puzzled. Where are you going? You didn't even bother to hide it and just said, I still have things to do. If you're sleepy, just lie in my bed and feel free to sleep anywhere I find. And now the night has enveloped the entire space. Deep Mac is not yet asleep and is still cooking something, just a little longer. He slowly lifts the lid to see if it's cooked, while Thantuyet is loudly shouting inside the room. Oh my god, why does it smell so bad? How long has it been since you washed your pillowcase? Hearing the noise from Thantuyet, you also realize she is really loud. Soon after, Deep Mac's pot started boiling. He didn't hesitate and moved on to the next step. Now it's time to add the Heart Lotus herb. Deep Mac gently took it. This herb is a miraculous herb I've dedicated my entire life to cultivating, so I can only rely on it to reach level 2 and accelerate my spiritual energy cultivation. In just a moment, you achieved the result. After taking a sip, you had to grimace. Too bitter, my hand is starting to warm up now. Deep Mac then immediately entered a state of intense focus, and TNT would accelerate the absorption of the herb. He slowly closed his eyes. It's here. The effect of the Heart Cloud herb. Deep Mac began to feel something inside. I could sense it was in the tangled yang energy. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through him. Deep Mac immediately covered his mouth with his hand in a dazed manner, then coughed up blood into his palm. Damn it, I forgot I'm in the body of an ordinary person, so I can't withstand the full power of the Heart Lotus herb all at once. I need to find a way to gradually neutralize it. The next morning, the sun had risen. Konin, breakfast is ready. Deep Mac wondered where Thantuyet was when she didn't appear. How is Konin? He slowly placed his hand on the door handle. Is she still not awake? When Deep Mac entered, sure enough, Thantuyet was still sleeping soundly, so he didn't rush to wake her up. As I expected, she's still sleeping soundly. I quietly thought to myself, maybe she stayed awake all night last night. Maybe because she was in a strange place and couldn't sleep well, Thantuyet felt uncomfortable. Since she couldn't sleep much, Deep Mac decided to let her sleep a bit longer. Just keep sleeping, it's so troublesome. After a while, he went outside to take care of some matters. Deep Mac approached the ATM, entered the password, but the scene before him was now incredibly shocking. What is this? Why is the balance 0? Deep Mac suddenly thought of a possibility. Could this account be frozen? He then returned with a very annoyed expression. How dare you lie to me, Ninthantuyet? As soon as he entered the house, Deep Mac asked with a displeased attitude, What's wrong with your credit card? Seeing she didn't answer, he pushed the door open again. Ninthantuyet. Deep Mac also didn't expect her to sleep so peacefully. I wonder what happened. Is she still sleeping? This woman, looking closely at Thantuyet's face, Deep Mac finally realizes she's crying. Maybe she had a sad dream. He suddenly felt awkward again. Really can't stand seeing women cry. Forget it, I'll go make breakfast. Time kept passing as the clock moved on, while Deep Mac was still busy in the kitchen preparing breakfast. At this moment, Thantuyet had also woken up and approached Deep Mac. When did you come back? Deep Mac asked honestly, without hiding anything. When I was still dreaming, I couldn't help but be surprised. What? He didn't think much and said, Go wash your face. We'll have breakfast in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Thantuyet was still very shy. How could he spy on a girl while she was sleeping? When Deep Mac questioned her, Thantuyet ran off, and he's not allowed to do that again. In just a moment, their breakfast was ready. Deep Mac gently pulled out the chair and told Thantuyet, Let's have breakfast together. She also didn't hesitate to pick up food with her chopsticks. Let me try a bite. As soon as I put it in my mouth, Thantuyet burst out with a rich, non-greasy flavor, making it just right. Even she was surprised by your cooking talent. It's hard to believe that a young master like you knows how to cook. Thantuyet then also expressed her admiration for Deep Mac, surprised at how delicious his cooking was. Deep Mac didn't hold back and told her, if it's good, eat more. As I ate, I pondered the things I was about to do. I would stay with her for a while before reaching the second level of energy cultivation. And you also know very well that soon you will leave this city again. News about Deep Mac and Thantuyet being a couple has already spread everywhere. Breaking news, the sudden wedding between Ninthantuyet and the person expelled from the Deep family. It's surprising, a marriage between two major families. This hot news was quickly picked up by the media. Their images also spread everywhere, both happily showing their marriage certificate. One beautiful morning, as Thantuyet stepped out of the car, she was surrounded by a crowd of reporters. Ms. Nin, may I interview you? Many issues were raised by the reporters afterward. Their sudden and unexpected marriage surprised everyone. Some even say she married Deep just to avoid the Tong family's proposal. What do you think? Than Tuyet simply replied briefly that her marriage with Diep Mak was a decision made by themselves and had nothing to do with anyone else. As soon as she finished speaking, she put her arm around him affectionately. That's right, my dear husband. Although a bit awkward, Diep Mak still tried to respond. Yeah, my dear wife. In front of you now is the image of Than Tuyet. After a moment, you made a decision. It's so stupid, I absolutely won't let her overpower me anymore. It's so embarrassing. The words Than Tuyet said to the press keep echoing in my ears. Ning Than Tuyet and I have been living together for over 20 days now. It seems she's gradually getting used to life here. News about our marriage has spread all over Beijing. I thought the Tong family would make a move, but they have been suspiciously silent. Indeed, it's hard to predict. But at this moment, Diep Mak has a different, greater concern. Ignoring the Tong's affairs far away in Beijing, I am now facing two main problems. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Diep Mak, are you still panicking about this package? Even you now have to admit defeat to Than Tuyet's all-in attitude. The first problem is that I married a wife who spends money like water, and my meager savings have run out again. Then Diep Mak hugged the box and said to himself, another issue is that this medicine is too strong, requiring me to regulate it once a day, which is quite troublesome. You came up with another plan. The only way to solve this is for Diep Mak to be at the hospital right after, where the nurses will draw his blood for you. Relax. I remember he was here yesterday too. So Diep Mak went to get blood to earn a little extra income. It doesn't make much money, but it's still money. Meanwhile, two people are up to no good, acting foolishly, and there are too many people here. They keep looking around nervously, and their secretive actions catch your attention. Diep Mak, witnessing this scene, was very puzzled. Could it be those people? What are they trying to do? They sneaked away and then continued to get into the car and drive off. Hurry up, drive faster. They put something strange into the car before going to see what they were planning to do, and as they drove forward, they casually discussed what just happened. I didn't expect it to be so easy. It will be even more fun later. Diep Mak is now doing his best to catch up with them, his every step continuously rushing forward. Now Diep Mak also clearly feels his progress, as if his strength has increased significantly. He leaps from building to building like a god, and once he absorbs enough energy, he will almost be at level 2. After a moment of observation, he confirmed that they seemed to be heading to the 3rd floor. Not daring to delay, they immediately unzipped the bag, saying, quickly open the bag, don't let her suffocate. Inside that bag is Van Bang unconscious. Seeing her slender figure, he couldn't help but crave her. Hey, she's really a beautiful girl. When he saw the kidnapped target right in front of him, Diep Mak was very confused. That person is my English teacher in Han Diem. Why was she arrested? After seeing her 2 breasts, he was completely captivated. They are way too big. He couldn't wait any longer and tore her shirt apart. Van Q saw how anxious he was and quickly calmed him down. What the hell, why are you in such a rush? First, we need to record the process of raping her. He also prepared a camera in advance, then force her to do everything we want. Suddenly, a voice from afar echoed, revealing it was a disgusting trick. Van Q was a bit surprised and turned around. Who is that? Who would have expected a fight to break out immediately after? Van Q was punched hard in the face and immediately thrown against the wall. Diep Mak calmly stepped forward after delivering a devastating blow. Long time no see, he looked confused and asked, who are you? Why did you hit me? You immediately glare at them like a bullet and say, do you find life too exhausting? Van Q, now furious, points directly at your face and shouts, hurry up and use Long Quyen to kill him. He immediately received the order and activated his martial arts technique. The first move, Long Quyen fled. In the end, they didn't have the guts to stay and ran away on their tiptoes. Seeing that, Diep Mak didn't chase after them, but moved toward her. It's okay, she's just stunned. When you ruined her plans, Van Q was extremely furious. Damn it, when danger comes, he runs fast to protect himself. Diep Mak, I will kill your whole family if you dare to touch me again. Diep Mak is now tense as a string, that ungrateful bastard. Suddenly, Van Bin moved again, slowly opening her eyes. It's Diep Mak, I have a terrible headache. And then, Van Bin fainted again. Seeing Diep Mak approaching, Van Q strained her neck. What are you planning to do to me? You don't beat around the bush, just say it straight. You're just taking you to where you should be, right? Hearing this, he suddenly loses his bravado and steps back in fear. Wait a moment, let's talk first. If you want money, I will give you everything right now. Suddenly, his face turned as green as banana leaves. No. And then, Van Q's desperate scream echoed once more. It hurts. Please don't stop. Now Bin Min has let go, and Than Tuyet is calmly sitting on the chair watching the news. Yesterday, we received reports from residents that 2 mentally ill patients were wandering in the neighborhood. To prevent them from bothering residents, family members are asked to come and take them home. Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder why the mental patients were wandering outside. Suddenly, Diep Mak appeared at the door. I'm back now. I bought a chicken for tonight's dinner. As soon as you got home, she made a request. You're back. Hey, lend me 20,000 yuan. Hearing that, Diep Mak couldn't help but feel uneasy. Is there any wife who would borrow money from her husband right after he gets home? She doesn't know anything except money. Than Tuyet felt annoyed that he kept going on and on. You have 500,000 yen to lend me 20,000, so what if I do? I'm not planning to pay you back anyway. Why do you have to drag it out? Seeing Than Tuyet behave like that, Diep Mak quickly guessed. That's because your bank card has been locked. It seems she still doesn't know what happened. Anyway, in the end, Diep Mak still gave her the money. Take it and remember not to spend it recklessly. All right, I'm going to prepare dinner now. Hearing that, Than Tuyet strongly objects. The money is yours, all that money clearly belongs to me. Suddenly, she received a notification that the immigration procedures were complete and the whole family would be moving abroad. However, this fake marriage also has to come to an end. At this moment, Tuvan is sitting in his car and seems to be having an important phone call. Mr. Tang, you have to understand our difficulties. We dare not lift a finger. Hearing this, he snapped, don't play tricks on me. I know what you're planning. Have you finished the immigration procedures for that woman? Do you think the Tong family is a place easy to attack? The other side softly denied. No, I didn't mean that. Then he issued a small warning, saying, if you don't settle this by tomorrow, I will destroy the Nin family. And then Xiao Wen revealed a sinister expression. Tong, wait a moment. Just as the other side was about to say more, he hung up. Let's go. Taoist, where are you heading to? The night has now covered the entire sky. And at this moment, Dayap Mak is training on the rooftop. Another week has passed, and although the spiritual energy in his body increases daily, he still cannot break through. How is this possible? This makes Dayap Mak extremely confused. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared across the sky, and now Dayap Mak has officially advanced in his cultivation. My consciousness is expanding, and I've finally reached the second stage of Qi cultivation. Seeing my glowing hand, I hesitate again. But now Dayap Mak also realizes the change in his emotions. Before reaching this level, it was normal for him, but now in this world, it makes him so excited. He then looked up at the bright moon. Perhaps it was time to leave this city. Dip Mak gradually realized that he needed to find Lin Tuyen stronger. Otherwise, the highest stage he could reach was the second level of Qi cultivation. The next morning, after preparing breakfast, Deep Mak called out, Ninthan Tuyet, open your eyes and watch the sunrise. It's time for breakfast. While tidying up, he added, I left the food on the table. Remember to wash the dishes after eating. Than Tuyet slowly stood in front of him and said, Diep Mak, I have something to tell you. He turned around. What is it? Than Tuyet's eyes now looked a little sad. Actually, I will be leaving tomorrow. As for Long, I feel very comfortable here. Starting tomorrow, our agreement will end. My family will handle the divorce. Hearing that, Diep Mak said nothing more and simply replied, Yes, I know. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, Than Tuyet slammed the door shut. What's going on? Did I say something wrong, God? Why did she suddenly start acting like a princess? While she was packing her things and blaming him, they've been together for so long, but he only said one thing, I know. He couldn't even say a decent goodbye. Her mood also soured, and in the end, she realized all of this was just for money. And then, I thought he was a good person, but after thinking for a while, Than Tuyet suddenly burst with emotion. I'm so angry. The more I think about him, the angrier I get. But when he saw her making such a fuss, did Dayep Mak guess what was wrong with her? Why is she suddenly so quiet? Are you still upset about the money you lent yesterday? As night falls, you slowly open the door. While Than Tuyet is no longer awake, you take the opportunity to do your work. She's probably asleep now. I need to finish everything quickly and get out of here. Deep Mak immediately gets to work. I need to find the jar that holds these herbs. Suddenly, the car headlights shone directly into my face. Stop. It seems to be here. Seeing someone appear, he couldn't help but wonder who would be shouting so loudly in the middle of the night. His subordinates then reported, Boss Tong, this seems to be where Ninthan Tuyet and Deep Mak are. Vai Thoi Sao? Tong Tu Van here is really curious about what useless Deep Mak did to make that woman sleep with him. Deep Mak didn't make a move at all, just stood still. Sir Tong's subordinate was very curious and asked what they would do to Ninthan Tuyet and Deep Mak. He replied that they would discuss it further after thoroughly beating that bastard first. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaowen smiled maliciously. As for that woman, I will play with her to the fullest tonight. If Xiaovan has revealed himself, then Diep Mak will appear as well. Looks like you're looking for me. He still doesn't realize it's Deep Mak and asks back, this kid talks tough, huh? Who are you? You are not afraid at all and reply straightforwardly. My name is Diep Mak, the one you are talking about is Deep Mak, well done. Vuong Su Yen a fat, smash its leg for me. They didn't dare to delay, and immediately followed the young master's orders. Xiaowen boldly gave instructions. Hey, a fat, don't be too harsh. I don't want him to die yet. I still want him to see me torment his wife. They immediately rushed towards him. Deep Mak didn't retaliate right away, but stood and observed. These two look like walls, but move so nimbly, not at all like petty thugs from the streets. A fat was right beside you in an instant. Damn, Dan is enjoying my unicorn arm. Even if they are experts, they are just kids to you. But to my eyes, they move as slowly as ants. A fat just threw a punch, and Diep Mak had already blinked away to another spot. Are they gone? They're starting to panic. What the hell is that? Did it say it disappeared? Where is that brat? Tuvan shouted urgently. The idiots behind them are right behind you. Indeed, at this moment, Diep Mak is behind them. He didn't hesitate and threw a powerful punch. That punch immediately broke a fat's back. Seeing that, Vuong Suyen shouted in surprise, A fat! Before he could react, Diep Mak suddenly teleported beside him and immediately made Vuong Suyen taste the pain as well. He was defeated in an instant. Seeing the scene before him, Xiaowen froze in shock. Ah, Fa Wang Xuan. Now Xiaowen realizes that Diep Mak is not easy to defeat. This guy is not human. After giving them a fierce battle, he continued to rush forward. Diep Mak couldn't help but feel happy inside because he had improved significantly, just as he expected when entering the second stage of Qi cultivation. His strength and speed were now completely different from before. Your performance is gradually stabilizing, and now my consciousness can perfectly predict every move they make. I am gradually regaining the strength of a powerhouse. Xiaowen still hasn't given up and is trying to find Deep Mak. Where is that guy? Why hasn't he caught up yet? I lost track of that kid. He didn't expect you to be so strong, so he's feeling regretful. Today really is a bad luck day. If I had known, I would have brought a weapon for self-defense. You caught up with Tu Van and punched him in the back. But you didn't stop there. Diep Mak also delivered a punch to his face. Tu Van can't fight back and is thrown far away. Just moments ago he was fierce, but now he's trembling just as much. Stay away from me. I am from the Tong family, Diep Mak if you dare. Diep Mak is not afraid of any father and son and speaks straightforwardly. The Tong family means nothing to me, and you are just trash among the rubbish. Go to hell, he shouted defiantly now, refusing to accept defeat. No. From afar, Wang Xun shouted for mercy for Thieu Van. Hold on a moment. Hearing that, you're quite surprised by his toughness. Still able to speak? Vuong Suyen, wanting to save Thieu Van's life, made a condition. We can negotiate. Stop right there. Thieu Van tried to speak up, but was then kicked away. Vuong Zuyen, are you not dead yet? Help me, and who gave you permission to speak? Vuong Suyen, without hesitation, stated his terms. Just let young Master Tong go, and we will pay you any amount of money. Hearing this, his eyes lit up brightly. That's right, the money. Immediately after, Diep Mak stops and approaches Thieu Van. You came here by car, right? He immediately confirmed. Of course, by car. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. All right, everyone get in the car. Diep Mak is now sitting in their vehicle. As he drove forward, Vuong Suyen asked, Diep, big brother, where are you headed at this hour? If you need cash, the bank has been closed for a long time. You didn't hide anything and answered directly. When he heard Kuei Lam, he couldn't help but be surprised. What? Kuei Lam is over 1,000 kilometers away? Thieu Van, fearing something might go wrong, snapped and told them to follow young Master Diep's orders and put an end to this nonsense immediately. Vuong Suyen immediately obeyed. Yes, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaowen turned to Diep Mak, trembling, and said, Young Master Diep, our mistake this time was my fault, Tong Thieu Van, but you also know how capable the Tong family is. Your next words will get you thrown out of the car right now. And Diep Mak also wanted to warn him in advance that if anything happened to me, you wouldn't have anywhere to run. Hearing that, he no longer had any intention or courage to cause trouble. No, I mean everything can be negotiated. Wang Xun then hesitated before speaking. Young Master Diep, your wife really knows how to control your feelings. Xiao Van then also trembled and followed suit. That's right, show all the love you have now. A moment later, they arrived at Gulen. Looking at this pitch-dark place, Xiaowen is very curious. Young Master Diep, why are we here? Does this turn look real or just a bluff? I guess it's obviously on the way to hell. Hearing this, his face instantly turned pale. Hell? What are you talking about? Diep Mak's eyes are now filled with murderous intent. Didn't we already agree to compensate you? Did we agree? I'm just choosing a place with a better view. Xiaowen couldn't hold back anymore and made his move. What do you really want? But before he could make a move, you had already subdued him with 2 fingers. Young Master Diep, what? Wang Xuan also had his neck pressed by your hand and became helpless. What is happening? I can't move or speak. Immediately after, Diep Mak jumped out of the car. Since no one could move, they also couldn't control the vehicle. Now, a wave of extreme fear rises in the young man. What is this? Am I going to die here? And then their car crashed into the guardrail. Then it plunges down into the abyss below. Diep Mak stands nearby, bidding farewell to them, and safely continues his journey. In just a moment, the car exploded, filling the air with smoke and flames. The next morning arrived very quickly. Than Tuyet was very surprised to see that you didn't prepare breakfast today. Diep Mak, what is for breakfast today? He didn't make breakfast? That's why she was a little angry just because today is the last day he's being stingy with breakfast. You should at least play your part until the end, you stingy person. When Momai called her, Than Tuyet immediately picked up the phone. Hello, Li Momai. The voice on the other end immediately sounded urgent. Than Tuyet, I have good news for you. Based on what I overheard, Mumai immediately recounted it. Did you know? Yesterday at Ford Yoem, Tong Thieu Van's car fell off the highway near the Nongfu Cliff, and the bodies of Tong Thieu Van and his 2 henchmen were found inside. They are dead. You can rest now. No one will bother you anymore. Hearing this, Than Tuyet still found it hard to believe. This news doesn't add up. It's too coincidental. There's no way he died naturally. Where did you hear that? Seeing that she didn't believe what I said, I immediately sent her a news article. It's not accurate at all. I sent some screenshots of that article on WeChat. Take your time reading. I'll come to Ninhai this afternoon to pick you up. Your parents are in Ochao. We will meet them there. After reading that news article, Than Tuyet couldn't help but be surprised. It's real news. What's going on? Zidane had an accident on Mount Nongpu. Yesterday, an incident occurred on the cliffs of Nongfu. 3 people died in the collision, including Tong Xiaowen, the heir of the Tong family. Than Tuyet opened her eyes wide to confirm what she just read. It was all so sudden. But Tong Thieu Van is dead. The Tong family will surely investigate this case, so they won't cause us trouble for now. When she heard that Thieu Van had died, Than Tuyet felt an immense sense of relief. That bastard deserved to die. She felt that heaven truly has eyes. It turns out there is still justice in the world. Since Diep Mak wasn't here to cook breakfast, she ordered food instead. The food outside is terrible. Diep Mak's cooking is much better. After waiting anxiously and not seeing him, Than Tuyet started to worry. It's late. Where did that guy Diep Mak go? He usually doesn't take this long shopping. But in the next moment, she tried to dismiss that feeling. Why should I worry? Where he is doesn't matter to me. Suddenly, Duong Than Tuyet remembered something. Oh right, I've never asked where he sleeps at night. I need to clarify this before I leave. As she opened the door and stepped into the room, Than Tuyet slowly spoke out, "Hello, is anyone there?" When she saw that there were no ghosts inside, she finally stepped in. There was no one there. Than Tuyet was a bit curious, so she slightly leaned in to watch the surveillance footage from last month and slowly pressed the button to review what had been recorded, to see what Diep Mak did every night. She was surprised to see where Diep Mak slept every night. The rooftop? He slept on the roof? Oh my god, it seems like someone has really messed up his nerves. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Besides, she had told him not to sleep in the apartment, and he had 500,000 yuan, so why didn't he just book a hotel room? It's really petty, but Than Tuyet decided to see it through. All right, let's see where he was last night and why he hasn't come back yet. And immediately, the image of Xiaowen appears. Wasn't it Ma Tsing Xiaowen? A suspicion begins to form in Than Tuyet's mind. This is a surveillance video from last night. I can't believe Tong Thieu Van was actually hunting us down. Stranger, Diep Mak argued with them. Why did he have to get into Tong Thieu Van's car at the last minute? Then Tong Thieu Van's car was involved in an accident. So what really happened between them? And that was the moment Than Tuyet feared most that finally arose within her. No, it wasn't Diep Mak. Before Than Tuyet could regain her composure, someone arrived, and she immediately heard footsteps. Is someone coming? Than Tuyet acted immediately as if urged. Remove this trace first. As she saw the door gradually opening, she was a bit startled. Who is that? Why are they running so fast? There is a car parked in front of her house now. Omai has also arrived and excitedly asked Than Tuyet, have you packed everything? Than Tuyet, she responded with a sorrowful expression. I'm all set now. After reviewing all the footage, Than Tuyet asked back with suspicion. Oh, right, Momai. Regarding Tong Thieu Van and his henchman who died in the car accident, was there anyone else in the car with them? Based on what I know, Momai replied, no problem. There were only the three of them in the car, and the forensic team has confirmed their identities. That's good. Seeing that Diep Mak isn't around, Momai also wondered. By the way, where is Diep Mak? Even though this is just a fake marriage, we've taken advantage of him all this time, so we should compensate him. Hearing that, Than Tuyet revealed with an annoyed look, no need. I already gave him 500,000 N. We owe him nothing anymore. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised. 500 Wen. Where did you get that money from? Than Tuyet reminded her that the 500,000 N was the money from the card you gave me. Momai suddenly remembered something, was shocked, and rubbed her head with a helpless smile. Oh, that card can't be used. It has been frozen since the day you left Yandin. I just found out. I forgot to tell you. Hearing this, Than Tuyet was also shocked. Can't be used? By this point, she also understood Diep Mak better. So we've been using his money all this time. No wonder he doesn't seem very generous. So that's why. She suddenly remembered something and turned around. After rummaging through, Than Tuyet was holding a piece of paper in her hand. Here it is. Her lips started to move. Diep Mak, remember when I told you before. Diep Mak, don't leave random papers on the table like that. We're eating there too. Seeing that, Diep Mak also agreed to clean up. Oh, that? I'll put it away right now. The rice is almost ready. Go wash your hands. But at that moment, Than Tuyet secretly put it away for you. No need. Just keep cooking and I'll help you put this in the drawer. I never thought someone like you would donate blood. It's only now that Than Tuyet finally realizes that she always thought he was calculating, greedy, and I always mocked him. But it turns out I was the blind fool. Seeing her tears falling, Momai anxiously asked, Than Tuyet, what's wrong with you? Than Tuyet's body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't help but feel guilty. I'm sorry, Diep Mak. The night has now covered the entire space, and Diep Mak is still rushing from place to place. Now, he is completely clear about his goal. Using the bunny hop to speed up isn't a good way to move. According to the map, there should be a small town ahead. I guess I'll stop by and see what I should do when I get there. As soon as I step down, I don't rush into action. I'm here now. Maybe I should scout around first. Welcome to Gu Bin. Seeing the trash wind around, Diep Mak couldn't help but be surprised that such a small town had such a large bus station. Although I want to go, it's hard for me to do so, and I can't take the bus. It would be quite troublesome if someone asks to see identification. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked, Do you need a ride? Diep Mak immediately asked, Where to? He didn't hesitate and replied, The city for just 55 yuan. Would that be convenient for you? Hearing that, you also guessed that for only 55 yuan, it must be an illegal taxi service, right? After thinking it over, this is also a reasonable option for Diep Mak. Although I'm not worried about affecting the Tong family, if I rely on temporary money and cultivation, I will have to hide myself. Traveling from Kwailam to the border by illegal taxi service might not be a bad option. He then asked for your opinion. What do you think? Buddy, are you going? If you join, we can leave right now. Diep Mak then agreed. All right, let's go. Before we leave, he also gave a few quick instructions. Please fasten your seatbelt and take care of your belongings. Don't blame me if anything gets lost. As soon as he leaned back in the seat, Diep Mak felt much lighter. Traveling by car is really comfortable, but hopping around is exhausting. At this moment, Ondong also got on the bus, and he immediately focused on her two grapefruit-like breasts. A strange feeling arose within him. That woman truly feels like a murderer. A passenger unable to hide his desire made a suggestive remark. You have a hot figure indeed. I wonder if the money in your pocket is that hot. The guy sitting next to you isn't simple either, and he shouted right in your face. Are you a pig? Can't you be discreet? Or do you prefer eating state-supplied rice? As for Diep Mak, he just sees them as completely clueless. These guys are not only scoundrels, but also fools for harming a woman like that. Their vehicle quickly moved to another location. Ondong, when he saw the place he needed to go, he immediately asked, "Sir, you can drop me off right in front." But the driver refused. "Hey girl, this is Jiang Daling. It's a pristine mountain range with no signs of civilization in the area." Hearing that, Max suddenly realized something. Jiang Daiying traveled through 3 major provinces, Hudong, Songhua, and Guinan, without an ID card, having to switch from one illegal taxi service to another to reach Kuai Lam, and given the speed, he would need to change vehicles. Not having proper ID increases the risk of getting caught as I go on. It might actually be better to hike over the mountain and take the train. And right after that, there was a lively exchange of words among everyone in the car. "Sir, I also want to get off here. Young girl, what would a girl like you be doing coming down to a place like this?" "Sister, I heard there are wild people here. Is this girl looking for the hideout of those wild guys?" Hearing that, Mac also spoke up. "I have a friend coming to pick me up. Their car is already in that area and I'd like to get off in front." Hearing that, the driver didn't try to stop you. "All right then, it's your choice. If you want to get off, go ahead, but don't come looking for me if anything happens." As Sundong stepped off the bus, the driver warned, "Be careful when getting off." Those passengers with that intention still refuse to leave her alone and want to get off too. "Sir, please don't close the door yet. We want to get off as well." Hearing that, the driver didn't try to stop them anymore. All right. These 2 thugs look like troublemakers. It's better to let them go." After letting them off, the driver immediately drives away. "Be careful, young man, getting off this bus is your choice." Mac then smirked. "Oh, I didn't think the bus driver would notice. They haven't seen the coffin yet and haven't shed tears, so they're still very arrogant. Do you know what I'm holding in my hand? Be good and go, I won't cut your throat. It's over now. Once they realize you're here, they'll threaten you. What are you looking at? Get out of here. If you want to live, you can leave the money, but we will take your body." Mac also didn't argue with them. "I'm leaving now. You can keep pretending you want to stay." Suddenly, Ondong spoke up. "Wait a moment, don't leave so quickly. Stay a little longer. What is it?" Ondong then asked, "Kid, give me a hand, but you refused. I don't want to fight." His reaction was hard to understand. Is this guy crazy or what? And the thugs were bitter about being ignored. "Hey, you two, we're the bad guys here. Don't treat us like air." At this moment, Mac instinctively turned his head back, and she suddenly radiated a fierce aura. "Kid, I never asked you to fight for me. I just want you to run away." Ondong quickly grabbed the thug's arm, causing his hand to be injured under the forceful impact. Who would have thought that the very next moment, the thug would stab a knife straight into his chest, causing him to finally collapse? Another one shouted desperately, "Second brother." Mac immediately switches to alert mode. She is too fast. But Ondong didn't stop there and continued to attack. They were all defeated in an instant. She acted with extreme brutality, showing no mercy as she buried these 2 bodies. At this moment, you realize you're facing someone formidable. She was both fast and sinister. If I hadn't been in the 2nd stage of my energy training, I wouldn't have been able to keep up with the many moves she executed in just a few seconds. After the massacre, Ondong turned back to face you, kid stuff. Mac also realized he shouldn't mess with her. "I have something important to do, so it's best not to offend this person. Be careful not to make things more complicated for us." In the next moment, Ondong threw the bag elsewhere and helped me drag them into the forest to bury the bodies. "How much cash they have is all yours. Don't be afraid," Mac asked without any hesitation. "But what if these 2 really don't have any cash?" She was a bit surprised by his calm demeanor. "I just killed those people. Why is this guy so calm? Don't tell me he's mentally slow. He doesn't look like he has any brains." Hearing that, she reached into her pocket and took out something. "If they didn't have money, this amount would belong to you." Seeing a stack of money in front of him, he agreed. "Fine. I accept the deal." After a while, Mac rummaged through the belongings of those unfortunate thugs. These 2 thugs are really stingy. They only have this small amount of cash, but this dagger doesn't seem bad either. Without hesitation, you create a fire, and we'll do it here to avoid bringing trouble upon ourselves later. Although you burned them, you still couldn't completely erase the traces. They still look like human shapes. Not long after Mac finished dealing with the problem. "All right, the ground is almost flat now, everything is done. If I reached the 3rd level of chai cultivation, my fireball technique would have turned these 2 into dust, and I wouldn't even need to bury them." Seeing Ondong in the distance, I couldn't help but wonder why she was still lingering here. Is she waiting for me? I guess since the bodies have been buried, I don't owe her anything anymore. Yiming didn't want to stay any longer and immediately left, so I think I'll head out first. She turned to face you. "Oh, he's running away then?" But Ondong chased after Mac. "Wait, don't run. What's the matter?" "I've done everything you asked. What more do you want?" She reassures him, "Don't be afraid." Seeing that Ondong misunderstood, Mac explained, "We have no grudges, so she won't kill me, so why should I be afraid?" She kept chasing after Mac and then demanded, "Stop! I need to talk to you. Why is this brat running so fast?" Seeing that chasing each other wasn't good, Mac also stopped and asked, "What's going on?" "First, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ondong. I want to negotiate a business deal with you and maybe become long-term friends." "What do you think?" Mac asked directly. "How much are you going to pay me?" Who would have thought that Ondong would go all in and offer you a good deal? A car on this mountain, and when we get there, we'll drive about 20 meters north. Just help me deliver a package, and once the deal is done, I'll pay you 50,000. I need money for my future training, and you agreed too. All right, let's go. Are you in? I will lead the way. This mountain has a lot of rugged terrain. Seeing your calm bravery, she found it both confusing and interesting. This guy's physical strength isn't bad at all. No wonder he's not afraid after seeing me kill those guys. This guy's no pushover. I'm a bit curious about him. After a while, they arrived at their destination, and here we are, it's this car. When he saw the car in front of him and wondered, are we going to cover the rest of the distance by car? Andong confirmed. Yes, although our target isn't far, traveling by car is easier. Diet Mac is still wary of her. This woman is quite mysterious. While the deal is ongoing, maybe I should use my spiritual sense to check everything out. My eyes glow with a bright blue light, and my basic level spiritual sense can detect objects within a 3.5 meter radius around a person. After using his awareness, he could see through the car, which looked like an ordinary vehicle. There were 2 boxes, each containing a gun and a model. Maybe those are the goods. Andong went to the other side of the car and asked you, do you want to start? Suddenly remembering something, she reminded you about the process. That's right, kid. We'll go into a room for a while and there will be some observers watching us from afar. Just hand over the boxes and you'll be fine. Seeing you keep squirming, she warned. Stay still, kid. And Andong no longer hesitated and sped up the car to full throttle. We're running late, so I'll speed up a bit. Their car zoomed down the road like a missile. At this moment, Andong also wanted to test Deep Mac a little. This kid looks quite calm, so I guess I'll speed up at this dangerous turn to see how he handles it. Even Andong found it a bit difficult to experience this. The road was really quite steep, and Long's hands were actually sweating from driving. Strange, that kid doesn't seem to hesitate at all. Maybe he's a bit simple-minded. Maybe it's because it trusts its driving skills, but how does it know its skills are enough? While Andong was lost in thought, she almost drove the car off the cliff. She was extremely panicked at that moment, nearly falling to her death. Thank God for your superb driving skills. Suddenly, Duong Diep Mac spoke in a deep voice. Hey, I have something to say. Even without hearing, she must have been very proud and scared, right? Besides, anyone would be worried on a mountain road like that. Aodong was quick to reassure you. Don't worry, kid. I drive pretty fast, but if you're scared, I can slow down for you. Who would have thought that Diep Mac would say something that surprised everyone there? No, I mean, can't you drive faster? If we keep going at this turtle's pace, when will we ever get there? I still have a few other things to do. When she heard this, she also forgot a bit. You know safety is our top priority. I'll speed up when we reach the highway. Oh, is that all? At Diep Mac's house, Thon Tuyet is still waiting for him. She sits on a chair, gazing into the distance. When she heard the sound of the door handle turning, she became anxious. Someone was unlocking the door. Is that Diep Mac? But the person who came here is Mo Mai Thon Tuyet. It's me. When she saw that it was her coming instead of Diep Mac, she felt a bit disappointed. Oh, I see, it's you. Seeing Thon Tuyet acting like that, she couldn't help but wonder. Thon Tuyet, why haven't you packed your bags yet? We have 2 days before we leave for Duchao. Thon Tuyet waited so long for Diep Mac that she lost track of time. I see. Has it been 2 days? Suddenly, at this moment, she makes a spontaneous decision. Momai, I want to buy this apartment right now, no matter the cost. Thon Tuyet then slowly explained her reason. Momai, I just feel like I've lost something here. So I think that if I can buy this place, I still have a chance to get it back someday, and if I can't, I will never get it back in this life. At this moment, her tears started to fall. Seeing her sniffle and cry like that, Momai couldn't bear it anymore and asked, oh no, why is our little princess crying again? Suddenly someone approached, and it was none other than Tin Van. May I have your permission? The door wasn't locked, so I hope I didn't bother you. Momai was very surprised to see her. Are you Titinan? Come in, come in. Tin Van didn't hide anything and directly explained why he was here. I'm looking for Deep Mac. There are a few things I need to ask him. Hearing that, Thon Tuyet hesitated. Deep Mac left without saying a word. It's been a few days since you last saw him. Hearing that, she was very surprised. He left without saying a word, and you couldn't contact him? After a moment of listening, Momai crossed her arms in frustration and said that in the end, this Diep Mac guy is just petty and vengeful. It's okay if he doesn't have a mobile phone, but his sudden departure without a word made our Thon Tuyet worry so much that she couldn't sleep. Tin Van started to become suspicious. What is happening to Deep Mac? Why did he suddenly disappear? Are the rumors about him really true? The memories from before suddenly flashed through her mind. That explains why so many classmates were talking about him back then. And look, that beautiful girl is coming to see Diep Mac again. Deep Mac, wasn't it him who used to cling to Van Bang, even got scolded and beaten by her? It's him, it's him. At that moment, Tin Van stepped forward to defend him, saying that Deep Mac wasn't the kind of person like that, and asked them not to spread rumors based on hearsay. Both classmates disagreed with what she just said. If you doubt the credibility of the rumor, go ask teacher Van Bang. We saw with our own eyes that Van Bang was about to hit Deep Mac, but he grabbed her hand and then she shouted that he was a pervert. Both of them then left and kept talking about Tin Van. She had no idea at all about what was happening, and she accused us of spreading rumors. It's really funny. She only has breasts and no brains. At that moment, she completely ignored those words. I refuse to believe that Deep Mac is the pervert they described, but now Tin Van is raising suspicions. But if it's not true, why would Van Bang accuse her student without reason? Unless Deep Mac's heart at this moment is wavering, unless he truly is that kind of person. Does he just hide it very well, or does he have some secret purpose in befriending me? But I am the one always looking for him. He never let me approach first from the very beginning. Even after he got my phone number, everything remained the same. No. I have to go to his house and check everything. I need to see this through to the end. At this point, Tin Van has made up her mind completely. At this moment, Thon Tuyet clenched her hands together and hesitated a bit. Miss Tin Van, even though Diep Mac and I are only married in name, I still owe him. I have a request that might be a bit too much. I wonder where you heard it from that you mentioned the bracelet afterward. I heard that Diep Mac gave you a bracelet for your birthday. If you don't really like it, then maybe you could. Hearing this, Tin Van was also a bit startled about the bracelet and suddenly remembered the things she had heard earlier about Diep Mac. Everyone in our class saw it with our own eyes. If you don't believe it, just ask Professor Van Bang. That Diep Mac guy is truly shameless. Her trust in him is gradually starting to waver, now that Diep Mac, at Tan Tuyet's request, also agrees to give her the bracelet. All right, here is the bracelet. You are his wife, so I'll consider it returned to its rightful owner. Who would have thought that in the next moment she would say something shocking? But I can only give you half. These 3 beads belong to you. Before her reaction, Tan Tuyet felt a bit uneasy. Miss Tin Van, there's no need to stay any longer, so she turned around. All right, Diep Mac isn't here, so I should be leaving too. Suddenly she stopped. That's right. Tin Van hesitated before speaking slowly. If Diep Mac returns, please tell him. But before she could finish her sentence, she turned around and said, Forget it, it's nothing. Sorry for bothering you today. At this moment, Diep Mac and Ondong were close to Tan Than. She looked around and announced that they only had a few more kilometers to go. After arriving, Ondong quickly said, All right, get out of the car, you carry that small box and I'll take the big one. Are you still looking for something? Suddenly, Diep Mac took out a pair of glasses and put them on his sunglasses. Ondong secretly admired his meticulousness. Is this kid afraid of getting revenge? He doesn't seem like the cautious type, but he's incredibly handsome. That's not what I meant. Seeing that there wasn't much time left, she urged him to go now. Once inside, follow all my instructions. As soon as they entered, Hugh-san greeted them. Miss An has left Baksa, but she still seems as daring as ever. I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's been a long time since I last saw the Emperor's court. Not wanting to be rude to a distinguished guest, he immediately gave an order. Someone bring a chair for Ondong Tiutu to sit and pour her tea, but Ondong refused to be polite and said, I don't need this. I want to keep things quick. Once the deal is done, I will leave immediately, and from now on, neither side will have any further connection. Diep Mac still doesn't realize that the person in front of him is both an ally and an enemy, so he continues to observe carefully. The old man is smiling brightly. No matter how I look at it, he seems to be a cunning and treacherous fox, so I better use real fire to check the situation first. Soon after, I saw through the layout of this place. The 2 men behind the screen, plus 2 others at the door and in the corner of the room. Not stopping there, Diep Mac can also notice a few other things. There are 4 guns pointed directly at me in this room, not to mention that the screen has a clever design with a hollow bottom, capable of hiding someone inside. Ondong definitely hasn't realized this yet. At this point, Diep Mac begins to sense that something is off. Without spiritual awareness, today's deal could have resulted in a heavy loss, not worth risking. Since Husan is already involved, she immediately made a request. Calm down, Ontiothu. Let me first check your goods. All right. Not only Diep Mac, but even Ondong also sensed his defensive stance. Is there someone behind as well? Truly a fox in disguise. Suddenly, Diep Mac stepped forward again. I see. And Husan is holding the bead chain and laughing loudly. At this point, he not only shows no concealment, but also enjoys threatening. On Q2, I know you're very talented, but no matter what tricks you have, it takes a few minutes to open the box and assemble the gun inside. During that time, I could kill you dozens of times, so it's best to stay calm. Uncle Kung also had armed guards ready outside. Are you planning to back down now? On Q2 is still as formidable as I remember. It's just that in this era, the so-called rules of the martial world no longer hold any value. They leave. From the shadows, 2 men in black suddenly appear. Diep Mac immediately noticed this presence. These 2 had revealed themselves, but those behind the screen were still there. I'm not in stage 3 yet, and I don't know if I can dodge the bullets, and with only this gun in the box, it might not be enough. Ondong no longer hesitated and immediately reached into her shirt. If Mr. Kung doesn't want to play fair, then I, Ondong, have no problem dragging everyone down to my hell. She surprisingly pulls out a small but powerful button. Besides the gun in the box, there is also a timed bomb. I believe Mr. Gong won't doubt the destructive power of a bomb in my hands. Seeing this scene, you couldn't help but be surprised. A bomb? When will there be a bomb in the box? I have no intention of dying with you. Seeing the tense situation, he also backed down. Ontutu really knows how to joke. She's a guest here. Put your guns down. It's really rude. They agreed. Yes, sir, Ondong thought to herself. This is a good opportunity. Suddenly, she grabbed the suitcase again, and immediately, Ondong pulled out a gun without hesitation, pointing it at them. Step back. Despite her lightning-fast reflexes, Diep Mac also felt overwhelmed. She's quick, but if Ondong has drawn her gun, she probably still thinks the deal can go on and clearly hasn't noticed the people behind the screen. If they turn against us after the deal, we'll be caught between 2 sides. This isn't good. I need to think of a way. At this moment, he also has the same thought as you. She's quick, but if Ondong has already drawn his gun, she probably thinks the deal can still go on. And clearly she still hasn't noticed the people behind the screen. All right, no more moves, let's start inspecting the goods now. Hoi-san clapped a few times, and then a person holding a suitcase appeared. Hoi-san didn't dare delay, and immediately opened the suitcase. After opening it, he asked Ondong, Miss Van, please take a look. She didn't make things difficult for them and only suggested that the money was no problem, so he could check the item. Soon after, Diep Mac received the suitcase and quickly placed it neatly on the table, inspecting it casually. His subordinate looked inside the suitcase with a tense face. Seeing that he remained still, Diep Mac asked, Are you finished yet? A moment later, he reported back that there were no issues with the goods. Huesa smirked slightly and asked again, "So what?" Suddenly, in the next moment, he turned his back. "All right." Then Ondong immediately sensed that something was off. There was an instability in his tone. Indeed, at this moment, a sniper was aiming at her, but he was the first to be detected by Ondong. She was holding something in her hand and shot it out, instantly piercing the head of the sniper. The others were a bit surprised to see that. What's going on? But it doesn't stop there. Another sniper is about to strike. Seeing the danger, he rushed over with the others, pushing her away to get her out of harm's way. Soon after, his hand also touched her, and Ondong lost his balance and fell backward. Huisan, impatient and urging him to shoot them quickly, didn't expect that Deepmak had outmaneuvered them, and in an instant he counterattacked successfully. Huisan was stunned after witnessing the scene before her. All of his henchmen had been defeated. Now only Huisan remains in the room. Ondong now also has a different opinion about Deepmak. If he hadn't acted back then, I might have taken down those guys, but I would definitely have been shot by the ones hiding behind the screen. This kid is not ordinary at all. He understood the mechanism of the screen long ago. Even though everything was clear, he still kept justifying himself. All of her actions were just for show. Now he's begging, "Please listen to my explanation." But Ondong didn't hear a word of it. "A misunderstanding, you say? Gonghui-san, you were willing to kill me just for that petty $1 million. Hugh-san could only step back in response. "I don't want to kill you." Just a second later, a gunshot rang out. "I don't need to see the King of Hell and talk to him." After all that bloodshed, Deepmak asked, "So are we just going to leave like this? Not planning to clean up the battlefield?" Ondong didn't hesitate and decisively took out the button from earlier. Who said we wouldn't do it? In just a few seconds, the house was engulfed in flames. Deepmak couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Where did you hide the bomb?" Ondong asked openly. "That gun case was a bomb from the start, and now you can also consider yourself lucky. Thank God I got out of there or I would be dead today. I'm risking my life for just 50,000. While traveling by car, she asked, "So Deepmak, if you want to go to Koilam, why don't you take a plane?" Deepmak explains, "I don't have any proper identification, and it's not convenient for me." Who would have thought that the very next moment Ondong would agree to help you? "You can leave the trouble with the documents to me. I have to thank you for what just happened. I was going to give you more money, but unfortunately this amount needs to be used for something else. I have nothing else to show my gratitude. But that model kit box is quite valuable. I'm not sure what it actually is, but your fighting ability means you'll protect it well, and Deepmak at this moment has no intention of accepting more money. The amount of money you gave me is enough. I only really need identification now." She immediately agreed to such a small matter. "Just leave it to me." Before going inside the police station, she told you to wait here, and that she would bring the documents to you. Deepmak was also amazed by her dominance. Is this Ondong really coming to the police station to fake documents? That's so strange. Done. Suddenly, at this moment, Ondong hesitated and asked, "With your fighting skills, you won't have any trouble stealing this money from me. By the way, you haven't asked me where I come from or where I'm going. You're an interesting man. Do you have a phone number?" As an introvert, you immediately deny it. "I don't have one. I prefer peace and quiet." She listened and made a few comments before handing the suitcase to Deepmak. Who still doesn't have a mobile phone in this day and age? "You're really a strange one. Here is your document. Take good care of that. I hope we will meet again." And so their brief encounter came to an end here, as night fell over the entire area, and Deepmak sat on the old bus to head back home. Xiaoshan is right in front of us. He's tired now after moving around so much. We are at least 100 miles from Ninhai, and I have a new identity. Even if the Tong family finds out that Xiaowen was killed by Deepmak, it will take them some time to find me. Now I can rest for a bit. The next morning, the sun has already begun to rise. Right now, Deepmak was strolling leisurely through the street. I didn't think a small city like Tucson could be this crowded. To be safe, I think it's best to be fully prepared for the trip. A commanding voice rang out from the shop. "Boss, I need the smallest one you have, and Deepmak also has one now." For a moment, I suddenly felt relieved. With this, I won't have to take it apart when things get tough. When he saw someone doing something shady in front of him, Deepmak said, "If you are too obvious about stealing something, then just steal the affection of that clumsy guy. It's truly astonishing." Suddenly, a hand reached out towards him, and a blind-eyed thug threatened Deepmak. "Kid, just keep doing that, and we'll gouge out your eyes and leave." Deepmak doesn't scare any of us and warns you beforehand. Aren't you about to bring on a really humiliating beating? Immediately, he was punched. Another of them recognized Deepmak as the boss, and the one who had been so confident earlier now trembled all over, unable to move him, only feeling the stabbing sensation as it hit. Strangely, another force was pushing me back. This guy, another one who doesn't know his limits, just charged forward. "Big brother, are you okay? Kid, do you think you can beat Big Brother Tao and get away?" And the leader did his best to stop him. "Hey, stop right there." But it was already too late. Both of them had been thoroughly beaten by you. Both of them are panicking. Is your family still intact? Deepmak turns and walks away. Yes, your father really was lucky. The person you helped immediately exclaimed, "That's amazing." He was so grateful for your help that he ran after you. "Excuse me, please stop." Hearing that, Deepmak also stopped. What's going on? He immediately expressed his gratitude and introduced himself. "Thank you for helping me back then. I am Track Iquok. Here is my business card. I'm just thinking that fate has been kind enough to let me meet you. So would you be willing to lend me a hand?" Before Iquok's polite invitation, you also politely declined. "Sorry, I'm afraid I'm not available anymore." Hearing that, he brought up a matter you care deeply about. So what now? You've got some tricks up your sleeve, kid? If you're willing to go with me to win, I'll pay you whatever you want. Hearing that, you also pondered a bit, will you? If you can save a bit of money, this isn't a bad deal, right? Why do you want to go to win? After receiving your concern, he revealed that he would go to Lu Town near Kwailam. Lusa Town is close to the borders of several countries and is very chaotic due to its sparse local population. It didn't stop there. He also made a tempting offer, and I have some bodyguards, but I think your skills far surpass theirs. Not to mention helping a stranger, I am grateful to you, so if you want to come with me to win, just name your price. I am willing to pay you no matter how much. Since Diepmak is a slave to capitalism, he obviously can't ignore it. Honestly, I was heading to Kwailam to increase my strength, but after hearing what you just said, I think Lucy seems better. Before accepting the job, you immediately stated your wishes. In that case, I won't need any bonus or anything, just handle it at my place. Hearing that, I go strongly advised against it. That's completely impossible. Luke is too dangerous. It's not a place where you should stay. I know the people in Wynn. I have a house here. You can stay there. Hey, Lucy, that's a deadly trap, but for Diepmak, that place is a paradise. No, where there's danger, there's opportunity. Let's go. Lead the way. Diepmak hasn't been back for long before he has to set out again. Iquok now announces that we will arrive at Lil Town in about an hour. You gaze into the distance and ask again if it's true, but that place is really very isolated. We've been on the road for 2 hours but haven't seen a single village in sight. Diepmak feels like this place isn't dark at all to him. I really don't know what he's doing here, but this place is perfect for sneaking around and hiding. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, suddenly. The car immediately stopped. He nervously told the boss that there was a barricade ahead. Seeing that, Iquok started sweating profusely. Today is really unlucky. It seems like things are about to get even worse. Not only them, but another couple is also being blocked. We already paid you, please be generous and let us go. That's right, but that thug made a greedy demand. Kid, you can leave alone, but we want this woman to stay so we can have some fun for a few days. And he outright refused when he heard that. As long as I'm here, don't even think about it. He no longer hesitated and pointed the gun directly at his head. I'll count to 5 if you're still nearby. Don't blame me for being impatient. Boss, that guy and his friends don't dare to say a word anymore. They're running away. I'm leaving now, heading out now. Once we chase them away, they all burst into laughter. He's just a coward. Miss, you should hang out with decent men like us. We are trustworthy, that black Audi. Stop, everyone get out. Don't be afraid, miss, I will be gentle with you. Seeing the scene before him, Diepmak wondered, Driver, who are these people? With his extensive experience, he quickly explained that they are an illegal group known as the 13 Robbers. They have organized a crime ring in Lushi Town, and this is one of the reasons they are designated for the robbery situation. If we don't do as they say, they'll kill us. Hearing this, Diepmak was already itching to act. It's clear they're not good people. Let me handle this. That red-haired guy is now holding a gun and threatening Diepmak. Hey kid, if you don't want my bullet to go through your head, get out of the car quickly. As you step out, Iquok also warns you, be careful, they have guns. Fine, I'm getting out of the car now. You see, so what's the problem now? Seeing you look down on me like that, the red-haired guy is extremely bitter. You little brat, you're only bringing this on yourself. Diepmak's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Die. Without hesitation, you threw a punch into his stomach. He was immediately thrown far away. They were all stunned by what they saw. Who on earth is it? Diepmak coolly drops down and continues rushing forward. They are not the type to just raise their guns and shoot him, but with lightning-fast speed, he dodged them all. He suddenly lost track of Diepmak. Where did he go? In an instant, he reappeared in the air and without hesitation, kicked at him. Another one aimed to shoot at Diepmak, but he vanished. His eyes turned fierce and murderous, and he took down each attacker one by one. Tiole, standing nearby, was very impressed and exclaimed, wow. He also widened his eyes at your performance. You're really talented. This kid's martial arts skills are off the charts. Tiole suddenly noticed Iquok. Is that Uncle Track? He waved at her. Are you okay? Seeing someone she knew, Tiole was overjoyed. Uncle Track. When he saw her here, Iquok immediately asked Tiole what she was doing here. Then he introduced Xiaolei to Dimo. This is Xiaolei, she's a journalist and also my granddaughter's good friend. Trak Yen Quinn, Iquok couldn't help but worry about her and asked, Tiole, what are you doing in a small town like Liu? This place is full of thugs. I heard that tourists often go missing and win, so I came to investigate. If you can't meet everyone, I don't know what might happen next. If they share the same goal, Iquok also suggests going alone, which is very dangerous, my child. If you don't mind waiting for me to finish my work here, we can go together. Suddenly, his phone rang. Iquok immediately picks up the phone. Hello, what's the matter, boss? Manager Fuang was blocked by the 13 robbers. They are targeting our goods. We need an urgent plan. Given how critical the situation is, he immediately turned to you for help. Mr. Diepmak, I just received news that my goods have been stolen by the 13 robbers. They are extremely important to me. Can you lend a hand? Meanwhile, one of the thugs was struggling to get up. Help me, he's about to kill me. Seeing him, I decided it might be better to leave one alive to lead him. And Diepmak clenched his fists with determination. They are truly scum, so I helped you deal with 3 of the 13 robbers and took care of the rest while I was at it, right? You don't want to hesitate anymore and are urging me on. Let's go. He's still a bit worried right now. Diepmak, you and a few others are facing them all. Shouldn't we call for backup? With his daring attitude, Diepmak feels very confident. Don't worry, they're just blocking my way. I can handle it myself. After bringing you here, he also introduced that this is Lilliser Town. Due to the war, Lucy Town has long been evacuated, so the authorities no longer manage this area. Then the thugs storm in, turning this place into something half-town, half-temporary camp. After observing, the driver reported, "Look at track. The sign ahead says 13 thieves." The thug you pointed out earlier also revealed some information. Yes, that's their main headquarters. Usually there are 2 patrols around the area and 2 guards in the south. The others are out working, like fighting or something. There's a very noisy group of people over there. Nice punch. Old Third hit him. Seeing that scene, you couldn't just stand by. "Driver, could you park somewhere, more discreet?" "Sure." You think to yourself, "A news report? Wouldn't that reveal my identity? I need to be more careful from now on. This is troublesome." Deep Mac decided to investigate himself, telling chauffeur Track to wait and that I would go in alone later. "You guys stay in the car and wait, but he's worried I won't let you risk yourself alone. This is my fault for dragging you guys into this, so I can't just sit and wait. Besides, you still need me to go inside and identify Manager Fuong." Hearing that, you didn't make things difficult for him and agreed. "All right, but just step back and stay safe." Deep Mac, after putting on his glasses, walks forward boldly. "Come on, you bunch of motherfucking thieves, show yourselves. Right now, they still look down on you. Who the hell is this idiot coming out of nowhere?" Hearing that, Deep Mac immediately showed them what respect really looks like. "Are you calling me stupid? Who did you just call stupid? I can't let them get away with this." He immediately launched an attack. That guy still doesn't realize the disaster is coming and keeps talking big. "It's you, you idiot." And so, when Deep Mac's hand touched the other guy's hand, he immediately screamed out in pain because his arm was broken. "My arm is broken. Come on, we will all work together to make that guy die. Even if we're outnumbered, you still believe you can handle everything. No matter how boastful you are, you guys just look like a bunch of trash. A bunch of trash begging to be cleaned up." Soon after, Diet Mac quickly took down each of them, and they were all defeated by him. After finishing, Diet Mac turned to ask Mr. Track, "How many have we taken down?" He then held up 8 fingers and said, "8, we've taken down 8 of them." At this point, Diet Mac also dismissively said a few words about them, but weren't they just a bunch of weaklings? Compared to a group of 13 robbers, I think they would fight more fiercely. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from inside. Deep Mac didn't expect this at all, and immediately turned around, but with lightning-fast reflexes, he threw a dart at them. The darts whistled through the air at lightning speed, causing the gunman to vanish instantly. Iquok watched from afar, deeply impressed. "It's amazing and lucky to meet you, Diet Mac. The only survivor here is trembling like a leaf. Let us go. We won't fight anymore. We surrender. Take whatever you want, but please don't kill us." Suddenly, Diet Mac remembered something. "Come on, let's get our goods back and rescue the hostage." "Oh right, if you're still messing around with Lucia, then say goodbye to those bastards." There's something in the room emitting extremely powerful spiritual energy. Deep Mac then turned his attention forward, sensing that the energy was emanating from that red box. As soon as he looked, he realized it wasn't the Los Nyang after all. I was a bit surprised by its appearance. This spiritual herb is truly useful for cultivation. I never expected that after finding the yin silver herb, I would encounter a Loch Nung tree in this world, with depleted spiritual energy. Igo then also introduced a special person to you. This is Manager Fang. He now expressed his gratitude. "I owe you both Track and him. Little one, thank you both for coming all this way to save me. Track, the Loch Nung vine you're looking for is on that table. What's so important that you risked your life to come to such a dangerous place for it?" If Huang Nam has really been curious, then he has nothing to hide. My son experienced many complications in brain development when he was 8 years old. The doctors couldn't explain it, and with no other options, we turned to an herbalist who told us my son could be cured with a purple vine. If boiled and given regularly for 3 years, I've been searching for it ever since. With his extensive experience, Deep Mac immediately revealed the shocking truth. "This kind of velvet flower? I recognize it, but based on what I know about it, it won't help your son. In fact, it could make his condition worse." He was extremely surprised. "What? Why would you say that?" To make a beneficial exchange for both sides, Deep Mac then suggested, "Actually, it's a long story, but I do have some medical knowledge, so I might be able to help your son. So, are you willing to give me this type of velvet flower?" Hearing that, Iquok asked in disbelief, "Deep Mac, can you really cure my son's illness?" Confirm again. Yes, it's not a big problem. Deep down, he secretly trusted Diet Mac. Mac is a talented warrior. If he truly wanted to, he could seize the tree. We can't stop him. He didn't need to make up such a ridiculous story to fool us. So that means he saved his son. If that's the case, he didn't hesitate and agreed with you. This will be yours forever, and I will always be grateful to you. Noticing that this place isn't suitable, Huang Nam then suggested, "Track, you should wear it. This isn't the place for casual chatting. Let's go to my swordsmanship association to continue our chat more comfortably. At the Tong family in Diankeen, everyone is gathered together now." "So, how is the investigation going?" One of them reports back after completing the inquiry. "Sir, we have reached the core of the issue. Please review our findings here." They traced each of Xiaowen's actions and destinations. Xiaowen only arrived at Hepping a week ago, but he left the next day. Then he secretly went to Ninhai with Anfap and Wangxuyen. Young Master Thuvan specifically went there to find Ninkin Tuyet, because he didn't want to alert anyone. He even avoided the surveillance cameras in the area. Moreover, Ninkin Tuyet is still alive in Ninhai. In contrast, the Diep family's flower-shaped sea has disappeared without a trace. According to the surveillance footage, Tiovan's car seemed normal when entering the Chinong Road, but suddenly sped off the road, right here. Could it be that the driver was affected by alcohol? The person then frowned seriously, which is quite possible. Apart from a part in Nin Hai where we cannot access the footage, the car shows no signs of reckless driving. Until the accident at Chinong Cliff, Tamin then continued to ask, "Do you know anything about Deepmak's current whereabouts?" He then described their search efforts. Currently, we have no information about him, but we found a surveillance video from the computer at the district where Deepmak and Nin Kin Tuyet live. It was recently deleted, so we are still recovering the data. Suddenly, another person entered. "Sir, we have recovered the footage from the compromised computer." Ximing couldn't wait any longer and urged us to upload it quickly. And the screen immediately displays an image of Deepmak, now able to confirm Min's suspicions. It seems that Deepmak is truly involved in this matter. Everyone present here is united. "Sir, we absolutely cannot let him escape justice. Yes, he must pay for the young master's death." And another person directed their blame at Than Tuyet. That bitch from the Nin family must have known about this. Otherwise, why was the footage erased? Even if she doesn't know anything, she's not an innocent person, and the Tong family won't forgive her. But for now, we'll leave the Nin family alone. Our top priority is Deepmak. Immediately after, Chiming also acted to give the order, "Use all your necessary means to capture Deepmak. I want to see him alive or dead." At Deepmak's house right now, Than Tuyet still hasn't left and is holding their photo in her hand. "Deepmak, you went ahead." Now she worries for him so much that her voice chokes up. Amidst the chaos and dust settling, home is where the heart finds freedom. "Did you leave without saying a word because you didn't feel free in this house?" Even though Than Tuyet did nothing wrong, she still blames herself. "It's all my fault for saying those hurtful words. How could I be so stupid?" Every word I said before she remembers it all. The sweat and tears from the very beginning were my money given to you. You're really just after money. Don't you have a heart? In the end, is it all just about money? I didn't expect you to be so stingy over such a small amount. What kind of man is so stingy? Than Tuyet's tears start to fall again. "Deepmak, where are you, really? Won't you come back?" "I really want to apologize to you." Suddenly, a gentle breeze blows past her. The wind is picked up. At this moment, Than Tuyet turns her attention back to his small plant. "Isn't this the plant pot Deepmak likes the most? It seems to be about to bloom." She gently picked it up and was determined to take good care of it until he returned. Meanwhile, in Nin Hai, at Van Bang's apartment, she was showering and calling out Deepmak's name. Even though Deepmak was the one who saved her, she misunderstood him. It's all because of Deepmak, because of him. Van Bang, because she hadn't seen his face for a long time, guessed that maybe she hadn't seen him since then, and was probably too embarrassed to show up. At that time, Van Bang thought you had bad intentions and scolded you. "Deepmak, you bastard, how could you do this to me?" "Stop right there. Deepmak, explain yourself clearly." Deepmak didn't bother to explain, and simply said briefly, "You are mistaken, miss." Even now, Van Bang still thinks about that matter. Did I really mistake someone? But I clearly saw Deepmak that time. If it wasn't him, then why was he there? Van Bang's composure is now in chaos, as I am still dazed, clearly hearing voices talking, which means Deepmak definitely wasn't there alone. But I really can't understand why Deepmak was there if he had nothing to do with this. Suddenly she remembered something. Wait a minute, I think they brought a camera that day. And she suddenly remembered something even more important, the SD memory card. I still have it. Van Bang quiet searches for it to clarify the truth. If it still works, I need to check what's inside. Found it. This is it. After gathering everything, she started plugging it into the device. The machine still accepts the card, so I'll see what's inside. And the first image that appears is her fair, slender body. Seeing that scene, Van Bang gritted his teeth in anger. Those bastards. At that moment, Deepmak had stepped forward towards him. "Trin Van Q, your methods are getting more and more disgusting." Van Q reaches out in plea. Wait. Slow down, you want money, right? Whatever amount you want, I'll pay." After seeing the truth clearly, Van Bang suddenly realized that Deepmak had saved her. Now Van Bin feels extremely guilty and wants to find Deepmak to apologize. I must find Deepmak. I can't believe I blamed the person who saved me. I'm such a fool. She made up her mind that she had to find him and explain everything in person. When she entered the school, she started asking around. "Has anyone in this class seen Deepmak? Does anyone know how to contact Deepmak?" Suddenly, Tin Van approached her. "Miss Van Bang, wait a moment. I heard that you and Deepmak don't get along very well, but now she seems genuinely worried about him. I wonder why." Van Bang shyly recounts the unfortunate incident that day. "That day I was secretly drugged, and Deepmak suddenly appeared and saved me. Unfortunately, I blamed him for harming me." After hearing the full story, Tin Van was very surprised. "So you mean Deepmak is innocent?" She immediately confirms. "That's right, I wrongly blamed him and I have no right to judge him either, right? I really am a failed teacher." Tin Van now feels just like her. I also have no right to judge him. I also don't trust him. Tin Van slowly looked at the bracelet on her wrist. Van Bang suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you know where Deepmak is right now?" "I'm at a loss for this matter." "I don't know either." After that incident, he disappeared completely, neither returning home nor contacting friends. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel regretful. So I have to find him and personally apologize. Meanwhile, Deepmak is being treated to a lavish meal elsewhere. "Trak Huynh, Diep Huynh, this drink is my way of saying thank you. He's very grateful for your sense of justice and invites you to continue. Thanks to Brother Diep's help, I left that place alive. Please have another drink," Deepmak said without hesitation. "No problem, Elder Fuang. It's just a small matter." Aikwak looks very excited now, hearing that the Broadsword Society is one of the 3 major gangs in Liusha, and now Diep Huynh has even helped wipe out the Thap Tamlu. The Broadsword Society is about to rise. Diet Mac also told him that the Thap Tam Lu are just a bunch of bastards. Clearing them out is only to eliminate trouble for the people. And this dark purple root is also an unexpected harvest. I guess after I finish dealing with things in Lujia, I will come find you. The three of them then toasted together, hoping it's helpful to you. Contact me if needed. Cheers, brother. Brother Deep, Xiao Tai, tonight we don't get drunk and go home. Suddenly, Xiaoli appears at this moment. Big Brother Diep. She didn't hesitate to put her arm around your neck. Big Brother Deep, can I have your phone number? You want to thank him properly when you return to Yen King. Deep Mac then politely refused. Sorry, I don't use a phone, so there's no need to thank me. Honestly, she was also surprised to hear that. What? Are there still people who don't use phones these days? Then everyone just spoke up to defend Deep Mac. Sister 2, Brother Deep really doesn't have a phone. If he comes to Yen King, I will let Sister know. The night has now covered the entire space, and the three of them are saying goodbye here. Mr. Puang, Diep, Tio Liu, and I have to catch a flight to Tianson early tomorrow morning, so we're leaving now. Track and Chitio, travel safely. If you need anything, just contact me. He waved goodbye to them before leaving. All right, Mr. Puang, Mr. Diep, see you again. Fuang Nam also warmly hosted Diep Mac because Mr. Deep would stay with Liu Sa. I'll help you find a place to stay. If you need anything else, just let me know. No need to worry about manners. And you only have simple requests. I just need a place to stay. Somewhere quiet is enough. Suddenly, you remember something and ask again. Oh wait, there's one more thing. How did you find that purple vine? If Diep Mac was truly curious, Fuang Nam immediately shared, that was something I stumbled upon more than 5 years ago. I escaped to a cave near the Vietnam border where I found the corpse of Teacher Tuong. I found that branch on him. When I found it, the vine was protected inside a wooden box. At that time, I wasn't sure what it was or what it was for, but it seemed valuable, so I took it with me. Then I found a suitable place to bury the body. Hearing that, Diep Mac continued to ask, Manager Fuang, do you still remember where the body was buried? He confirmed, yes, I do have a map here just in case, but the grave has already been marked. Hearing that, Diep Mac's eyes immediately filled with excitement. Thank you. I'll need you to lead the way. Under Fuang Nam's guidance, he reached the hiding spot. Diep Mac quickly dug through the soil and soon found it. Hopefully the soil here is suitable for large-scale planting of the Njan Tam herbs. Nothing is going as you predicted right now. I planted the sacred heart seeds, but they won't bloom for another month. What should I do during that time? I initially thought this was an ordinary world, but it seems it's not. Both Wang Hook and Van Dong are not ordinary people. If I don't gather more items with stronger soul energy, I won't be able to grow anything, even if I want to. Oh right, I should check the place where the monk's body was buried. Maybe there are some useful things there. In the forest near the Vietnam border, the soldiers are exploring the entire area together. Hurry up. Double your efforts and keep a close watch in that area. A leader then ordered the others, go over there. He's injured in the leg and can't run far. Don't miss any of the stones. Meanwhile, the person being searched for is hiding in another corner. Did they almost find me again? But that person sensed something. A strange smell? At this moment, Diep Mac is somewhere, lighting a fire, calmly roasting a chicken. Even he is only now realizing that someone is grilling meat here for the first time in his life. That smell alone makes people hungry. One soldier in the team immediately noticed. The team leader over there has someone. When Quach Kai heard that, he immediately froze. Are we caught? The whole group immediately ran forward. He saw Diep Mac sitting here and immediately asked, Hey, did you see anyone run through here? You didn't hesitate and denied seeing anything. In response to your aggressive behavior, they immediately drew their guns and threatened you. Damn it, what kind of way is that to talk? Do you want to try this? I can give you a bullet. What are you saying? Quach Kai watched from afar and was very worried for him. Damn it, he's in trouble. At this moment, the captain was about to pull the trigger when suddenly he revealed his face and shouted, Hey, don't threaten civilians, I am the person you're looking for. The captain immediately aimed his gun forward, ready to shoot. Oh, come out and face me. Not going to run anymore, huh? All right, perfect, I'll send both of them at once. Diep Mac's eyes are now bloodshot. I really hate having someone point a gun at my head, and so they had to face the consequences of their actions. The whole team was wiped out by Diep Mac. Van Dong's spear was a real threat. Quach Kai still hasn't recovered. What's going on? Those two Vietnamese guys suddenly turned into pieces of sand. Then Duong Diep Mac suddenly appeared behind him. You didn't go with them, did you? He immediately turned around. Who's there? Suddenly, Quach Kai's leg throbbed sharply, causing him to lose consciousness. Seeing him fall, you guessed he fainted from blood loss. After a while, he called him to wake up. Hey, wake up. Quach Kai slowly opened his eyes. What's going on? Diep Mac chews on the chicken thigh and says, You just fainted from blood loss. Oh, I just transferred a few souls into you. You're fine now. He sensed something was strange and asked, Is it true that the wound on my leg has healed? Diep Mac kindly handed him a thigh. Here, eat this rabbit leg. It will help you recover your energy. Suddenly, Quach Kai knelt down. Actually, I am a warrior. My team was ambushed while on a mission. I am the only one who escaped. My other teammates are still trapped there. Please, you seem incredibly strong. Could you help rescue my team? I beg you, but right now it's not convenient for you to help. Sorry, I really want to help, but I'm currently looking for medicine. Hearing that, Quach Kai grinned and offered his help. Sir, if you're looking for something in this area, I can help you find it since we're quite familiar with the terrain. Besides, you must be looking for something very special. Think about having someone help you search in such a vast place. It would be much easier. Hearing that, Diep Mac didn't hesitate anymore and agreed right away. Fine then. We will eliminate those bastards and rescue your friend. That's hitting 2 targets with 1 shot. Let's go, there's not much time left. Before we leave, you should ask how much farther we have to go. Deep Mac, after hearing this, immediately rushes off. Just over that hill is the destination. After arriving, Quach Kai immediately reported the situation. Here it is. That cave over there is Hanzuyan Cave. We were ambushed here after completing the mission. Fortunately, our squad is quite strong and managed to take this area from them. Unfortunately, they received reinforcements, and this place's terrain is suitable for defense, so attacking would be unwise. Our squad has been surrounded. Hearing this name, Deep Mac immediately felt familiar. Hanzuyan Cave. It seems to be a place mentioned in the south. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, drawing their attention. It's gunfire. We're in time. Maybe the whole team is still alive. At this moment, Quach Kai feels a bit embarrassed, but the enemy's troops seem to be special forces. They are really hard to deal with. Deep Mac asked again, how many people do they have? Quach Kai immediately recounted, based on his memory. When I was ambushed, there were about 20 of them. After subtracting those killed in the subsequent fight and those who chased after me, there are probably only 5 or 6 left. They are probably trying to use the darkness to break through our defenses. As soon as he finished listening, Deep Mac immediately took action. Quach Kai, I will go ahead to hunt them down. Wait for me here. Understood. And you? After assessing the situation, he quickly made a decision. All right, I will use my spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. There are too many blind spots in the forest. I can't let my guard down. There are dozens of them, more than Quach Kai expected, but luckily they all gathered in one place, so I can take them all out with one strike. Suddenly, a bomb dropped from above and the entire area was now shrouded in thick smoke. Quach Kai immediately went into alert mode. It's over. They're attacking. I hope my brother is okay. Deep Mac now quickly seizes the opportunity. The smoke is thick. The opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, the special forces are preparing to advance. All team members charging to break through the enemy's defenses. Suddenly, Deep Mac blinked forward. They were now extremely cautious, carefully guarding their positions to avoid traps. He immediately threw the darts forward, hitting those in front. Then Deep Mac assessed the situation. 2 were down. 8 more needed to be eliminated before they could be finished off. The survivors immediately report urgently, under attack, under attack. Enemies are approaching rapidly from 12 o'clock. Take them down, aim at that black spot, fire. They are now forming a solid defense and attacking towards you. Deep Mac didn't stop there and continued to throw darts forward. His darts flew at an incredibly fast speed. Very quickly, those in front were taken down again. The remaining ones kept raising their guns and firing, taking down that bastard. The bullets fired at this moment hit him to some extent. Deep Mac now has to admit that these people are much more skilled than the so-called 13 bandits. Still, he managed to weave through and dodge most of the bullets. One of them suddenly spotted his position. The team leader behind him is shooting. At this moment, Deep Mac is also facing some difficulties, and it's not as easy as before. Damn it, they really did something to me. I need to quickly reach the next stage of training. If I find myself in a similar situation again, I'm not sure I can survive. At this point, many members of the squad have fallen, while Quach Kai is trembling with fear. After that bomb exploded, there were many gunshots. I don't know if my brother and the others in the unit are still okay. I'm so worried. Seeing the urgency, you immediately changed course. Let's go and get your teammates out of here, Agwo Kai. Quach Kai now couldn't hide his amazement and asked, how did you do that? You're like a god. Hearing that, Deep Mac just chuckled. Well, it's not too bad. Just more of them than you expected. Quach Kai then patted your shoulder and said, come on, you have to tell me how you did it. The enemy is a fully equipped special forces unit. Seeing him like that, I asked, why are you still here talking to me? Aren't you going in to rescue the rest of your teammates? Meanwhile, Quach Kai's teammates are still inside. The captain hasn't made any progress since the bombing. Can our reinforcements arrive? Yunthan secretly rejoiced, thinking she should thank her luck as long as Anquak escaped safely. Another person then reassured her, Vanthan, stay calm. Anquak will definitely come back to save us. Yunthan has now accepted her fate. No matter how bad it gets, I will take those bastards down with me. Fengwei, when that happens, you take over as leader and get out of here immediately. In the midst of despair, Quach Kai's voice rang out. Phuong Vi, Vanthan, Lo Lam, are you all here? He quickly informed them. It's me, Quach Kai, everyone come out, I've found Quintuyet Vian. Everyone quickly recognized Quach Kai's voice. Anquak. That is Anquak's voice. Seeing someone arrive, Phuong Vi Ho excitedly shouted, We're here! We're here! Quach Kai followed the voice and quickly found them. He approached anxiously to check on everyone and said, Finally you found everyone? Is everyone okay? Quach Kai asked to reassure them. We are fine. Vanthan is only lightly injured. Lo Lam saw Quach Kai here and asked worriedly, Quach Kai, how did you get in? Which team will come to help us? He excitedly recounted to them that there was no team. No one could have guessed even if they lived 1,000 years, but our savior is a young martial arts master. He saved him from those bastards and then defeated them all by himself. Quach Kai said this while showing everyone his wound. And the strangest thing is I was injured by hot weapons, but it healed instantly when he transferred his spiritual energy to me. Look at this wound, it's almost closed. Lo Lam also held some hope in response, so Vanthan's wound still has a chance. Hurry up, Quach Kai, take us to him. He nervously led the way. All right, then let's leave this cave. That older brother must be waiting outside. However, Lulin was still somewhat cautious and ordered them to proceed. Quach Kai and Phuong Vi go ahead and stay alert for ambushes. I will support Vanthan from behind. Quach Kai and Phuong Vi lead the way ahead, not talking about that person. Hey, Quach, do you think the brother you mentioned would accept me as his disciple? He is the most talented among the talented. Do you think he will accept you as his disciple? Still, Fuangvi responded with a bit of hope. We can't say for sure, but I am determined to find out about this young man. DM Mac leaned against a nearby branch, impatiently asking, Quachkai has been inside for a long time. Why hasn't he come out yet? As he finished speaking, Quachkai's voice also rang out. Senior, go back and check on their situation. Are you back already? It looks like everyone is fine. He excitedly exclaimed, Senior, we are back. Fangwei beside him sighed. So, this is the martial arts master Quachkai mentioned. He looks really cool. He suddenly knelt down. Senior. Fangwei earnestly begged Deep Mac, thank you for saving us. I heard Quachkai say that you are truly strong, so I hope you will accept me as your disciple. But you coldly rejected that plea. I was just surprising them, and I still don't have enough talent to take on Disciple Quachkai. Your teammates seem fine. I will go ahead. I still have things to do, Quachkai quickly said, grabbing Diep Mac back. Senior, wait a moment. I promised that if my team is still alive, we will definitely repay your help and find whatever you're searching for. I am looking for the 2 sacred lily flowers. Based on the terrain, they are probably somewhere near this mountain. Uyen Than immediately spoke upon hearing this. I know where the lily flowers are. I can take you there. It's just a wound on my leg. Quachkai, hearing this, happily made a suggestion. Vanthan, do you know where Hoa Lili Thien is? That's great. Senior, if you can help Vanthan treat her leg wound, we can set off immediately, right? Deep Mac also agreed without hesitation. Put her down, I will take a look at it. Lolam gently places Uyenthan down. Vanthan, just rest here. All right, don't worry about me. She places her full trust in you and leaves everything to you. We are counting on you. Quachi and I will handle the bodies and the loot, and we'll leave Vanthan to you. Seeing that Luo Lin didn't ask for much, Deep Mac thought to himself with satisfaction. This person truly is a real warrior. Decisive, efficient, and doesn't ask any questions about medical procedures. Yuanthan sat there, stammering as she relied on him. Please, Senior, if possible, help me treat this wound. Deep Mac silently observed the wound for a moment. It looked like it was caused by a weapon. Maybe I just need to use my internal energy to remove the bullet. But upon closer inspection, it seems he's having some difficulty. Just the wound's location is a bit tricky. Seeing Diep Mac staring intently, Uyen Than asked, Sir, what are you looking at? If possible, please Sister Thuong help me out. I didn't know what to say for a moment. That. After a moment of thought, Diep Mac also said, It's actually not a big wound, just that your uniform is pressing on it. So, I have 2 options. First, you take off your pants and I will treat it as quickly as possible. Second, she cut a hole in her pants. After hearing what you said, Uyen Than's face flushed red. I take off my pants. Realizing my request sounded a bit strange, Deep Mac reconsidered. I understand that asking a woman to take off her pants is a bit... Never mind, I'll think of another way. She paused for a moment, then after some thought, Yun Than shyly said, No problem, I will take it off. Could you turn away for a moment? Seeing this, Deep Mac immediately followed her request. Uyen Than also slowly takes off her clothes. Once she's done, she informs him, I'm starting now. But as he moved closer, Deep Mac still felt a bit hesitant about the situation. Even though it was for healing purposes, it still felt... Still, he closed his eyes and let it happen. Forget it. Just do it already. Deep Mac gently grasped her thigh and began channeling his magic. Uyen Than immediately felt the difference, a soothing flow of energy gradually spreading through her body. This feeling is amazing, like a gentle warm wave slowly spreading through my body. And strangely, the bullet lodged in the wound is gradually pushed out on its own. Her face shows a clear expression of satisfaction and pleasure. Just a few seconds later, the bullet in Uyen Than's thigh was removed. Deep Mac picked it up. Here it is. Miss Uyen Than asked curiously, Sir, has the wound been fully healed? He nodded and said, The treatment is complete. You can bandage yourself and move by tomorrow morning. She gratefully replied, Thank you for your help. You are truly a wonderful person. Deep Mac seemed to remember something and asked curiously, So why is a girl like you in the military and part of the combat team? Uyen Than quietly explained that my grandfather and father were both soldiers. Since I was young, I've always admired soldiers when I reached the right age. I worked very hard to join the Eagle Squad, but I have caused trouble for my teammates many times in battles. Looking back, maybe I am not truly suited for the military. Yuan Than suddenly took out a comb and started carving into it. I would like to give you this wooden comb. I carved my number into this. Please accept it. She handed it to Diep Mac and continued, Now I will take you to Hoa Lili Than. All right. Wen Than tremblingly stood up. Seeing that, he immediately made a suggestion. Your wound isn't fully healed yet. It's up to me. She immediately agreed. Understood. The 2 of them kept talking as they walked. That's right. How did you know the location of the sacred lily flowers in this forest? It's just a coincidence. I saw 2 of the sacred lily flowers while we were hiding in the mountain crevice. Uyen Than continued, explaining that those trees looked unusual, so I paid attention to them. Suddenly she remembered something. Wait, we forgot to tell Sister Lam. After finishing, Uyen Than shouted loudly to inform her teammates, Miss Lam, the leg wound is bandaged. I will take this person to Holili Than, and I will return soon. Seeing Uyen Than so cheerful surprised Lo Lam. Since when does Uyen Than look so cheerful? Her voice sounds more lively than usual. Isn't she normally cold and distant? Could it be the 2 of them? Fang Wei also looked surprised and turned back to ask, Captain Luo, is that person escorting Miss Uyen Than? Am I seeing things? Lolam quickly reassured him. Your eyes are fine. They're looking for Hoalilitan. They'll be back soon. But he still couldn't believe his eyes. No, it was Queen Yuenthan, that icy lady who was willing to strike a guy she just met. It's truly miraculous. Quach Kai also chimed in with an analysis. The boss is a gentleman and brave. Yuenthan is usually quite reserved, but maybe she just hasn't met the right person yet. And perhaps the boss is that person. They look quite good together, don't they? Huangvi exclaimed excitedly. So, you mean our Saint Lai Lai Chi Yuenthan is about to bloom? Seeing his distraction, Lu Lin angrily shouted, Hurry up and put away your gun. Their love affair is none of your business. On Diepmak's side, Yuenthan suddenly asked, Do you think I am too easygoing? He immediately denied, No, I like your honest and calm personality and the way you quickly make decisions in words and actions. I see. I'll be quiet for now and think things over. To be honest, I usually stay pretty quiet around my teammates. I think today I've spoken more with you than I have in the past month combined. I don't know why. Do you know why? You have a very natural and relaxed presence. It's a feeling I've missed for a long time. That's why I feel completely comfortable with you, but that's not necessarily the genuine and calm personality you're talking about, right? After hearing that, Diepmak pondered silently. In this world, where spiritual energy and cultivation barely exist, the fact that this girl possesses a cultivation foundation is truly miraculous. After observing Yuenthan for a while, he finally gave his advice. Just live according to your own wishes. You don't need to care about what others think or adjust your preferences to please them. As Diepmak finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise, Lily of the Holy. Yuenthan pointed toward the light source, saying, He's over there. Inside the dark forest, that flower emits a gentle glow. Diepmak quickly approaches and excitedly says, Just as Fuang Nam described, it seems to be it, using hand techniques to dig the tomb faster, but I might have damaged the remains. Diepmak picks up a branch ready to do something, so I guess we'll have to use the most primitive method. As soon as he digs up what's underneath, Yuenthan is stunned and screams, Oh my god, there's a corpse. Next to the skeleton, a piece of paper suddenly appeared. Diepmak curiously picked it up to take a look. As soon as he opened it, there were some instructions written inside. He secretly guessed it might be a map. But a language barrier caused Diepmak a headache, and he couldn't read any of the writing on it. The content was indecipherable, and he wasn't sure he could find someone to explain it in this wilderness. Suddenly, Yuanqing approached you, and this contact made you feel embarrassed. It's too soft. She looked at the map for a moment, excitedly saying, Sir, I can read it. This is written in Tibetan script. My grandfather once lived in western Tibet. He taught me that language. Yuenthan continued, trying to convey that information to Diepmak. The characters at the top are a bit messy. It says, Ho Ku. Takamakan spreads into the Holy Gate. I think Takamakan might be referring to the largest desert in our country. Takaman Desert. Yuanqing explains. Taka Lakan is the Dead Sea. This desert is also called the Dead Sea. Located in the Tarim Basin in southern Xinjiang, the map is likely referring to this area. Diepmak replied, Giamak? Based on the appearance of the map, it seems to be that place. I understand, thanks. I'm really glad I could help you. You don't need to thank me. After all, I didn't really thank you for being kind. At this moment, Diepmak also smiled. Yuenthan, you should go over there and rest. I will have to bury this llama's remains again. Night falls over the forest. Diepmak sits alone, pondering. Right now, we only know that this refers to the Tsiman Desert, but the goatskin still mentions Lake Ku and the location of their holy gate. Not to mention the purple heart orchid, a spiritual plant often used in the early stages of qi cultivation. While it can thrive in harsh conditions, it certainly cannot survive in a barren place like the desert. Diepmak takes out the hide and the orchid. What is the connection between them? He came up with the answer himself. It was just a coincidence that they were placed next to each other. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Diepmak turned around, and with a murderous aura, a snarling snake lunged at him. Diepmak opened his eyes in shock, damn it. I was so focused on solving the problem earlier that I let my guard down and couldn't dodge it. Blood splattered, and Yuenthan took the bite instead. Be careful, Diepmak warned. Yuenthan quickly threw the snake away. Something rushed past. The snake was pierced by the nails and retreated in fear, but it still bared its fangs. Diepmak suspects. Is it trying to attack again? This snake is targeting me. The snake lunged again, its tail brushing past Diepmak. Don't tell me it has legs. Diepmak threw a spear at the snake, deciding to deal with it quickly, or Yuenthan would be in danger. The snake's body was severed, and it crawled into the forest. Yuenthan leaned back, and Diepmak called to her. Yuenthan, your wound has turned purple. Something's wrong. Her face has turned pale. A toxic aura is emanating from her wound. That monster isn't an ordinary venomous snake. You realize it's a base, and then someone runs over. What's going on? What's going on? Diepmak replied. Yuenthan was bitten by an animal that looked very much like a snake. It turned out to be a base you mentioned. Bit can be mistaken for a snake, but they have 4 legs. Its green, glowing eyes shine in the night. Its skin is unusually tough, and its speed is astonishingly fast. The snake's eyes light up, but most importantly, the venom of the basset is incredibly deadly, more so than any other venomous snake around here. Fangwei panicked. Please, big brother, is it the poison? Please save Yuenthan. The venom is spreading. It's no good. The poison has sealed into a black line and is starting to spread. Lo Lam asks, what do we do now? There are no hospitals within 100 meters of here. Will Yuenthan die then? Diepmak also grew worried. An adult basso would have wings, so this must be a juvenile. I never expected a real base to appear in a place so scarce in spiritual energy. Luckily, small base are usually harmless, but that only buys me a little more time. He clenched his fists. Damn it, if only there was a silver heart here. Deep Mac's mind went blank. What should I do? What can I do? I suddenly remembered. That's right, some of Baktam's medicinal properties should still be in his blood. Deep Mac made a cut on his wrist, and Fuang Vi was confused. Big brother, what are you doing? Deep Mac replied. I just took medicine, so its pharmacological properties should still be in my blood. I hope that can save Uyanthan. Blood flows into Yuanthan's mouth as she opens her eyes. Fang Wei cheers happily. She's awake. She's awake. Yuanthan was surprised. Big brother, you gave me something to drink. Drink. Deep Mac says, I regularly use rabbit medicine, so my blood has certain medicinal properties, so just consider it a blood transfusion. Don't worry too much. Uyanthan replies, Big brother, thank you. All right. Deep Mac interrupted her, saying, You should rest now. I will search around here in case there are still poisonous monsters lurking. Deep Mac reminds her, and also don't put yourself in such dangerous situations again. Understand? You almost died. Yes, sir. If something like that happens again, I will still rush into the monster. If you get bitten, you're definitely dead. But if it's me, you can still be saved. Deep Mac stood up and said, No way. What if it's a poison I can't cure? Yuanthan stubbornly said, I don't care, you've saved me twice. I can't let you get hurt even if it's a poison you can't cure. I will still protect you as long as my heart beats. Deep Mac looked back in surprise at her awkwardly. It seems it's not just gratitude. Luo Lin said, Uyanthan, Big brother is talented and can take care of himself, but this time was just luck. Next time if something happens to you, I don't know what to tell your family. Deep Mac suddenly changed the subject, realizing that a Basoli cannot be a high-level spirit beast, but can still be tamed to protect everyone instead of me. Do you want everyone to wait here while I go back? Uyanthan volunteers. Big brother, I'm coming with you too. Lo Lam reminds her, Uyanthan, your wound still hasn't healed. Don't worry. Uyanthan said, Miss Lam, the boss will watch over you, so don't worry. Fang Wei was curious. Captain Yuanthan really does have feelings for that big brother. They're just dating. What is the captain worried about? Lo Lam also thinks so. You're right, he's an extraordinary person. Maybe even more women have fallen for him. Oh, does the captain think that way? Maybe the captain is also head over heels for him? Lo Lam angrily snapped back. Fuang Vi, you're quite bold too, daring to talk back to the captain. Follow Deep Mac and Uyanthan into the forest. Hey, you ask most girls around your age who are still in school? Why aren't you? How long have you been in the military? Because I am a girl, my family has arranged many matchmaking meetings for me. They want me to marry someone suitable, someone capable of inheriting the family business. I object. I ran away to join the army and I've never gone back. Uyanthan's cheeks flushed. Someone as wonderful as you probably already has a girlfriend, right? Deep Mac denies it. A girlfriend? No, I don't have one. Uyanthan was delighted. Really? Deep Mac looked ahead but continued. I have a wife. Uyanthan froze. What do you mean by saving the West? Hurry up and tear my heart apart, really. What is a married man doing in the middle of this forest? He's so young but already married. Oh my god, why is your heart so difficult to love? Doesn't he even have a phone? Oh my god, you're so cruel to me, Uyanthan shouted. He is already married, Deep Mac said. She is also a bit like you, resisting the arranged marriage by her family. We weren't close at the time. One day she suddenly showed up at my house with her luggage and asked me to be her fake husband. Actually, I just wanted to help her. Whatever she needs me to do, I'll happily do it. Is Yanzhuang Yuanthan feeling better now? So, you're actually in a fake marriage? That girl was just using you, those kinds of people still exist. Deep Mac silently thought that helping Ninthan Tuyet was just to sow good karma. Whether in this life or the next, if the master needed help, someone would be willing to lend a hand. Did you say you were being used? Honestly? Yuanqing asked worriedly. What's wrong with you? I think we should change the subject. She blames herself, I'm really such a fool. Someone like you agreeing to a fake marriage must have your own reasons, so why do I keep talking nonsense? Suddenly a noise echoes in the forest, and Deep Mac immediately recognizes it, turning to see a snake lurking behind the bushes. Is that the divine snake from earlier? You channel your power into your hand. It turns out it's been watching us in the shadows. He thought to himself that this snake was more cunning than he had expected. It wasn't afraid, and was probably looking for an opportunity to attack. With Yuanthan here, I can't act first. It's too dangerous. Deep Mac took Yuanthan's hand. She was surprised, and her cheeks turned red. Ah, Deep Mac, where are you taking Yuanthan? The snake's eyes flashed brightly. It bared its fangs and lunged forward. Deep Mac dodged, blood splattering. Deep Mac's hand seized the snake's neck as he roared, Got you! At that moment, he ordered urgently. Uyanthan quickly bit her finger, as if trying to call for help from others of her kind. Yuanthan quickly responded nervously. Following the order, he pointed his finger and channeled his energy, smiling mischievously as he said, This snake, I will teach it a lesson. The small snake twitched and looked on, then suddenly struck, causing the snake to panic and scream. Deep Mac glanced and sweat dripped as he ordered, Uyanthan, quickly drop some blood on the snake's head. As she reached out her hand, she obeyed the command and responded clearly, dropping each drop of blood onto the small snake holding the talisman in Deep Mac's hand, who loudly proclaimed, Liet Thien, revealing the sun and moon's twin blood chimeric gods. Feeling ashamed, then pressed the talisman onto its head to seal the snake, which quietly transformed with changing blue eyes. Yuanthan looked confused and asked, Sir, I don't see anything different about the snake. A moment later, the snake suddenly revived and slithered out of Deep Mac's hand. Yuan Than shouted in panic, Sir, it's crawling toward me, it's climbing on me. She trembled uncontrollably, unable to stand steadily. Are you sure it won't bite? Deepmak said reassuringly with a silly smile. Don't worry, it has drunk your blood, so it will see you as its owner and won't bite. It also attacks on your command. When I'm not here, it will protect you on my behalf. Yuan Than calmly asked, what does it usually eat? Meat. He smiled and explained, of course you can let it find food on its own, but normal people can't do that. She stammered nervously and asked, it looks like it eats bamboo shoots. Deepmak's serious face urged us to hurry. The sun is about to rise. Let's go back quickly. Yuan Than exclaimed in surprise, look at this. It crawled into my sleeve. Deepmak smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. While you get to know it, maybe you'll want to make a few bags for it to nest in. The vast forest is bathed in sunlight, a lizard basking and enjoying the warmth. Yuan Than stands on the cliff, stretching out her arms in admiration, feeling the sun's rays on her skin. So soothing. She wondered what Brother Deepmak was doing right now as Lolam took a step closer to her and asked teasingly, Yuan Than, are you thinking of someone? She just nudged your shoulder and you're thinking about that Mac guy again. Captain, please don't tease me anymore. Yes, the days I spent with you in that outfit were the happiest of my life. We is cold and distant on the outside, but deep down he is very kind and sensitive. Besides catching the 3 silica children for me, he also taught us many self-defense skills before leaving. Yuan Than remembers that night. Was he shirtless? When will you leave? While we are watching the stars together? Deepmak replied, my wound has healed, and since I've stayed here a bit too long, I will leave tomorrow morning. You don't seem to want me to go. I will leave tomorrow. Mac, please keep in touch with me. Deepmak turned to look and asked with a smile. Of course. Do you remember to take care of yourself? Hearing this, Lolam praised him. Your Mac is truly an enchanting person. All right, after completing this mission, I will ask my superiors for a long leave so I can visit Mac. Hugging her, Yuan Than happily exclaimed. Really, Captain, you're so good to me, Lolam asked helplessly. Oh my god, Yuan Than, why are you so careless with the timing? Vietnam and Fong are approaching us. A man standing in front of Huang Nam urged him. They're losing their minds. You have to think this through. Hearing that, he slammed the table and shouted to stay calm. Huang Nam smiled confidently and said to reassure everyone, our sword guild has stood firm in Lusha for many years. We're not easy to bully. Now that we have taken over the rest of the 13 bandits, we can fully stand against Bang Vietnam. Thuch Dao quickly responds. Understood. Who among you wants to fight with me? Everyone quickly agreed. Brother Thatch Dao, I'm going too. We all have to destroy them. Thatch Dao frowned and nodded, saying, with most of the 13 tax assets in our hands, we are stronger than ever. The power of the Vietnam family clan can't compare to ours now, so there's no reason to be afraid. A man stammered, Brother Thatch Dao, the Vietnam and Bang Phong gangs didn't bring many people this time, but the Bang Phong gang is heavily armed. When we were still following those damn 3 bandits, we never fought a battle this big before. At that moment, Than Phuong pulled out a gun from his pocket. Phuong Nam raises his gun high and shouts, many weapons? All right, brothers, treat our guests well. This is a battle for the honor of the Broadsword Society. A group of people approached them and softly called out, Phuong Nam Thatch Dao, you're here. The people on this side immediately start insulting the Vietnamese gang. This is not your territory. Members of Vietnam and their companions approached, and he arrogantly said, the Phao Dao Association suddenly conquered the Thap Tam Lu Guild. We don't dare to underestimate you. A small group like this, how could they dare to venture into your territory? Thatch Dao frowned and asked cautiously, who comes here carrying ballistic missiles? Are you planning to rob us? The guy with the slanted hat responds with his gun loaded with a grenade. We have to do this for you. A second later, he placed his finger on the trigger and the grenade shot straight out. The thug smiled and said, if you like it, just take it. Thatch Dao's eyes widened in shock as he watched the grenade fly past. A huge explosion erupted, and dust filled the air. Phuong Nam angrily shouted, you son of a bitch, that's a residential area. Then his men charged forward, cursing as they went. You guys from Vietnam get out of Luzon now. Looking at Tank, the boss orders. Tank handles Phuong Nam, don't let him die. He quickly responds, commanding. Big brother, can I break his arm? Phuong Nam clenched his teeth, swung his fist, and shouted, Vietnam and gang, don't be overconfident. Then both sides rushed to clash, with the initiative belonging to Phuong Nam. T watched and sweat broke out, thinking to himself, he's punching too fast. Phuong Nam angrily shouted, if you think you can break my arm, come on then. Thatch Dao and the others behind cheered happily. Let's go, big brother, handle them. Phang Nan suddenly stops, wipes the blood from his mouth, and sneers as he insults them. Stupid fools. Thatch Dao turns back and shouts, brothers, charge forward and drive out the Vietnam and Phong gangs from Lu Xia. He led the charge, attacking and killing them all. The crowd, sensing danger, shouted loudly. The Photo Association is retreating as they attack. Thatch Dao Thuathang rushes forward and shouts, come on guys, they're scared, chase after them. But Phang Nan sensed something was wrong. Why were they retreating on their own? Could it be? He quickly raised his hand to stop Thatch Dao. Stop, there might be a trap. Just then, a net fell from the sky. It fell right where Thatch Dao's group was, and they all shouted loudly across the street. Where the hell did this net come from, you trash Vietnamese on? You set us up and now a fancy step forward as the scoundrels trample over the mysterious guy, accepting that the Pho Dao will become the second biggest gang, and he is determined to protect his senior big brother Nam. Run away quickly, don't stand outside and curse. The Podao Association doesn't rely only on big brother Diep, our people aren't fools. He smirks with a cigarette. Turns out his surname is Diep, the 13th gang has supported us for years, but this year that brat stole from us and puffed out smoke. But honestly, there are some fools in your group. He pointed at Phuong Nam's younger brother and said, it's this guy. Thanks to the remnants of the Thop Tom Lu Society that these traps were finally set up. You're so angry you want to punch him? Just a moment ago you were reporting, now you're turning against us? But that guy isn't afraid of anything. Smirking mockingly, he said, why blame me? The 13 Guild fed me well on the Vice Guild's spoils, so I got fat. That only makes him angrier. Damn your shameless self, stealing the door and then whining about it. They are arguing loudly in the middle of the street. If you want to blame someone, blame the greedy Deputy Guild for expanding recklessly. You can't win people's hearts anymore. Today is the end for you. Suddenly someone peeked out from the alley and was signaling to Phuong Nam with a wave. They are Thoch Dao's troops. Thoch Dao has already set an ambush, so it seems we need to call in the Viet An gang. He flicked his cigarette in the air with a mocking attitude. Where's your bravado now? Are you begging for mercy again? Phuong Nam pretends to surrender. This time we admit defeat. What do you want? Make a deal. I'm listening. His eyes were sharp. As long as you let my brothers go, I will agree to all your demands. At that moment, his subordinate hurriedly reported that Boss Teep Vian from the Pho Dao gang had arrived. Take a deep breath and exhale a long cloud of smoke. Don't rush. Give them more time. Don't you see the main force of the gang isn't here? He is that brat with the temple he lives in. What? Have you guys come to Andeep's temple? The thug laughed mischievously. Manager Phuong, what's going on? Are you afraid I'll cut off your number one's limbs? He started threatening the southern faction. If anything happens to Anj Deep's mill and he gets angry, my auxiliary sword society won't be able to retreat intact. If Mr. Deep is in the temple, it's probably fine, but I've checked several times, and it seems he has never returned. His whole body begins to tremble. I'm not worried about Brother Deep, I'm worried about the vice leader and your two gangs. Thoch Dao is still shouting loudly. Please, Nam, go to the temple right now, don't worry about us. They kicked him again. The mute brat shut up. Nam Phuong shouted in panic. Thoch Dong. He reached out with his trembling blood-stained hand. We can't just throw away the brothers, big brother Nam. Go, go, I can't let Boss Diep get into trouble. Phuong Nam clenched his pale right hand, pat Thoch on the head and said, hang in there, I will be back soon. Then he turned his back and ran far away. Phuong Nam clenched his teeth, unable to let his men be beaten like that. I'm really screwed up. How could I forget where Diep's house is? Damn it, they saw and immediately reported to him, big brother Phuong Nam is running away, but the man doesn't care at all, let him go. He's only bringing about his own destruction, rushing into death alone. At the same time, in a foggy place, someone was leaping from spot to spot with lightness skill. Deep Mac, with his body weightless, was soaring through the air, having been at the border for quite a while. I wonder if the silver heart herb has bloomed yet? My cultivation has stagnated. If I want to break through to the next stage, I have to rely on those things. From above, I saw the fire. Why is the temple burning? Your mind suspects something is wrong. Are they fighting inside, you lowly villains? I won't forgive you. Fang Nan was punched so hard he spat blood. Are you the only one? Causing the old man to be thrown back violently, he laughed with utter contempt. I need to see what treasure is buried here that you're protecting so fiercely. Can't catch the kid who ruined the plan. Now you're coming to get beaten up yourself. Phuong Nam angrily shouted, as long as I'm alive, don't even think about touching anything. So he was beaten up by the group. Stubborn to the end, we will send him to meet the king of hell. The first young trees start to grow from the ground. That guy looked around disdainfully, thinking it was just burnt grass and mistaking it for something valuable. He stomped brutally on a young tree, and suddenly someone jumped down from the roof. Stop right there. Deep Bloodied and Furious growled threateningly. You brats dare to break into my house and destroy the nearby hell? Are you getting anxious because there are few residents? The southern man stood up heavily, wanting to apologize properly. Deep, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect this place. But he still looks down on us, and in the end, you revealed yourself. You are that bastard, aren't you? I heard that you single-handedly took down that thief, right? And you even encouraged your underlings to take advantage of the chaos. It seems this kid is pretty strong. Big brother, you should save your strength so the two of us, Fequang's shadows, can talk to him with our fists. The three brats rush out of the fire. We will kill you. But Deep Mac's face remains calm as he throws each sharp blade. A sword cloud splits the world in two, and not only that, he also takes down the remaining two. This scene leaves everyone stunned. That thug still doesn't know what fear is, shouting with joy. What are you all standing there for? That bastard is nothing to be afraid of. Just rush in and smash it. What kind of monster is that? And then a few more sword strikes. One sword from Deep Mac handles everything. Now he finally cowered. How is this possible? He kills them all in an instant. You step closer to him and call out. Your eyes are filled with murderous red intent. You're the one who just stepped on my tree, right? The thug trembles in fear as Bien Min keeps pleading. Big brother Deep, please forgive me. I will compensate for those trees, no matter how much it costs. But before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. After everything was settled, Diep Mac turned and said, no need. Phuong Nam struggles to stand up and finally breaks free. This is true strength. You want to be on Diep's side, not against him. He also asked Diep, big brother, can these plants be saved? Phuong Nam hurriedly said that if we can't save them, we should retreat first because the fire is spreading. But Deep Bao's face was very indifferent. In fact, they were just ordinary trees. Phuong Nam naively asked, "So where are the real herbs actually located?" Just then, Thach Dao ran over from afar. "Big Brother Nam, Big Brother Deep, are you guys okay?" He suddenly called out Thach Dao's name, and the two embraced warmly, fearing something terrible might happen. I know which member of the auxiliary guild saved him, right? We tried to wipe out the members of the Nam gang and came here to support Big Brother Nam in protecting Big Brother Diep's house, but it was still too late. At this point, Thach Dao Quiet confirms that after you left, Nam encountered a different big gang in Luza, the Viet An gang, over the division of the 13 robbers' assets. He continued to report, of course, that Nam was not intimidated by them. But the members of Bang Nam betrayed the martial spirit, teamed up with Bang Fong, and suddenly attacked our Broadsword Association. Diep Mak was still busy with the young plants on the ground. Thach Dao was badly bruised, but kept reporting the situation. Moreover, they destroyed the house we had prepared for you. Nam knows how important this plan is to him, so he rushes forward recklessly, fearing that those people will destroy this place. Deep Mak then finally responds, "I understand." In his hand, he held a small green sprout, then examined a green seedling. Then Diep Mak suddenly expressed that there was still a glimmer of hope, and luckily he had protected this land. "Phuong Nam, if these seeds are destroyed, all my efforts will be in vain." Hearing that, Phuong Nam honestly explained, "Brother Deep, you have helped us so many times. We truly don't know how to thank you enough. Don't worry, even if this land is destroyed, we still have other plots. You can stay at Luxia without worry. We will ensure you have a comfortable place to stay." Deep Mak then spoke, saying he planned to stay a bit longer, but it seemed the land here wasn't suitable for his plants. "The seeds I planted haven't even sprouted before they withered. I need to find a place where my plants can take root easily and grow. I will reorganize the power structure of Lucy. The people will no longer have to suffer. Dip, just focus on your work and don't worry." Hearing that, Phuong Nam cheerfully replied, "I'm leaving now. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again. Safe travels." Young Master Deep Mak gratefully expressed, "Yes. Take care, Brother Diep." Phuong Nam also waved enthusiastically and shouted loudly, "Take care, Deep Ka." As Deep Mak's figure gradually disappears into the evening glow, his voice still echoes, "See you again." He quickly rushed forward like the wind and silently concluded that it seems the heartstring herb cannot be cultivated anywhere in this world. In a place where it cannot grow, it's meaningless. Thinking this through, Diep Mak felt a bit worried. If he didn't return now, there would be no way to avoid the Tong family. In Yen Kin, sunlight illuminates the grand building in the city center. In his private office, the man with blue hair crosses his arms and frowns. Where is that damn Deep Mak hiding? At this moment, his subordinate suddenly rushed into the office to report that they had just spotted a young man resembling Deep Mak. The blue-haired man turned his face away and ordered to continue. The subordinate continued reporting, but according to the driver, the man got out of the car at Guxiang Daing and then disappeared. Hearing this, the man with green hair rested his chin on his hand and deduced, Gaisang Da Lining is a dense mountain range, so if Diep Mak is still hiding there, it will be very difficult to catch him. At this moment, his subordinate suddenly suggested an idea. "Sir, I believe Deep Mak may have already married Nin Than Tuyet and then killed her. He must have a strong motive, possibly for money or love. In this mountain range, he couldn't find anything, so hiding here is only temporary." Seeing that, the green-haired man confidently declared that if he wants to run, I will wait for him to appear and see how long he can survive in the forest. Immediately after, he ordered to withdraw all our undercover agents and instead monitor his phone, bank account, and ID for any movements. The green-haired man chuckled happily. "Deep Mak, if you insist on remaining silent, don't blame me for collecting what you owe me." Right now, Nin Than Tuyet is sitting nervously worried. "Deep Mak, why haven't you come back yet?" She was lost in thought while touching the newly sprouted plant pot, when suddenly a voice from outside the living room rang out. "Than Tuyet, you can't keep hiding in here forever. You need to move on and continue living your life." Hearing that, Nin Than Tuyet sighed heavily and replied, "I don't want to give up easily." Momai once again tried to comfort him, saying, "The Tong family still hasn't found Deep Mak, which means he's still hiding somewhere safe." Nin Than Tuyet still insists, but more than a month has passed and the Tong family still won't give up. If Diep Mak returns, he'll be in danger immediately, so I have to stay here to protect him whenever needed. After hearing those excuses, Momai was so furious she shouted, "Still, you don't need to stay in Ninhai yourself. The Nin family may not be able to compete with the Tongs, but sending messages without being detected is not a big problem. That advice isn't enough to change Nin Than Tuyet's determination." She still insisted, saying, "I think this is the most likely place for him to appear. I want to wait here for him myself, even though our engagement is just fake. He always treats me very well. Now that he is targeted by the Tongs because of me, how can I just stand by and do nothing?" In the end, Momai had to give in to her reasoning. She sighed in frustration. "Whatever you want to do, go ahead, since you never listen to me anyway." Then Nin Than Tuyet stared intently at the plant in front of her and gently asked, "Small plant? Why do I feel like you have your own thoughts? When Diep Mak was still here, you were always full of energy." She kept commenting, yet now she's starting to sprout new shoots, and when he leaves, you also wither away. At this moment, Momai announced, "Than Tuyet, I'm going to the supermarket for a bit. Your fridge is almost empty." Nin Than Tuyet happily replied, "Okay." Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud crash, causing Momai to scream in horror. "Who is that?" Outside the door, two tall and muscular men appear, casually threatening. "Nin Than Tuyet, where are you hiding? How dare you take half of his love? Come out here right now." Momai was completely stunned and exclaimed, "Ah!" But very quickly she regained her composure and shouted confidently, "Are you all crazy? Than Tuyet scammed your money for what?" She continued to threaten to leave immediately. Stop being crazy or I will call the police now. What do you mean? Call the police? The orange-haired guy clenched his fist angrily and said through gritted teeth, Stop messing around. If I say she scammed me, then she scammed me. Mind your own business first, you meddlesome old hag. Nin Than Tuyet still stood frozen, watching them and wondering why they appeared here. Don't tell me. Then suddenly she asked, Are you working for the Tong family? Before she finished, the first thug swung a wooden stick and shouted angrily, What kind of family is the Tong family? You dare to deceive us of everything and then sit idly planting trees? Fine, I'll smash everything with a single stick. Hearing that, Than Tuyet's face turned pale with worry, and she tried to stop them. Don't touch my plant. Immediately after, a piercing sound echoed through the space, mingling with her faint voice. Don't. The ruthless bully violently strikes Than Tuyet, causing her to scream in pain. She took the blow to protect the plant pot, and fresh blood poured from her mouth. Than Tuyet coughs painfully, blood splattering onto the young sapling. Witnessing this scene, Momai's face turns pale as she stammers out in shock. Than Tuyet, immediately after she screams, Kills people, you are killing people. The scream echoed throughout the entire apartment building, then the two men turned to criticize each other. The orange-haired guy shouted angrily, Idiot, who told you to hit her? We were only ordered to threaten her. The idiot quickly explained. I was about to smash the table when she suddenly rushed out to block me. Boss, what should we do now? The orange-haired guy shouted angrily, asking what else to do. Run, you idiot. Then both men turned and ran for their lives. Soon after, an ambulance sped in with sirens blaring, rushing to the nearby central hospital. Along the corridor, Than Tuyet's parents hurriedly urged each other to move faster. The girls' hospital room is on the 3rd floor. The two of them rushed to the doctor. Trung Fai, panting, called out, Doctor, are you related to Nin Than Tuyet? Trung Fai immediately replied, Yes, how is my daughter, doctor? Lan Vu also looked very worried. The doctor examined the test results and thought carefully before making a conclusion based on the X-ray results that his daughter had suffered a strong impact. This causes a spinal fracture in the patient. This news hits like a thunderbolt. Trung Fai seems unable to believe his ears and hesitates to ask again. A spinal fracture? What does that mean? What will happen to my daughter? The doctor immediately explained, Your daughter could be paralyzed from the neck down and may also have injuries to her heart and lungs, so she might not live beyond 3 years. The more she heard, the more Lan Vu's limbs went numb. Trembling with fear, she exclaimed, What? Full body paralysis and not even living beyond 3 years. She lost her temper, grabbed the doctor's shirt and yelled at him in reproach. How could that be? How can this be so unreasonable? Lan Vu seemed to have lost all reason and shouted in despair. There must be some mistake here. Doctor, my daughter was very healthy just a few days ago. She can't be paralyzed. Doctor stepped back in fear and gently advised, Madam, please stay calm. Seeing his wife like that, Trung Fai firmly instructed, Lan Vu, calm down. Lan Vu's whole body trembled after hearing that lightning strike news, and she painfully cried out, Than Tuyet, my daughter. Trung Fai, walking beside her, helped her from falling and calmly advised, Let's sit outside and see how things go first. Our daughter will surely get through this. Immediately after he proposed, Doctor, as long as my daughter fully recovers, any amount of money is fine. I am willing to pay everything. The doctor earnestly assured, Please rest assured, we will do our best. However, you also need to be prepared for the worst. So far, no surgery has been successful for such severe, life-threatening injuries. Then, the doctor turned away to do his work and said, The detailed report on the surgery will be sent to you later. Since hearing this news, Trung Fai couldn't stand firm and silently blamed why everything turned out like this. At that moment, he suddenly turned around and asked, Lan Vu, what did you say? She tearfully explained, I know you said two. Two belongs to a secret organization, so it's very inconvenient for her to appear. After hearing that, Trung Fai looked serious and questioned, Do you want to help? Facing the dead end, Lan Vu stammered and honestly replied, This time, even if the Tong family is behind everything pulling the strings, I can't let Than Tuyet suffer like this. Seeing that, Trung Fai also didn't object and nodded in agreement. All right, we'll do as you say. Immediately after, the scene shifts to Than Tuyet's hospital room, where she is lying unconscious on the bed, and Lan Vu gently approaches to care for her, attentively. Than Tuyet slowly opened her eyes with a tired look. Lan Vu saw this and suddenly called out, Than Tuyet, you're awake, which unexpectedly makes her panic. Than Tuyet is trembling with pain at this moment. Mom, it hurts so much. She looked pale in the face as she endured her agony. Than Tuyet, wait a moment, I'll go call the doctor right now. She didn't want her to call anyone and just said, I want to go home, take me back to the apartment, I know my body, I don't want surgery. But Vu Van still disagreed and remained firm. Than Tuyet, don't be like that. Listen to me, just stay calm in this hospital and the doctors will surely help you get better. Rest now, I will stay here with you. Than Tuyet could no longer bear it and shouted out loud, Mom, don't you want me to leave peacefully? I just want to go back to the apartment. Please take me home and bring that small box with you. As she finished speaking, her eyes slowly closed. Seeing Than Tuyet gradually slip away, Lan Vu couldn't help but panic. Than Tuyet, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Nurse. My daughter has lost consciousness again. She shouted in horror. Lan Vu, worried that Than Tuyet might be in trouble, immediately picks up the phone. Trung Fai, our little girl needs that medicine box and is eager to return to the apartment. The response from the phone was to do whatever the girl wanted, and he would tell Momai to bring the medicine box and place it by her bed so she could see it when she wakes up. Night has fallen now, while Dayep Mak is rushing to the place he needs to be. First, I need to go back to the apartment to get the soil and the medicine bag, and I also have to find out what in the soil caused Tam Ngan Thao Mak to grow. I'm here. As soon as I opened the apartment door, the scene before me was already in chaos. Here I am. You can't help but be surprised to see the bloodstain on the table. Blood? Is there really such a big bloodstain here? When he heard the noise, he immediately turned around. Who is it? Motu suddenly appeared and pointed directly at you. Deepmak, what are you doing here? You also can't help but wonder about her presence. It's her you should be asking. What are you doing at my house in the middle of the night, and why is there blood here? Suddenly Mohai grabs your hand and says to put that matter aside for now. You can't stay here. You need to go somewhere to hide now. It's too dangerous here. Deepmak really needs an explanation right now. Don't keep me waiting anymore, answer me first. Under your pressure, Mohai finally spoke up. Fine. Basically, after you went with Tang Shaowen that night, Tang Shaowen was already dead. The Song family has searched everywhere for him. Now they have run out of patience and sent mercenaries, causing Ninthan Tuyet to be seriously injured. He might have become paralyzed. Hearing that, Diepmak couldn't help but feel confused. Then why is she still staying here? With the death of Tang Shaowen, she only needs to blame everything on me and go back to her life as the little lady of the Song family. After all, it was just a fake marriage, so anything could happen. When Diepmak misunderstood San Tuyet, Mohai quickly stepped in to defend her. Ningthan Tuyet is not that kind of person. He stayed behind to protect this place because he was worried you would return to Nin Hai. He wanted to protect it when you appeared and disappeared, so he took special care of your herb because he was afraid it would die. Mohai then pointed straight at the tree in front of him, which was the one on the table over there. Deepmak looked over and suddenly realized that it wasn't the same ginkgo biloba plant he had grown before. Mohai lowered his head and recounted with a sad voice that Tan Tuyet truly cared about that tiny seed. He takes care of it every day without showing any fatigue. I only visited him this morning. He was still gazing at the tree as usual when two men burst through the front door with terrifying voices. Someone said that Tan Tuyet stole his money and ran off to work in the garden. Then he pulled out a metal rod and struck the plant pot. I don't know what he was thinking, but he used his body to protect that tree. He coughed up blood and scared those two terrorists away. Hearing this, his face was filled with anger and resentment. Do you know who the mastermind is? She didn't hesitate and confidently confirmed that it was the Song family. Those two are working for that family. You are a bit surprised, the Zong family boss? Deepmak now clenched his fist, determined to fight to the end with them. If you want to fight, then let's go. How can I shrink back in front of the Song Tan Thuong family now? I should stand up so I won't feel ashamed. Sai. Suddenly, Mohai remembered something and asked him, That's right. Before fainting, Deepmak Than Tuyet kept mentioning your medicine box. Can you bring it to him for what he did before? Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. All right, I will visit her. But after opening the box, Diep Mak was surprised. This is what I gave to To Tin Van. Why are they in Ninthan Tuyet's hands? The problem is, why are there only 3 items? If Than Tuyet had kept it close to her chest instead of in the box, she probably would have avoided getting hurt. He couldn't delay any longer, so he took the box and ran to her. Soon, the hospital appeared before him. It must be that hospital. Meanwhile, Lan Vu was comforting her. Than Tuyet, go back to sleep a little longer. Momai has gone to get the medicine box for you. Mom, go to sleep first. I want to be alone for a while. Okay, I'll go to the nurse right outside now. If you need anything, just ring the bell. If anything hurts, tell me, and I will ask the nurse to numb it for you before I leave. Lan Vu also carefully advised her before going. Remember, Than Tuyet, if anything happens, you must call me right away. Mom, after a while, Than Tuyet reached for the phone again. My phone is here. Meanwhile, Deepmak was rushing from one building to another. Soon after, her hospital room appeared before him. In the silent space, Than Tuyet slowly spoke. Deepmak, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's all because of my stubbornness. At this moment, outside the window, he couldn't help but wonder why she was talking to herself. It turns out Than Tuyet was trying to record her final words. Trade one life for another, hoping the family head will forgive once I die. The thing I truly regret is that if I could do it all over again, I would definitely marry him. Whether she admits it or not, Ninthan Tuyet is your legal wife. Hearing this, Diepmak suddenly felt that something was off. Why would she say that? Tears started to stream down her face. Mom and Dad, I'm dead. Sorry for being an unfilial daughter. After causing so much trouble for the family, she chose to run away, by dying. Please bury my body along with Deepmak's box. Please give Deepmak your phone and the potted plant. Everyone must take care of themselves after I'm gone. Now, upon closer inspection, Deepmak realized there was a knife behind the phone. A knife behind the phone? Don't tell me it's her. His heart suddenly skipped a beat at the thought. Than Tuyet really held the knife tightly and stabbed herself. Goodbye, parents. Your eyes are now filled with horror. Something's wrong. I thought she had stabbed me. But Deepmak managed to stop her in time. Even though his hand was injured, he still felt relieved and thankful. I almost didn't make it. Did she faint? She looked so fragile and delicate. Than Tuyet is now gradually losing consciousness. He slowly pulls out the knife and bandages his wound. Deepmak decided to take a risk and use his spiritual sense to assess the situation since Moma's art said Ninthan Tuyet's injuries were severe. After inspecting her internal condition, he felt it was critical. Things looked too bad, and if he didn't act quickly, her nerves could be completely damaged, leaving no other options. After assessing the situation, Diepmak decided that with such injuries, the most effective treatment combined with spiritual energy was to first seal her meridians, then gently press onto Thon Tuyet's body in case she woke up during the procedure. Diepmak closed his eyes and took a deep breath because if he wanted to use the silver needle, he would have to take off her clothes first. And then, in the next moment, he slowly unbuttoned her shirt from behind. Seeing her bruised body, Diepmak couldn't help but feel furious. The bruises are so terrible. Does the Tong family really have to be so cruel to a girl? Diepmak here won't let this go easily. But the more he looked, the more confused he became. Why was there another layer of clothing underneath? Why do women in this world like to wear this kind of thing? And then at this moment, Thon Tuyet's inner shirt also falls off. When her delicate white body is exposed, Diepmak gets to work. All right, let's start the acupuncture. He didn't rush to act, but paused for a moment, first inserting the silver needles into her 8 main acupuncture points along her spine. Diepmak's hand pressed on Thon Tuyet's back as he softly guided the gasping girl. We'll start channeling spiritual energy now. Then I muttered to guide the silver needles as they transformed and entered her body. The needles acted as a conduit along with the pills I just gave her. Her meridians are damaged and her internal organs and spine will start to heal themselves. Luckily, I had prepared those pills in advance. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to heal this injury in just one night. It's just that I don't know if my spiritual energy is enough to sustain the rest of the healing process. If I stop halfway, all my efforts will be wasted and it will be even harder to heal her afterward. I wish I had a spirit stone, or at least a healing pill to restore spiritual energy. Even the lowest grade would do. The bruise is fading, and it seems her blood vessels are gradually recovering. They sit together on the hospital bed. Diepmak desperately continues the treatment, his voice echoing again, his hand trembling. Damn it, why is her spine taking so long to heal? I've used up almost all my energy. It seems I overestimated my cultivation level. I thought I could hold out until the end, but now I'm exhausted, and I've only managed to do half. Given the current situation, I have to bite my tongue to use my own blood to replenish my energy. With this method, I can hold on a little longer. Zero suddenly spat out blood, trembling all over with pain, and continued. If I completely run out of energy, not only will I be seriously injured, but all the effort I put into healing her will be for nothing. Thon Tuyet, with a rosy face, quietly thought to herself that whoever was treating her no longer caused pain. A moment later, she gasped for breath, announced that she was done, and her hand loosened from her back but still trembled. Diepmak's face turned pale as he muttered to himself. If I had been a few seconds slower, I would have collapsed beside her too. But at least the treatment process is now complete, and it seems her complexion has returned to a healthy pink. Now she just needs to follow the doctor's instructions and she'll be fine. Diepmak's steps wavered, his whole body trembling. Then he looked around and muttered a few words. It's probably still serving dinner now, right? If I don't eat something soon, I might pass out. He stopped at a food stall and hurriedly ate until the plate was completely clean. Diepmak spoke again. Boss, please give me another bowl of rice. The shop owner smiled warmly and invited, Hey kid, order something other than rice. Our place is famous for our tiger prawns, but you just responded indifferently. I already ordered all those dishes. The shop owner pointed at the pile of dishes on the table and then shouted angrily, Yes, you ordered something else, a plate of peanuts, and ate all my rice. The sky outside is gradually turning evening. Diepmak muttered to himself as he walked, saying that eating that meal helped him regain some strength, but he still needed more time to fully recover his vitality. Isn't that Wang Bing? You recall some past events? I already taught him a lesson at the hospital before. That's right, he works for Datin Van, so why is he hanging around near the hospital so late at night? Better to follow and see what he's up to. Vuongbang's voice rang out as he approached the car. Hothu, I'm here, it's me. Vuongbang. The window quickly rolled down. Vuongbang asked seriously, What's going on, Mr. Ho? Thu responded coldly, It's nothing. I must have seen it wrong, Diepmak muttered to himself. This person in the car is stronger than Andong. He realized his presence only in an instant. Only then did Vuongbang speak again. Thanks to Mr. Ho, my swollen wrist healed instantly. I've never seen anything like it. Ho is in a hurry for this trip, so I can't thank Tute. Sorry for my rudeness. You listened to the conversation, secretly calculating that this person might be able to heal injuries quickly. Could they be a master of soft martial arts? It's no surprise that he realized he was only alive because of his breath. This person is not simple at all. Hothu frowned and continued speaking. Young Master Vuong, there's no need to be polite. After all, young Master Tan considers your father family, so helping you is no big deal. However, it's best that you stay away from the Langbam gang in the future, even though some of them are truly capable. Vuongbang smiled brightly and accepted the advice, saying, I will remember what Mr. Ho told me, and please convey my thanks to young Master Tan. I can't go there right now. Thank you, Mr. Ho. Wishing you a safe journey. Ho. Diepmak's steps grew faster. His eyes slightly furrowed as he thought to himself, Young Master Tan. That name sounds familiar. The space is eerily quiet now, only a shadow quickly leaping across the rooftops. In a moment, Diepmak is already at her house. Inside, a voice was heard saying, Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your hard work today. Young Dam continued, smoking a cigarette. Vuongbang did a good job. With the two girls flirting with Tien the Bin, he has no reason to delay anymore. Hothu frowned and replied with a smile. Tien. The Bin may not be very skilled, but given his background, he might be more useful than those who wear the label of a noble family. I just fear the old men who once served under his father's command. Tian Longtu will oppose us. He agreed upon hearing this. The young master is right, Hothu continues to explain. Looking at the opponent, Tian Longtu only has one son, and that is Chen Jieping. If Bin demands the moon, Tian Longdao will pluck it from the night sky and offer it to him. Tiudam smirked and continued. Our Song nation may be the strongest among the 5 great families, but there are things that cannot be resolved through righteousness. Handing Diep Mak over to Tian Longdao to deal with might be the wisest choice. He probably has more ways than us to catch him. The loud knocking on the door outside. Young Master Tan, please have mercy. Hothu then curiously asked again. Young Master Tan, who is in that room? Young Master Dam nonchalantly explained. They are Tonghai's useless thugs. We sent them to capture Ninthan Tuyet, but in the end, they got cursed. I initially wanted to taste the city's most beautiful girl. Those 2 are like 2 bulls in a local shop. Beat them until they are barely alive. I want those 2 fools to remember this. This information makes Diep Mak feel shocked and thoughtful. Everyone here belongs to the Tong family. At that moment, Hothu continued. But it seems Ninthan Tuyet still has some feelings for the useless Diep Mak. Ningthan Tuyet can escape easily because she's cursed. If you want to lure Diep Mak out, you have to beat her to a pulp. Hearing this, Tiudam continued. Ho, you're underestimating Diep Mak. According to my latest investigations, he's a seasoned warrior and he's quite cunning too. If it weren't for that, I would never contact someone like old Big Pre Tien. Anyway, if this matter gets out, our Song family will be at a disadvantage. The more he listened to Diep Mak, the more annoyed he became, his face already flushed with anger. Those bastards really used such despicable tricks just to ambush him. Tiudam just put out his cigarette and kept speaking. It's late now, Mr. Ho. You should go rest. Qian Jebin is probably almost done with those 2 kids. I'll go say hello to him before joining in. Unexpectedly, Diep Mak's voice suddenly interrupted this conversation. You don't need to rest. After I finish with you today, you'll have plenty of time to rest. Hothu that kin shouted loudly, Who is it? You didn't hesitate to smash the glass door and rush in, stomping on the broken glass with a loud sound. Seeing you, these 2 quickly stood up. So it was you, Diep Mak. Hothu's face darkened in displeasure. Inside, he silently thought that he had been careless in not noticing his presence, proving that young Master Tan was right. This Diep Mak guy does have some skills, but Hothu still rushes toward him, shouting, Diep Mak, we were about to drag you out, but you willingly threw yourself right into our hands. Today, I, Hothu, will see how much skill you really have. Diep Mak's eyes widened as he saw this move. He's too fast. Your hand immediately collided with his fist. The space trembled so violently that a gust of wind arose. Then Zero burst out. Hothu was pushed back, and he irritably spoke. Diep Mak, have you really reached the peak of the Royal Realm? Diep Mak's face now dark with fury as he responds, with the Royal Realm sounding like a classification of power unique to this world. That means this world is not just full of ordinary people, and my current abilities are not worth much here, Xiaodan nervously said. Senior Hu, are you okay? I'm fine. Xiaodam's face darkened as he pointed at you and shouted, Diep Mak, let's see how long you can keep pretending. I'm calling Nguwawa now. They'll kick you out. Diep Mak, looking annoyed, replied, You think you'll get help? Actually, you're about to die anyway. As he finished speaking, a bullet flew in and pierced through the middle of Xiaoduan's forehead in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground in shock from Huthu. What? He shouted angrily. Did you really kill Song Xiaodan? At that moment, Diep Mak replied grimly, I have already killed Tong Thiu Van, so what are you planning to do? If you can answer my questions, your life might be spared. But hearing this, he responded with a sinister smile. You think I'll let you keep your life? Looks like I hit you a little too softly earlier. You think my strength is only this much. Well, today I will show you a real performance, and by the way, I will take your life as well. In just a moment, Diep Mak's body was cut in multiple places, and red blood spurted out, affecting not only his arms, but also his legs. Diep Mak clenched his teeth and thought, things are not looking good. I've exhausted too much internal energy healing Ninthan Tu yet. I can't use the Cloud Shadow step now. And then he helplessly retreated. Seeing Hothu relentlessly advancing, Diep Mak could only bitterly think, things are not looking good. I've exhausted too much internal energy healing Ninthan Tu yet. I can't use the Cloud Shadow step now. This is not good at all. If this keeps up, sooner or later I'll get hit directly. I still have some true energy left. If I can't dodge, maybe I should take a risk. Hothu was stunned to see Diep Mak charging straight at his attack. You're done for, running headlong into those dark whip strands like that, trying to commit suicide with a bomb? Although he said that, his arm kept swinging without pause. Diep Mak's eyes grew resolute, despite Zero continuously firing from his body. In an instant, Diep Mak appeared in front of Hothu with a fist in hand. He widened his eyes in surprise, only managing to gasp before taking a direct hit from him. Hothu's head was bloodied and Zero lay sprawled on the ground. Diep Mak panted and muttered to himself, I overestimated myself. If Hothu hadn't been so proud of his whip skills and had gotten caught in close combat, considering the amount of strength and energy spent, I should have died today. Someone outside is shouting, What's going on with all the noise, Tang Xiaodan? Can you be quiet? This person is walking quickly towards this room and quickly spots Diep Mak. The bin pointed at him and shouted, Who are you? What he saw was Tudam being defeated and lying on the ground. Tonight I will scream loudly, Tong Thudam, you have guts. How dare you kill Tong Thudam? What kind of dog are you? But Diep Mak only replied proudly, You will be the one to kill yourself soon. Kill me? Do you know who my father is? If you kill me, you'll become a wandering spirit, wandering everywhere. You didn't think I would be so naive as to say much before Diep Mak cut me off and got straight to the point. Not just one, several others are rushing over. Young Master Song, what just happened? Deep Mac glanced around cautiously. This is bad. Their stupidity is coming here. I can't stay here any longer. You jump out through the window, your feet moving swiftly. The others chasing after quickly follow outside with you, and he goes that way to pursue. Deep Mac kept running and glancing back, annoyed as he thought to himself, damn, they're about to catch up. There's a guy over here drinking and singing on a car. You're sitting by the steering wheel, and we're drifting smoothly along the distant shore. Our love is like a small stream, spreading to the farthest horizon. Deep Mac keeps running, thinking he's done his best, his vision gradually blurring, probably from losing too much blood. You didn't notice when the car sped toward you. Deep Mac's eyes widened, but it was already too late. The streetlights illuminate the area. In a certain room, a girl is lying on the floor. A continuous voice calling out from somewhere. Van Bin, Van Bin. Van Bang recalls the old days when she went out with her ex-boyfriend to play pirates. It was so much fun and extremely exciting. Really? Let's play that game again next time, Van Bang obediently replied then. Yes, her ex-lover spoke. Van Bang, I have something to do, so I'm afraid I can't take you home. All right, I'll go home alone. Van Bang kept walking, the figure behind growing clearer with each step. She sensed it and thought to herself that someone was probably watching her. Then she turned her head to look behind, as the teasing men chuckled and asked, What is a beautiful girl like you doing here alone? Why don't you come and play with us so we can have fun? She stammered in question. What do you guys want? They sneered in response. Are you asking what we want? Van Bang struggled to resist. Stay away from me, don't come near, I will scream. But these people still stubbornly refused to let go. Don't be like that, we are very gentle with you. The shirt on Van Bang's body was torn apart, making her pale. She struggled against it, but to no avail. No. Her expression turned helpless as Van Bang desperately clung on. Don't go, but all I get in return is the cold indifference of my ex-boyfriend. Van Bang, you should be a little more sensible. Your parents won't accept a girl like you. If this gets out, it will shame your entire family, she helplessly calls out. Don't leave me. In that building, time passes, Van Bang muttered with a puzzled look, wondering why her period was so late this month. She was terrified as she looked at the 2-line pregnancy test. What? Oh my god, I'm pregnant. Quickly, Van Bang went to the hospital. Her mother, Han Sue, suggested that I should give up this baby, or else I wouldn't be able to get through this. Van Bang clenched her hands around the bedsheet. She muttered quietly, but Mom. Van Bang's phone rang with an unknown number. Her mother took the phone and said, I'll answer it. Think carefully about what your mother said. Hello? Who is that, really? Of course there's no problem, just leave it to me. Her attitude changed almost instantly after this conversation. My daughter, I take back what I just said. Mom knows the baby is innocent, no matter how it came to be, it is still a life. If you want, just keep it. Van Bin asked in surprise, Do you support me keeping the baby? The kind woman replied, Of course I will support you. Time passes, Van Bang's belly grows bigger and bigger, and soon the day of delivery arrives, a baby girl is born. She gently holds the baby in her arms and softly says, I love you, my child. I will call you Din Din. Ding Ding is growing up. She kisses her mother on the cheek. Mom, she smiled back. Din Din really is a good girl. The elementary school came into view. Van Bang hot high ran closer and asked, Sir, have you seen my Din Din? That teacher explained it clearly, so what about Din Din? Din Din has already been picked up by her father. He drove a black car there. Din Din appeared in the car, sticking her head out of the window, calling out loudly. Mom? Van Bang's eyes are filled with tears as the black car speeds straight ahead. Until there was no more road, it sped straight down while Din Din's cries still echoed. Mom, Van Bang snapped awake. She was alone on the big bed. The window curtains gently sway with the wind. Van Bang looks around, muttering to herself, still dark outside. Van Bang looked at a picture of her daughter on the table and muttered, I keep dreaming about Din Din lately. I wonder how she's doing now. It's been 8 years. Just a blink of an eye and 8 years have passed. Those bastards are still brazen outside the law. If someone like Deep Mac had appeared that day, I should go to school, since I can't sleep anyway. I can prepare my lessons for next week there. The city gradually brightened as the sun rose, and the white car sped down the road. Van Bang drives seriously while pondering, strange. Why have I been dreaming about the past lately? Is it because of the interference? People often say that dreams are the opposite of reality, so maybe this nightmare is actually a good sign. Maybe I should go to the pagoda and ask the monk to interpret it for me. Suddenly she glimpsed a shadow in the corner, and Van Bang's gaze was immediately drawn in. She muttered, Why is someone sitting by the road covered in blood? That person looks just like her. The identity of this person gradually revealed. Van Bang's eyes widened in shock. Wait a moment, that person looks exactly like Deep Mac. She gets out of the car and hurriedly runs over. Deep Mac, your whole body is covered in strawberry syrup, even pooling on the ground. Van Bang is shocked, holding her face. What happened? Why are you so badly injured? Deep Mac looked up and softly called out, Miss Van Bang. She hurriedly took out her phone while urging Deep Mac to hang on, saying she would call a 120 and take him to the emergency room. Deep Mac's trembling hand reached out to stop her, saying, Don't call, you'll get into trouble if we go to the hospital. First, help you up. You're okay. You just need her to take you to the back and stop the bleeding. Van Bang had no choice but to go along with your request. Your car is over there, go slowly, you'll fall. The light turns green, then red again. Van Bang's car was driving alone on the road, her brow furrowed as she seriously pondered. Since Diep Mak left, not even someone as powerful as Tu Tin Van could find her whereabouts. Yet now, Diep Mak appeared covered in wounds. Surely she had offended someone even more influential than Tu Tin Van. Van Bang's gaze flicked towards Diep Mak, and she called out anxiously, "Diep Mak, don't sleep. I'm almost there, almost there." His vision blurred, and his thoughts were interrupted. "Ms. Van Bang, luckily, thank heaven, I have met you at a certain hospital. Now, Thantuyet is gradually waking up. It's a knife in blood I must have died. My body no longer feels pain and moves more easily, so the old saying is true. After death, all illnesses disappear, and the soul leaves the body to go to paradise. But why am I still in the hospital? I wonder I probably need to cross the Naiha Bridge and drink the forgetfulness soup from Madame Man before I leave." Someone dropped a file in their hand, and Thantuyet's gaze turned toward the door where the sound came from. She smiled brightly and called out, "Mom, is Momai here too? What is everyone doing here?" Lanvu was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Thantuyet, you can sit up on your own now?" She ran over and hugged Thantuyet tightly as she sat on the hospital bed. "My daughter is so amazing. You can move again, probably because you're worried about me getting sick. Thantuyet, you're recovered now." Only then did Thantuyet realize, so I haven't died after all? "I swear I tried to kill myself yesterday. That's so strange." The doctor approaches to examine her. "Madam Lam, please stay calm. First, let me check on your daughter. Her breathing and pulse are stable, and the wounds on her back and the bruises have completely disappeared. In my entire career, I have never encountered something as miraculous as this. It's a miracle that defies current standards." Lanvu asked curiously what had really happened. She replied softly, "I don't know either. When I woke up this morning, everything had improved. Only then did Momai realize the truth." "Thantuyet, what are the knife and the bloodstains next to your pillow? Don't tell me it's Diep Mak." Thantuyet exclaimed in shock. "Momai, what did you just say? Did you meet Diep Mak?" Momai continued to explain. "Thantuyet, stay calm, let me finish. Yesterday I went to your apartment to get the medicine box. When I just opened the door, I saw Diep Mak standing in the middle of the room. After telling him everything, he said he would go to the hospital to visit you. I told him to bring the medicine box as well. Maybe Diep Mak inherited some kind of ability from the ancient martial arts family. That's why they can do so much. Lanvu denies this claim. There's no way to rely on what we know about them. Even an ancient martial arts family couldn't do it. If that person is an expert, they would have to bear the corresponding backlash to treat such serious injuries." Thantuyet then continued to ponder, and she felt that someone had saved her. It must have been Diep Mak. So Diep Mak had to save me when I stabbed myself and I wasn't injured at all. So the bloodstains on the bed are from the quick connection of the phone. Lanvu excitedly spoke to the person on the other end of the line. "Hello, Central Africa. I was about to call you, but before I could say a few words, I was interrupted by a statement. Lam2, shocking news. Hurry up and turn on the news now. Tiv is reporting on last night's news. A brutal murder case took place in Ninhai. The victims include Tong Theodam, Tian Xibing, and several others who were found dead at one of the villas in the University Village area. Authorities are currently investigating and hope for the cooperation of the residents. If you notice any suspicious signs or clues, please report them immediately to help solve the case." Lanvu's face darkened as he received this information. "Why is everything turning out like this? What on earth is going on?" "Tien, the bin is really dead," Lanvu muttered as she remembered the bin's background. The leader of Nanjing, also known as Tien Long Dao. Tien Long Tu, also known as Qian Bayer, joined the organization at age 11 and has been at the center of the storm ever since. He even gathered mercenaries for himself, setting up a stronghold in Zhoupi. They're not ordinary people. Even small countries fear crossing Nanjing. But today his only son was murdered in Ninhai. Momai asked curiously, "Sister Lam, is Tong Theodam the brother of Tong Theuvan?" Her face darkened as she muttered, "Based on how he relates to Jian Shibing, it's clear that he's the Tong Theodam I know. If Yamaguchi Gumi and the Mafia are the biggest powers in Japan and the West, then Ninhai represents all the gangs in the East." Lamvu's words made Momai's face turn even paler. With such power in Nanjing, who could look down on the Tong family and Nanjing like that? She whispered grimly, "I'm not sure. But what I am certain of is that Ninhai is about to face a massive upheaval." But Lanvu stepped in to stop her, saying, "Stop, enough, be quiet. Girl, stay in the hospital with Momai and don't do anything foolish." The scene shifts to another place, and the phone screen now shows shocking news. Van Bin mutters as she reads it and exclaims in surprise, "A villa in the University Village?" The story below has attracted quite a bit of discussion. She looked at Diep Mak lying on the bed and thought to herself, "I found him near the University Village yesterday, so it seems heaven is intervening." "Oh, you're really a fool who can't ignore the weak. You're getting up now," and Van Bang gasped in surprise. "You're awake?" Then Diep Mak muttered to himself, "Aren't you supposed to hate me? Why are you saving me?" She blushed and shyly explained, "It was a misunderstanding. Sorry for blaming you. After you left, I found an SD card from that surveillance camera and learned what really happened." His hand trembled as he pushed himself up onto the mattress. Then Diep Mak's whole body collapsed down with a thud. Van Bang anxiously said, "Diep Mak, you just helped me stop the bleeding. Don't resist like that." She moved closer while continuing, "If you want to sit up, you can add another pillow behind you." Diep Mak felt comfortable finding a comfortable seat, but his eyes were fixed on the pig on his shirt. A question is asked, "Why are you wearing this?" "Where are your things?" Van Bang nonchalantly explained. "Your things are all covered in blood, so I left them in the car." Inside, I was thinking to myself, luckily, I met Van Bang. If she hadn't helped stop the bleeding, I would have. First, I need to check if the heartwarming herb and the lock tree are okay. If I lose it, the wounds won't matter anymore. That's when he finally spoke. Miss Van Bang, there are some important items in your clothes. You can't rest comfortably until you see them with your own eyes. Besides, I can't stay here for long. Van Bang desperately tried to stop her. You absolutely must not go outside now. It's just regular police and plainclothes officers out there. You will be arrested as soon as you go out there. Hearing this, Deepmak asked in surprise. She already knows everything you've done. How? Van Bang calmly confirmed after hearing Deepmak's naive question. Of course, many people were killed in the University Village area villas during the few hours of the morning. I saw you there. You sat injured on the side of the road, refusing to go to the hospital, and I also discovered you're not an ordinary person. After I bandaged your wounds, they healed at an incredible speed. Now, the only one who could have killed all those people is you, right? Stop denying it, Deepmak. Whatever your purpose is killing people really such an easy way out? This is a serious crime. Only then did you calmly ask, why can't I? That guy is just a damn bastard. I thought your family would stand up when they came to beat Ninthantuye. If the law can't punish them, why can't you handle them yourself and get revenge for your friends? She softly explained, saying, protecting friends is right, saving people is right, but there are many ways you can do to protect everyone around you. You should report them to the police and take them to court, not kill them and become a murderer. Unexpectedly, Deepmak's attitude became even more teasing as he responded, suddenly remembering. Ms. Van Bang, since you found out I am a murderer, why aren't you afraid of me? You know too much now. Aren't you afraid that I, Van Bang, will blush and explain? Maybe it's because you saved me before. I believe you are a person of integrity. All right, that's enough about this. I'll prepare some food for you, so rest up. And besides, I am still your teacher. It's unreasonable for a teacher to be afraid of their student. The clock keeps ticking as time passes. Deepmak sits cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in deep thought. Given the current situation, overdoing it would be a bad plan. It's best to focus on recovery for now. If my wound gets infected and causes any consequences later, I might never reach the 3rd level of the training hall again. Moreover, because of Deepmak's earnest plea, Van Bang gave him a puffed-up shirt. As dawn approaches, the excited person moves around saying, Sister Toe, over here, while Tin Van speaks seriously. Thantuyet Momai, the reason I called you here so urgently is because of the news about Deepmak. Thantuyet asked in surprise, what news about Deepmak? Momai then added, Tin Van, actually I saw Deepmak 2 days ago. Tin Van was shocked by this information. Really? He's back. Momai continued explaining. Yes. The family that came to Deepmak's apartment a few days ago caused a scene and beat Thantuyet. That night, Deepmak returned. After Deepmak found out Thantuyet had to be hospitalized due to her injuries, he immediately left. The next part might shock you. The doctor diagnosed that Thantuyet's ribs were severely damaged, and she might not live beyond 3 years. But by the next morning, she had fully recovered. These words are hard for her to believe. Can Deepmak really use magic? The one who responded was none other than Thantuyet. But once again, we lost contact with Deepmak. The most concerning thing is that on the day I recovered, there was news that many things happened to the Tong family, many people died, and I couldn't help but worry if Deepmak was somehow involved. Momai immediately comforted her. Thantuyet, don't worry. Deepmak is a good person. Heaven will protect him. He will be fine. Tin Van added, really? Her eyes filled with thought, as if we want to know what Deepmak did when the murder happened. We have to wait for her. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in the air. She glanced over, thinking to herself that Tao Thao has arrived, just as the saying goes. Hey, Sister Tin Van, they're coming closer, and Tin Van steps forward to introduce herself. Let me introduce you all. This is my friend. Hello. These are the friends I mentioned earlier. Oh, I've heard about Ninthantuet already. The most beautiful beauty queen in Yen King right now, right? Now I see her in person, I understand that this nickname is totally deserved. I'm not? Momai's eyes lit up as she looked at her and asked again. Are you that famous war correspondent? I just read on a blog that you knew about the border of Luxia. I didn't expect to meet you in Ninhai so quickly. Thantuyet continued. Momai, I've also heard about you. I really respect what you've done as a journalist. Tu Li, the main character in the story, finally spoke up saying, I only returned safely thanks to Diep's help. Oh, that must be your older brother, Deepmak. The name hit Thantuyet's weak spot, and she almost jumped up. Deepmak, is Deepmak really in Luxia? Latu began to speak. Yes, I heard that many people went missing at the Luxia border, so I went there to try to uncover the truth. Then I heard that Deepmak was looking for a place to stay, so he stayed at Luxia. Honestly, I don't really understand. Why does it have to be a place devastated by war among all the other places in the world? Coincidentally, I found a photo of Xiaolei on Weibo and saw a figure that looked very much like Deepmak. So I contacted her and discovered it was really him. Thantuyet muttered sadly. Deepmak is in trouble because of me. Tin Van objected to her attitude. Thantuyet stopped blaming herself. Deepmak is not an ordinary person. He has his own reasons for leaving and returning. Yes, Tiu Lu, a few days ago you told me you were in Ninhai because of the Tong family case, right? Tio Le sipped her coffee leisurely before placing the cup back on the table, and then spoke. This case involves quite a few people, not just the Tong family, but also Chen Shabing being drawn into the conflict. Xian Bairi, also known as Qian Longtu, is the current head of Nanjing and has influence that surpasses even the Song family. Xian Jabing was murdered in Ninghai, and Qian Longtu is ready to fight. Qianjibing was his only son, and no one could have imagined he would be killed like that. More importantly, there are recent rumors in the martial arts community that both Chen Xiebing and Chen Zhaodan were killed by Yemia. If that's true, then Yemi's reputation has truly been ruined this time. These words make Than Tuyet turn pale, her hand loosening on the cup, and it falling to the ground and shattering. On the other side, he whispers to himself, his body has recovered. I should leave tonight. Van Bang is still watching this scene from start to finish, seeming to be recovering. She is definitely planning to leave early. This kid's name, a quick meal was laid out. Deep Mac ate while commenting. Ms. Van Bin, you're not bad at cooking, she replied softly. If you like it, eat more. Deep Mac suddenly changed the subject. That's right, Miss Van Bin. Who is the girl in the photo on the bedside lamp? She looks similar, but also not quite like her. Van Bang continued to explain. Oh, it's not me, that's Din Din. She's my daughter, but I haven't seen her in 8 years. Deep Mac asked curiously. Why is that? Van Bang simply replied, I hinted. Even if I didn't want to, it was the best choice for the child. You keep probing, she gave birth to and raised her. How could she live well without her? Miss Van Bang, can you be that cruel? Van Bang asked with a hint of discomfort. What does a kid like you know? You'd better just take care of yourself. Oh, right. I know I can't stop you from doing some things, but I want to remind you of this. Don't do anything evil. If you cross that line, I won't let you escape. But Deep Mac just smiled brightly and repeated, Miss Van Bang, you can rest assured I won't do anything bad. After all, my dream is to become the strongest hero. Hearing this, Van Bang didn't bother to argue with him anymore. All right, let's have dinner and stop arguing. The evening gradually falls over this place, and the wind blows, making the curtains flutter. Van Bang is now asleep, the door slightly ajar in the misty night. Deep Mac's footsteps are cautious in the darkness. He muttered to himself, she must be asleep now. Maybe it's time. I'm glad you met her, otherwise you might have died, but the people you've encountered this time are not minor characters. If you stay any longer, you'll cause her trouble. We can meet again after you fix this mess. After finishing, he quickly rushed outside, jumped a few times, and then left. Only then did Van Bin gradually regain consciousness. She just muttered, they're gone. Van Bang got off the bed and headed toward the open window. Then she looked outside and softly muttered, remember to come back safely, Diep Mac. We will meet again. A message sounded from another area. This is the toll booth area at the highway station. Please follow the vehicle in front, present your ID, and cooperate with the officers on duty. Thank you. The police officers are talking among themselves. Can we move to the next car? From afar, Diep Mac saw them and muttered a curse. Damn it. All the roads out of the city are blocked, and I don't have enough aura to cross the mountain. At first I thought I could take advantage of the temporary peace to go back to Ninhai and Tom Nganthao Mok's husband, who would have expected everything would become so chaotic. He continued to make a few more jumps. Deep Mac's face hardened as he carefully pondered. There's no way I can go back to the apartment. The hotel's out too, maybe I should find a deserted place to hide for a while. Not good, my chi energy is running out again. I jump off the building and lose my balance, falling straight down. Fortunately, there was already a giant duck waiting somewhere. Deep Mac used all his luck to land right in front of that duck. Damn it, even though my injuries have healed, my chi energy is still out of control. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If I encounter someone like Hayu, I'll definitely die. From afar, an explosion suddenly erupts on a building in front of Diep Mac, and a figure leaps out from a window, almost escaping the flames. You were shocked and exclaimed, what just exploded? The other person jumped down below. Deep Mac's eyes narrowed with suspicion. You're dressed in black. I didn't think there would be a bunch of assassins in this city. Well, I don't really have anywhere to go right now, so I guess I'll go take a look. Bloodming carried Dudong on his shoulder, and they argued back and forth. The car's right in front, you go ahead, I will hold them off. No way. So what will happen to you then? Deep Mac observed from afar, quietly noting that it seems to be a man and a girl being chased. The people behind them are all wearing masks and black clothes. They all look quite capable. Arrows whizzed through the air and struck Huyet Min in an instant. The pursuers behind shouted loudly, seeing the man, and ordered to capture him alive. Dudong desperately encouraged Tuyet Min. Go Tuyet Min, you will be fine. But the masked clowns keep chasing after us. Huyet Min urgently urges Dudong. The evidence against Tong Theodan and Tien the Bin is in your hands. You have to deliver it safely to Thiet Jiang, go quickly. But she stubbornly replied, I won't leave without you. Deep Mac frowned silently, thinking, so what if the evidence against Song Xiaodan and Qian Zhibing? So are the ones behind them members of the Tong family? In that instant, he moved and appeared in front of a clown with a full-force kick. The remaining one was too stunned to react, looking left and right, searching for Diep Mac. What is this? Is no one here? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Zero shot up. Deep Mac took down one enemy after another. The one-sided battle was unfolding with Diep Mac taking on the entire group. He was seriously handling each opponent while muttering, I'll finish this quickly and then ask those two what the hell is going on. A clown-masked man stares directly at Diep Mac, throws a punch, but his hand trembles. Even he is surprised and wonders what's going on. Why is this punch so weak? Deep Mac's face darkened as he silently pondered, I might have run out of my internal energy again. He sneered as he threw a punch, and I wondered what kind of divine warrior he was, but it turned out you were just a chicken. A loud explosion rang out, followed by Zero emerging from the other person. Deep Mac grimaced and turned around, muttering, the gun. Huyet Min, with a gun in hand, shouted, Hey kid, you have to run. Reinforcements are coming. Just as he finished, several cars sped from afar, catching them and preventing their escape. He told you to think about it. Ninhai is not a war zone like Luza, so why does this guy have a gun? Forget it. Staying longer would be suicide. Best to leave now. Ask later. Zhu Ming continued to signal. Hurry up, kid. Get in the car. Dong Dong, step on the gas. Let's go. Diao Dong turned his head to signal Hu Yet Min and the kid to stay there. He replied, Dong Dong, I will take care of the boy. Just focus on driving. Then he turned to Diep Mak and questioned him. Kid, thank you for helping us earlier. I am Go Hu Yet Min, and the driver is Diu Dong Dong. Can you tell me which unit you belong to? You softly explained that I am not from any unit. I am Deep Mak. I was just passing by and saw you helping. May I ask why you are being chased by a group of amateur assassins? Ngo Hu Yet Min politely replied. Brother Deep, since you're just passing through, it's best you don't get involved in this. We'll let you go once we're safely out of the city. Their words left you stunned. Leave the city. What a coincidence. I was also planning to leave the city after encountering some influential people. Xueming continued to ask in surprise. The affected ones? May I ask who it was that Mr. Yeep encountered? The name he mentioned so casually, the Tongs and the Tien families. Hu Yet Min's face turned several shades paler. Is Diep talking about the Tongs and Ninhai and the Long Dao of the Tien family in Namthon? The car sped down the road, and the phone started ringing loudly. Judon told his companions, Hu Yet Min, there's a call from Dai-san. Should we answer it? He asked straightly. What? What about Dai-san? Things are not looking good. They are trying to locate us. Dong Dong, you can't answer that call. Decline it immediately. She immediately followed Hu Yet Min's advice, pressed the power button to turn off the device, then turned around and whispered again. But Dai-san was still in their hands. If Hu Yet Min starts explaining, right now, you have to push everything else out of your mind. Just hold tight to the wheel and shake off those chasing us. We can think about the next step once we get out of this city. Dong Dong, I promise you I will save Dai-san no matter what. After walking a bit, Diodong spoke up again. The toll station is just ahead. He uses the radio to signal Customs 315. Where is Customs 315? This is Xiaojiang. My vehicle is on a mission. Please let us go immediately and block the vehicles following us. Comrades, we just need to get past the toll booth to be safe. Their car is speeding down the road. The loud blaring siren pierced the night as an urgent announcement was made. Let them go through. Let them go through. Meanwhile, the clowns are discussing among themselves. Customs is right ahead. So, we're still chasing them. Are you stupid enough to want to go to jail? Hurry up and turn back. We're too late. Pig idiot. You should have told us earlier that we're being chased by the police. Hu Yet Min exclaimed excitedly. We lost them. Du Dong is deep in thought again. Dai-sun himself, or Deep Mac, is only worried about the random inspections at each customs checkpoint, and now he is proudly leaving the city in a police car. Somewhere, the noise of the TV blares. I don't have it. I don't have it. On the screen there are clowns interrogating the stubborn alcohol still. That was a genuine mistake. We only made copies for last-minute negotiations. I will not betray the boss, she insisted strongly. I'm not lying. That's the truth. That's the truth. But those people used provocation tactics. Don't you want to meet your good friend again? She misses her very much. Diodun turned pale and desperately begged, Boss, I'm sorry, please let Daishin go. I will help Keat compensate for the company's losses. I will ensure the Keat family's business is even better than before. The clown then responded to her. If the Keat family doesn't value her business acumen, does she think she would still be alive? Long, feeling frustrated, picked up the remote and pressed the channel switch button. Another scene quickly appeared, still featuring Diodong as the main character. A voice from afar calls out, Dong Dong, I'm here. She succinctly presents Hu Yet Min, using these documents related to the Keat family to find more evidence to accuse them. He asked Dong again, then they ask her in turn. But Diodong just brushed it off as if nothing happened. It's okay. I am still a valuable asset to them, and I managed to get out of there. Kiet Long Dao probably won't suspect me. Long Dao frowned and muttered angrily, Vu Diodong, you're really not an ordinary person. Then he reached for the 2 papers on the table, picked them up and muttered again, Ngo Hui Min, it seems these rats have dug quite a deep hole. Hu Yet Min gently hugs the copper jar and comforts her. You need to be careful, Dong Dong. Don't push yourself too hard, or things will get complicated, especially when gathering evidence I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle it myself, she whispered softly. All right, Hu Yet Min, you should go now. If the guards find you, we're doomed. Just as they were about to reunite, the sound of footsteps interrupted. Footsteps? Someone is coming. Hu Yet Min quickly signaled, Dong Dong, hurry up, turn off the lights, someone is coming. Just as they finished speaking, the mysterious group opened the door and entered. They signaled each other to look around. Hu Yet Min Kantrong Kui observed, wearing a mask and armed. It seems they are not just here to patrol the area, but with Dong Dong by her side, she would be in danger if we engage in close combat or shootouts. Unless we have a coat, then we can see who will get the upper hand. Then he turned to Diodong and signaled her. Diodong, whatever happens, don't move, I will handle them. After saying that, Hu Yet Min grabbed the jacket and threw it into the air. The masked clown men caught the movement and fired their guns in that direction. Someone was shooting there. The gunfire kept going, and for a moment they only realized it was a shirt. This is bad. It's a trap. The narration voiceover echoes from another corner, accompanied by gunfire. You guessed right. The clown-masked guys all spray Zyro and move closer to us. Hu Yet Min once again remarks that this one isn't dead yet, but he's basically finished. At that moment, Diodong replied, they are ready. It seems we've been exposed. We can't stay here any longer. Hu Yet Min, are you sure? If we leave like this, it will be almost impossible to gather evidence of the Jai family's criminal activities in the future. A mask-wearing man, barely clinging to life, finally spoke up. You should focus on yourself first. The mission has failed, and failure only means one thing for us. He drops a bomb. Die. Does Hu Yet-min quickly realize that this is a bomb? Diodong, still confused, asks again, "What is that?" He quickly ordered, "Dong Dong, jump on my back. It's a bomb. A bomb. Hold on tight and don't let go. That's when the bomb will explode." And the TV screen went completely black. Longhead muttered a curse under his breath. A bunch of trash. The others hurriedly told each other that Vu Diodong and her companions had escaped through the window, reporting to Tian Longdao. Tian Longdao, Vu Diodong, and the man had jumped out the window and escaped. He replied grimly, "I know you are a bunch of useless fools who will mess things up." The henchman continued to insist. "Don't worry, Longdao, they can't run far. We'll pursue immediately, even if it means tearing apart Ninhai to find them." Longdao, frowning, seriously replied, "There's no need to panic. I know that girl, you don't have to chase after her. She will come back on her own." Meanwhile, Hu Yet-min continued explaining to Diep Mak. "Deep, do you know, if I hadn't reacted quickly, we would have been torn apart in that building. And then, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't stopped to help us, we probably wouldn't be able to return to Thietjiang this time." He asked curiously, "Where is this Thietjiang you're talking about?" He chuckled and explained, "Thietjiang is not a place. It's a special police unit responsible for handling gangsters like Tian Longdao. That's why it's called Thietjiang, because our boss is named Thiet Sun, and his nickname is Taiyu Uhan Jiang." Caught in a dilemma, Thietjiang is given that nickname. Deep Mak asked curiously, "So how are you different from public security?" Hu Yet-min continued to explain that public security usually handles common crimes, but for high-level criminals like the money-laundering kingpin, they need to work with the underground criminal world to take them down. And that's us. That's right, Mr. Deep. Earlier you mentioned that you outsmarted both the Tran family and the Tong family. So how did you become that person?" He pondered quietly. "Since we've already left the city, there's no problem telling him too. Then I can leave here and honestly confess that I am the one behind Qian Shibing and Song Xiaodan's deaths. They forced my friend to get married, and when that didn't work, they had someone beat her so badly she became paralyzed. If I hadn't accidentally returned to Ninhai, there would be no hope left to save her. For these people, the law is just a decorative ornament." Hu Yet-min was stunned and asked, "Did you kill them? Your courage is really impressive." Deep Mac's expression becomes somewhat confused. From his tone, it sounds like he's planning to capture me. Well, it makes sense. After all, they still belong to the public security system. "It looks like our carpool ride ends here," Bloodming called out to Dai. "You are still the person Thietjiang needs. Although today's society is no longer as chaotic as before, there is still darkness we have yet to overcome. There are still criminal organizations, those who hold money and power to violate the law and order, especially those aided by ancient martial arts masters, mysterious figures beyond the reach of public security to handle. Clearly from today's meeting, Mr. Diep is the one who is quick and confident enough to join us." At this moment, Diodong suddenly brakes the car, and Hu Yet-min asks confusedly, "Dong Dong, what's wrong? Why did you stop the car?" She opened the door and looked outside. Hu Yet-min quickly chased after. "What the hell is going on? What are you planning to do with that emergency sign?" Only then did she stammer to speak. I'm sorry, Tu Yet-min, I'm sorry," he anxiously asked again. "Dong Dong, what's wrong with you? Why are you apologizing?" Diodong started explaining, "I can't let my friend die. Longdao will kill her quickly. I know he used Daisun's phone to call me just to let me know he had her. Hu Yet-min, I will beg Longdao to spare her. I have to plead with him. I can't let Daisun sacrifice himself for us." As soon as I finished speaking, the wind started to rise. Hu Yet-min looked around anxiously, muttering softly, "Where is that wind coming from?" They quickly saw a helicopter in the sky with markings on it. Hu Yet-min's face paled as he thought to himself, "That is Namkin's helicopter." DM Dong spoke again. "Hu Yet-min, you need to leave quickly. You need to leave quickly. I will go with them." His eyes widened, only able to remember 2 words. Not good. Hu Yet-min grabbed Diodong's hand just as the helicopter above opened fire, pulling her to run while shouting, "Let's go, Dong Dong. Deep Mak is helping out here. Let me drive. Hurry and get on the car." Hu Yet-min spoke again. "Dong Dong, you're too naive. Tian Longdao won't let us go that easily. Trust me, I will definitely save your friend." They quickly got into the car, and Hu Yet-min shouted loudly, "Brother Deep, let's go." "Does this car have bulletproof protection?" Hu Yet-min softly explained, "I guess so, but we've never tested it with a helicopter before." These words only made him more anxious. "You mean that's probably the case? If the car isn't bulletproof, then we're just sitting ducks on the highway. Damn it, the car is about to blow up." Thinking quickly, Deep Mak turned the steering wheel. The car sped down the road. The noise it made was far from normal. Only then did Hu Yet-min jokingly ask, "Deep, where did you get your license? If you make such a sharp turn at this speed, we'll fly off the road." Deep Mak calmly replied, "Driver's license, I haven't gotten it yet. Today is my first time driving." Hu Yet-min's face went pale, shouting in horror, "Really, Mr. Deep, you're joking with me, right?" "Hu Yet-min, look ahead. There seems to be a bomb shelter up front." "Great, Mr. Deep. If we hide in that bomb shelter, the helicopter won't be able to do anything to us inside." DM Mak agreed. "All right, they're running over there and shouting to each other. Hu Yet-min, it seems that the tunnel is sealed shut. He is giving you a reason. There are 2 possible explanations for why Uncle Chu's hidden bunker is sealed. The first is that it was abandoned, and the second is that it collapsed. If it's the second case, we're doomed if we crash straight in." "Brother Deep, are we really going in there?" Deep Mak nonchalantly replied, "Of course, we charged in better to die in a car crash than be turned into a hive by a barrage of bullets." Their truck crashes through the barricade wall and heads straight inside. The masked clowns quickly start discussing among themselves. They have already crawled into the bomb uncle's bunker. Good, we've cornered them. Over here, the three of them started discussing. It looks too dark. Brother Diep Dong Dong, are you both okay? I'm fine, he's fine. Just need to get used to the dark a little. Huyet Min, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have turned on my phone. It's my fault that everyone almost got killed. Dong Dong, it's not your fault. I should have protected everyone better. Deep Mac plainly reminded him not to keep apologizing. The helicopter is probably still just outside. First, help me figure out how to deal with it. Huyet Min asked Diep Mac. Brother Diep, do you have any plans? The kid asked casually. Can I fly the plane? Hearing this, he honestly explained. Flying a helicopter? I know a little. Hein Deep, what are you planning to do? You explained your plan. Since they attack from the air, we have no choice but to retreat. But if the battle moves to the ground, it's not certain who will have the upper hand first. Instead of waiting for them to charge in, why not strike first? We will seize the plane and use it to destroy Gu Tianlong's front base. These bold words made Bloodming gasp in shock. Brother Deep, you're really brave. All right, we'll follow your lead and bet one more time. Deep Mac turned around and began giving orders. Brother Ngo, you focus on defense. I will take the front line. All right, no problem. We will proceed according to your plan. Deep Mac silently calculated that he would first use his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and the girl nearby. We need to finish this battle quickly, or if they break in, it will be very troublesome. Not bad. The enemies aren't too many. Except for the archer, there are only 4 others. If my QE doesn't suddenly run out, this battle won't be a problem. Then, I signaled and charged forward. Brother Ngo is supporting the evil side. Xueming hasn't even stabilized yet. Brother Diep is really fast. He's not an ordinary martial artist. Is he a master of ancient martial arts? Could it be that Brother Deep is? The clown-masked guys whispered to each other when they saw Deep Mac's figure from afar. Someone is coming up in the sky. They keep firing their hot weapons non-stop, but Diep Mac easily dodges them all. In an instant, he was standing in front of one of them with a sarcastic remark. You need to practice your aim better. I punched straight ahead, taking down all 3 of them in an instant. Only then does Diep Mac quietly smile. Just one more guy and this battle will be over. Damn it. Not long after I was feeling good, I start to get annoyed and sigh. Damn it, again my energy is running out. He dodged successfully. The masked man raised his gun and loudly declared, Go to hell. The gun was quickly cocked and Diep Mac's face darkened as he thought to himself, I can't dodge within this range. The gunfire echoed loudly, but the ones falling were the masked men, and the attacker was none other than Huyet Min. Deep Mac turned around and gave him a thumbs up. Nice shot, Brother Ngo. Huyet Min politely replied, Compared to your martial arts, that's nothing. On this side, the frantic voices of the masked men still alive ring out. The 2 big guys over there, we won't fight anymore. We surrender. Huyet Min asked sharply, Where are you trying to take us? He stammered, Tin Sun, the secret garden. Tin Sun Huyet Min quickly started the helicopter, then turned back to instruct them, Brother Deep, get in, fasten your seatbelts, we're about to take off. Seeing them leave, the masked man shouted loudly to remind them, Hey mister, please don't tell them I revealed their location once you get to the base. Long Tu will come after my whole family. Hearing that, Huyet Min turned to ask Deep Mac, so, you just let those masked guys go? A warning suddenly appeared in his mind. Diep Mac, promise me you won't respond to violence, with violence like those criminals do, and hurt innocent people. After a moment of reflection, Deep Mac smiled and let it go. They're just small fry, they can't do anything. Seeing the destination in front of him, Huyet Min turned to ask Diodong. According to this helicopter's GPS system, the secret garden the masked man mentioned is right ahead. Dong Dong, have you ever been there before? She immediately provided the information. I had seen it in a video before. It's a facility inside the mountains where all signals are completely blocked. The only way to send messages out is by hand delivery. I wonder if Dai Tian is there. After hearing that, Diep Mac asked curiously, Do you know if there are any martial experts there? Dudong shook his head and replied, No. Long's men used that place to hold his hostages, and skilled martial artists are rare. They probably won't be sent there just to guard a few Westerners with no fighting ability. A man holding a lantern appeared below, guiding them. Huyet Min also quickly picked up the signal. They are signaling us to land, I will take control and descend. As soon as they stepped down, a man cheerfully shouted, Oh, it's Manager Du, welcome. Welcome. The bald man, puzzled, asks, What is the reason Manager Du came here in the middle of the night? Diodong immediately stepped forward to explain. The boss sent me here to escort a prisoner named Dai Tian from your place. He hesitated and replied, About that, Manager Du, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to decide without an official order. She grew impatient and said, Longhead personally requested her, so you're waiting for him to call you directly. Hearing that, the bald man's face immediately turned pale. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I will take the person Longhead needs out immediately. Oh, right. After you return, please help me say a few words in front of Long Dao. Suddenly, a hurried subordinate ran over, leaned in close, and whispered in the bald man's ear. His attitude immediately changed, and he said in a gruff voice, Manager Du, maybe you're the one who needs me to say a few words in your favor. The bald man quickly gave an order, and in an instant, countless masked men appeared. Huyet Min immediately drew his weapon and shouted, What are you all doing? Nufan, where has Long Tao sent us? Seeing that he still dared to act arrogantly, the head asked even more irritably, Keep pretending if you want, then keep pretending. If I let you take the prisoner today, Long Dao will kill me. Even 100 heads wouldn't satisfy Long Dao's anger. Being in this situation makes Deep Mac feel extremely awkward. I promised Van Bang that I wouldn't use violence to fight violence or handle people recklessly, but it seems this time I have to use hidden weapons, and my internal energy depletes every 10 seconds. After thinking for a moment, I turned to Huyet Min and asked, "Brother No, is my action this time considered for the public security of Thiet Giang?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, of course I have." Hearing that, Deep Mac smiled mysteriously because of the name of public security, and his hand was bound again. He responded and shot straight up into the air. I never thought I would break my promise to Miss Van Bang. After finishing, Deep Mac directly swung countless iron nails down below. Immediately, numerous masked men were defeated, leaving the bald man bewildered. What? Seeing this scene, he was terrified beyond measure. How could it be like this? All of them were executed in just a second when suddenly another helicopter appeared in the sky. Watch out, Ngotuet Min. This is Thiet Jiang. This is Thiet Jiang. Hearing this voice, Huyet Min was overjoyed. They're here. Seeing the presence of the army made the bald man even more terrified. They warned that this area is now under Thiet Jiang's control. Lower your weapons and you won't be punished. Duodong saw that the soldiers were just as surprised. How did Thiet Jiang's plane get here? He explained, "I sent our coordinates to headquarters as soon as we were on the helicopter." Huyet Min nodded and said, "All right, you and Tong go inside to rescue Daishan. Deep and I will handle the outside." Dudong quickly obeyed. "All right, I'm going now," and he shouted loudly as he left. "You guys just wait. Long Dao will cut your heads into pieces." Deep Mac helplessly thought, he's really troublesome. I should have hit his pressure point. Suddenly someone approached and said, "Brother Diep, Huyet Min is very grateful," and continues, "You helped us a lot." He kept talking, not only saving Dong Dong's friend, but also destroying one of Nam Thian's bases. "I really don't know how to thank you enough." Deep Mac politely replied, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." "Mr. No." Suddenly, Huyet Min changed the subject. "That's right, Mr. Deep. Have you ever thought about joining Thiet Jiang?" He kept praising Diep Mac. "With your talents, you will definitely succeed in Thiet Jiang. Getting promoted won't be difficult at all." This made him hesitant. Well, after a moment, he finally explained his reason. "I will be honest with you, Mr. Nu, I came here to train because I am searching for a friend of mine. We parted ways and lost contact. The only times I interacted with the two families, Qian and Tang, were to protect my friends. The friend I am looking for is very important to me. Until I find her, I really can't focus on anything else. However, if No needs help in the future, feel free to come to me." Huyet Min also understands Diep Mac's situation. "All right, that's enough for me. Now it's your turn to ask No, what do you know about Kovo?" He provided what he knew, but all information related to Kovo was kept very secret. Even the identities and whereabouts of those practicing Kovo remained mysterious. I used to be a spy in the Namthan organization for a long time, and all I heard were just rumors. Some of those stories sounded really ridiculous, while others seemed to have been exaggerated. Huyet Min suddenly remembered something and asked Diep Mac, "I will say that Hothu was discovered being sent down to the underworld in a case involving the Tong family. I guess you, Diep, have fought him before." He nodded, quietly recalling that battle. "Yeah, that Hothu guy is pretty strong. At that time I was injured, but even if I wasn't, he wouldn't be easy to deal with." Huyet Min added some more information for you. "According to what I know, those who practice cultivation are divided into several stages based on physical strength and body power, from lowest to highest being entry-level, royal stage, mysterious stage, earth stage, and heaven stage. And according to rumors, there is a higher level called innate heaven. So the guy Hothu that Brother Deep mentioned isn't easy to deal with, and he's only at the royal stage." Suddenly, Hothu's words appeared in Diep Mac's mind. Could it be that he has already reached the late stage of the royal realm? No wonder Hothu kept rambling about the Huangjiai and Huyanjiai levels earlier, and what's even more surprising is that someone like Hothu is only at the Huang level. This made him extremely worried. In the world of cultivation, the gap between qi refining and foundation establishment is just one realm, but the difference in strength is enormous. If the same applies here, with my current level, I definitely can't deal with those who have surpassed the royal stage, like the mysterious earth or even heavenly stages. Deep Mac sighed tiredly. It seems that the second stage of tempering is still too weak. I must quickly reach the third level of tempering. Right in the city of Sobo, Hong Kong, a figure standing on a tall building softly spoke. "Ngotuyet Man, you haven't disappointed me." Suddenly someone appeared behind him. That old man smiled and joined in, saying that a spy within the Qianlong organization not only escaped successfully with crucial evidence, but also cooperated with martial experts to rescue the hostages. Ngotuyet Man is truly extraordinary. The scar-faced man directly asked, "What brings you here today? Lazy as you are." The old man cheerfully replied, "I'm very thirsty. I just wanted to drink some tea first." Scarface also invited him to sit down. What a coincidence, I have a special type of tea prepared just for him. "Come and sit down." He poured tea while chatting with the old man. "Recently I heard that Chen Baihe is furious over the death of his only son, which seems to be connected to Tiet Jiang. I'm afraid this won't be easy to handle." Hearing that, he immediately spoke to reassure him, "Don't worry about that, I am about to break through to a higher realm." And then the scar-faced man handed the tea to the old man. He calmly took a sip and then said with interest, "I really want to know who the martial arts master that Ngotuyet Man mentioned is." At Thiet Jiang's Grand Station, Tien Diep Mac left, but Huyet Min still felt a bit reluctant. "Brother Deep, you should stay a few more days," but he flatly refused. "I can't, I still have some things to take care of." Suddenly, he took out a card and handed it to Diep Mac. "All right. Hey Deep, this is for you." He looked at it curiously. ID card? After a brief glance, Diep Mac sighed softly. Mac Da. This person looks exactly like me, but the only difference is a mole at the corner of his eye. Hu Yet Min smiled and explained its purpose to him. This is a small gift as a thank you from Thiet Kiang. Brother Deep, this ID card can be safely used for renting places or traveling by various means. If you happen to be checked, you can just show this card. But there's one thing that worries him a lot. But Diep, you killed Qian Longtu's only son. He will definitely do everything he can to get revenge. Once he leaves this place, I'm afraid even the forces of Thiet Jiang won't be able to protect him. Deep Mac reassured him. I'll be fine. Mr. No doesn't need to worry too much. I'll be careful. Hu Yet Min, after hearing that, felt somewhat reassured. Since Brother Deep has made up his mind, I won't hold back anymore. So the ship waiting for you has also set sail. Hu Yet Min, standing behind, shouted sadly, Brother Deep, we'll meet again later and I wish you a safe journey. Returning to that city, Than Tuyet quietly reads the messages sent to her, full of suspicion about the information provided by that person. The news says that the mastermind has escaped and the police can't determine where he's headed. I'm afraid Diep Mac has already left Nin Hai. Are you sure this news is reliable? This is the message I received, so it can't be mistaken. Mumai, do you think I should be happy or sad? After reading the news, my feelings of joy and sorrow are mixing inside Than Tuyet. The good news is that Diep Mac left Nin Hai safely, but with the recent serious incident, I'm afraid he won't come back to Nin Hai, and I'm afraid I might never have a chance to see him again. The person on the other side quickly responded to her message. What do you think about what he said? It's nothing, Momai. I want to leave for a few days. Can you help me take care of the flowers, especially that little plant? Than Tuyet, are you back home? No, I just want to go out and relax. I've been in Nin Hai for too long. After speaking, Than Tuyet stared intently at the bracelet on her wrist and resolutely told herself, I can't wait like this anymore. I will find Diep Mac no matter where he is. I will find him. Than Tuyet suddenly remembered the clue her friend once mentioned. The last time I heard Xiaolei say, Diep Mac had a place at Luza. Maybe he will go back there, so I should check it out. In just a moment, she decided to leave. Then it's decided, let's go to the refugee camp. Diep Mac's train was also approaching its destination, with Vu Nin Station ahead. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare. He lies inside the train compartment, deep in thought, and with his current strength, resisting in Nanjing will be his next target. If he doesn't quickly increase his power, he's afraid it will become a big problem later, and there are only two ways to rapidly boost his strength. First, I will continue planting the Heart Lotus herb, but the growth period of this herb is too long, and Diep Mac couldn't help but feel anxious. The only remaining option is to immediately go to the Talana Desert to find the Loch Nung tree. If I'm lucky, I'll find the root and break through to the 3rd level of chi refining, but if I can't find it, I'll waste a lot of time. Quickly organize your thoughts and prepare for the upcoming goal. So I have to do both things, find a suitable place to grow the Heart Mint herb and then immediately head to the desert to find the Velvet tree. At least if I can't find the Velvet tree, I still have the Heart Mint herb. The train is now stopped and the announcement is playing. We have arrived at Wuming Station. Passengers wishing to disembark or board, please queue up in an orderly manner. The next station is Zhengzhou. If you want to go to Loch Thuong, please get off at the following station. Diep Mac frowned, glancing thoughtfully at Loch Thuong. Chivan Kien mentioned this place before. It's a small remote town not far from Kap Nha Lak. I should stop by to check it out. Vong Dien, holding the paper in his hand, just peeked out and reminded there are 3 compartments and 2 floors. Kim Kai-bin looked around holding his bag and sighed. There are really many people here. Hello, my name is Kim Kai-bin. What's your name? She waved her hand and replied, my name is Vong Dien. He awkwardly introduced himself while clutching his bag, saying, hello, I am Yu Erhuo. Then he pointed at Erhuo and asked, hey buddy, do you have some treasure in your pocket? Seeing how he clings to it like that, there must be something valuable inside. He sweat slightly and replied, nothing much. Just some medical tools inside. Leaning against the bed frame, Jaivan asked, sorry for the rudeness. I didn't realize you were a doctor. Wang Dian sat there and asked, what kind of medical training did you have? Niho scratched his head and shyly replied, traditional medicine, my family's profession. Mainly treating common illnesses like fever, colds, constipation, and diarrhea. He immediately rushed over to praise him. You're really impressive. Your medical practice must be excellent, and you're probably very wealthy. Do you really think so? I only have a train ticket to Loch Thuong because my plan is to go to Loch Tin Medical Academy to study medicine. Diep Mac glanced at the crowd and thought, so he's also coming to Loch Thuong? This Duniho looks very real. I should open a clinic in Loch Thuong and ask Duniho for help, so I won't have to worry about the heart spirit grass when I need to practice. Suddenly, Niho stepped forward and spoke, startling him. Hello, sir. May I swap beds with you? If I sleep on the lower bunk, I get seasick easily. Diep Mac happily replied, sure, I don't mind at all. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The train speeds through the night under the bright moon, and Kai Bin suddenly wakes up, then puts on his black sunglasses. Diep Mac, with his eyes half closed, wondered why Kim Kai Bin was wearing glasses at night. Surely his eyes weren't nearsighted? Kai Bin gently presses on the corner of his glasses, looks at the numbers displayed, and smirks as he guesses, that guy sleeping downstairs has a lot of cash in his pocket. Diep Mac lies there happily inside. I get it. It seems those glasses have another purpose. He's been staring at my bag for a long time. I don't know what he's looking for anymore. If only I had a signet ring, these problems would never happen. What should I do now? Calling the police is too dangerous and hard to explain. Kai Bin gets off the bed and walks carefully. A moment later, he opens the bag full of Hai-Ho's money. Vuong Dian woke up and looked at him with a puzzled expression. She sat up, dazed, and asked, "What are you doing?" Kai Bin pulls out a knife from his pocket, holding it in front of her, threatening cruelly, "If you don't give me the money, I will kill you." He looked on sweating and thought to himself, this guy is really bold. Not only does he want to steal, but he also dares to threaten to kill. I have to stop him. At this moment, someone lifts a cup of instant noodles high up. Yang Yi happily exclaims, "Finally, her beef noodle cup is ready, time to eat." Suddenly, she turned her head and saw the knife in Kai Bin's hand. He glanced at her with a frown and gave an order. "What are you looking at? Get out of my sight now." Yang Yi looked serious as he explained, "Do you think the Buddha will forgive you? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Uncle, don't you have any conscience?" He was stunned in disbelief, asking himself what the hell is going on. What's wrong with this girl? In the next moment, she mustered her strength and shouted, "Police! Someone here is threatening me with a knife." Kai Bin angrily shouted, "Do you want to die, you bastard?" Dipmak glanced over with a sly smile. A moment later, he flicked a small marble from his hand. The marble shot toward Kai Bin's leg, splattering blood everywhere. "What's going on here, little sister? What happened?" "Officer, this man was going to stab me with a knife." He asked, "What are you talking nonsense about?" Wang Yan replied, "I am a witness here. Not only was he planning to stab the girl with a knife, but he also threatened me. I have proof on my phone." Kai Bin immediately shouted in anger, "Both of them are lying. It hurts. Who just kicked my leg?" The police officer spoke seriously. "You come with me to the station right now." Hai-Ho now sat up and asked, "What just happened? What is going on here?" Wang Yan asked in surprise. "Hey brother, you're awake. That Kim Kai Bin guy tried to steal from your pocket, but luckily he was caught in the act and the police took him away." He immediately raised his hand in judgment and said, "Clearly he's a thief. No wonder he asked me what was in my pocket as soon as he arrived. Thanks everyone, everything is still here." Looking at Duong Wai, she was surprised and praised her. "Girl, you're really brave. Aren't you afraid of the guy who just had a knife in his hand right now?" She replied. "Are you afraid of him? My specialty is clinical medicine. I've seen many types of knives like that, and I've even held more knives than he has." Wang Yan sighed and recounted, "You're the first to see what happened. But he stared at you with a scary knife, so I didn't dare to attack him." "It's okay, Miss Wang. You don't need to worry about that." Big Tiger, sitting above, leaned down confidently and said, "Don't be afraid, brother. If anyone threatens you, we will protect you." He smiled happily and secretly marveled, "I never expected ordinary people in this world to be so passionate without them. This would be hard to resolve." Vuong Dian sweat on his face, looking helpless, silently asking himself, "What's going on with him? I haven't helped at all, so why is he being so polite?" "This is the first time I've seen someone thank someone else with a bunch of grass. Your brother is too polite. I can't really use these myself, so you'd better keep them for yourself." Deep Mac stood before her, confidently advising that these 3 herbs might not work for everyone, but they would definitely help her. Her complexion was a bit pale, and lately she often felt sleepy but had trouble sleeping deeply. "If I am right, you should be of age to get pregnant but haven't yet. Take these medicines home and follow my prescription. You'll feel better." Vuong Dian stared in shock, exclaiming incredulously, "What do you know?" "I will follow the prescription you gave me. Brother, are you a divine doctor?" Second Ho also looked amazed and asked, "Brother, you're also a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. You can tell what Lady Vuong's illness is just by a quick glance?" He smiled humbly and replied, "I only know a little. This second tiger brother of mine, I think you also study traditional medicine. We should open a testing room within a month. What do you think?" He immediately agreed. "Sounds good, brother. Please guide me." Duong Wai also feels excited and eager. Big, "Brother, can I join too? I'm currently doing an internship and I'll do my best." At this moment, Diep Mak raised his hand to his chin in thought and said, "If you come with us, maybe you'll have a chance to develop a good relationship." Duong Wai walked away while turning back to thank him. "Thank you. I will leave as soon as I get my luggage from my seat." His face darkened as he thought to himself, the girl just now smiling looked so much like Than Tuyet. I don't know how Nin Than Tuyet is right now. Since the last time I sent her my thoughts, I think she's still okay. Elsewhere, at a large station, a voice echoes, "Taxi, taxi, please stop. Can you wait for me to get to Luji?" A girl pushed her suitcase and walked down the street, muttering, "Luji is a remote place, and there are no trains or buses going there. It seems I have no choice but to take a taxi." Than Tuyet raised her hand to hail a cab. "Excuse me, miss, where would you like to go?" She replied, "Sir, I want to go to Liu Xie." Then the car drove off, and the voice from inside called back, "Don't go there. It's very dangerous." Than Tuyet angrily curses, "What kind of driver refuses a passenger?" As she opens the door and gets into a car, she silently vows this time she will go straight to the vehicle and see how he refuses to take her there. The driver glanced at her and asked where she wanted to go. Than Tuyet cheerfully replied, "I want to go to Liu He." He turned around and said, "I'm sorry, I can't wait for you to get there. If you still want to go, please find another taxi." She asked, confused, "Why won't you take me there?" He kept sweating and rambling nonstop. "Girl, you don't know what Luza is like. Are you planning to go there to invite trouble? Looking at how thin and weak her limbs are, it's very dangerous to go there. I also heard that place is full of thieves and robbers. I don't want to risk my life and end up dead. Uncle, I know it's a dangerous place, but I really need to go there. I'm willing to pay extra. I've already sat in your car. If you still refuse, wouldn't that be a violation of taxi regulations? I heard that recently the inspections have been very strict. The young girl is indeed hard to persuade, but when it comes to money, I wonder how much she's willing to pay. I already said the journey to the dangerous dorm is risky, but as long as the money is enough, I can wait for her at 5,000 because it's over 100 kilometers. Thantuyet and Hengo asked again, 5,000 for over 100 kilometers? He immediately laughed and replied, is there a problem? Too expensive? If you have no money, don't blame me. Anyway, the place we're heading to is also dangerous. She cheerfully urged, hurry up, uncle. I will pay 10,000 if we get there safely. At a tea shop, a voice rang out. Brother Su, let's have another toast. Sitting at a lavish banquet, Fuang Nam spoke up. Brother Su, the Faodao Society has been thriving ever since you arrived in Luzha. Brother Nam, the cooperation between the Luangkai gang and the Podao Society has gone well. From now on, Fodao will be the #1 gang in Luzha, so we should celebrate. Thanks to your Longqi gang, Brother Su, I truly admire how you've built such a powerful force in a small place like Luzha. Bright white light shines in the night as Fuang Nam's voice still echoes. Brother Su, stay here tonight. I will arrange proper accommodation for you. The two of them are now standing outside. Su refused. I can't. I still have a few acquaintances waiting for me. He then reminded him. All right, Brother Su, just call me if you need anything. Lusa always welcomes you. Take care, brother. Thatchdao, you're here, huh? What do you think of the person just now? Thatchdao immediately made a judgment. From appearances, he came to congratulate us and mostly to show he would cede the territory to us, but behind him is the branch of the Luangkai gang in Namthan, so we can't touch them. In the south, he frowned tightly, sweating profusely. I heard that this man is arrogant and cruel, and he's extremely lecherous, with countless girls having died at his hands. Thatchdao, keep an eye on him and don't let him mess around with other girls, and if necessary, just take action. It's fine. In a luxurious place elsewhere, lively music plays as people dance. Is that voice coming from someone? Can't you open it? Let me open it for you and let's have a good drink tonight. Let's go all out. Ninthan Tuyet stood outside, thinking to herself, this is the sign. It must be the right place. Than Tuyet saw the scene before her and couldn't believe it. She wondered what? Why is there a hotel right on the rooftop of a bar like this? I hope it's not so noisy at night that I can't sleep. I should have listened to the driver and not booked a hotel here. Better to change to another place. Then Than Tuyet checked her phone again and found out that all the hotels were fully booked. No way. Are all the nearby hotels already full? Looks like I have to stay here tonight. If it's too noisy, I'll wear headphones to sleep and tomorrow I'll move to a different hotel. After saying that, she raised her hand to greet the person in the distance. Hello. The Golden Tea Flower Hotel is this way, right? Seeing this, Mr. Zhu let out a sinister smile and commented, I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in Liuhie. He raised his glass to invite Than Tuyet and asked, do you want to stay at this hotel because you're so beautiful? Let me help you arrange a room. Than Tuyet was a bit surprised but quickly calmed down and responded, no, it's not necessary. The owner, please arrange the best room for her. I will pay for it. This person immediately obeyed him. All right, you handle it. Than Tuyet felt a bit suspicious inside. This place scared me so much I need to leave right now. I have to get out of here immediately. Thinking quickly, she hurriedly pulled her suitcase and turned around. Before she could take a few steps, Than Tuyet was blocked by a burly man. Excuse me, miss. Has my senior brother allowed you to leave yet? She was so scared her face turned pale, and she instinctively thought, this guy's very dangerous. I have to get out of here immediately. Hearing Than Tuyet's inner thoughts, Mr. Shunu confidently said, tonight, don't even think about leaving this door if you dare to step out. I will catch you on the spot. At this, she involuntarily widened her eyes in fear. What? Come here, Than Tuyet. Have a drink with me before my younger brother gets angry. In her moment of fear and desperation, she remembered what Xiaolei had advised. What should I do now? Wait a minute. Xiaolei said that Deepmak helped many people at Lusa, so maybe the people here know him. So I came here to find my husband. Deepmak, I heard he used to stay at Lusa. What? Deepmak's wife? If it's true that this girl is Deepmak's wife, I need to tell Annam immediately before things get out of control. Ansu was also shocked to hear this. What, Deepmak? Do you know him? I have no idea who Deepmak is. I've never heard of him. Forget Deepmak's hometown, become his woman instead, and maybe if you meet him at Lusa someday, he might just spare your life. Thatchdao quickly called his big brother An Nam because a girl claiming to be An Diep's wife was in trouble at the bar. What? His wife? And you're just standing there not helping her? Hurry and take her back immediately, and absolutely no mistakes must happen. Thatchdao is still standing there, stunned. Nam, are you sure that's her? What if we mistake someone else for her? He was immediately scolded by Fuang Nam for messing around. What? Wrong person. I told you, Thatchdao, that you must save Mr. Deep's wife. I will go there right now. All right, Nam, please hurry up. Things are getting worse now. At this point, Sue starts to play dirty with Than Tuyet. She angrily shouted, don't touch me. Don't come near or I'll call the police. Then Than Tuyet threw the glass of wine in his hand. Get out. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Liuxia is a place that the authorities don't bother to care about. Do you think the police would care? Come here quickly. I'm starting to lose patience. Thatchdao also called down from above. So you're Shu, what a coincidence. He immediately mocked Thatchdao. What a coincidence, I didn't know if it's fate or you are watching me. Thatchdao then continued to stall him. I didn't expect you to be able to joke too. You are a VIP guest of the Martial Arts Association. Mr. Su seems reluctant to argue and just said it outright. All right, if you have anything to say, just say it. But I want to make it clear that this girl is mine. When Anif Thatchdao also stepped down, he started questioning Than Tuyet. "Excuse me, miss, which Diep Mac are you talking about?" Yeah. She was a bit worried, but still replied, "I came here to find my husband. Diep Mac, he came to Lusa alone a month ago, and he also usually wears a black sports jacket." Hearing this, Thatchdao's face darkened, and he thought to himself that the timing and outfit matched perfectly, so she really is Diep Mac's wife. Seeing Sivai's tone, I guess he won't give up on her easily, but I won't let him do anything to her before Mr. Nam arrives. After gathering the information, Thatchdao quickly spoke up to defend Than Tuyet. "Hey, this girl is my friend's wife. Can we leave now? Besides, as you can see, there are many beauties in this bar. Why don't you pick one of them?" Hearing that, Mr. Su immediately frowned and showed his displeasure. "Thatchdao, don't you think today everything is too coincidental? Just at that moment, this woman turned out to be your friend's wife as well." Thatchdao, scared and explaining, said, "Brother, she really is my friend's wife." Susu, not believing, shouted angrily, "Don't mess with me. Do you dare steal a woman from me? Do you think I care? Today, this woman will be mine. Even if Fuang Nam is here, it won't help." Than Tuyet shouted in fear. "Let me go." Thatchdao also hurriedly intervened. "Brother, please don't do this." At this moment, a bottle of beer suddenly flew towards them and smashed directly into Su's face. Yuanthan strode forward angrily and said, "You bastard, how dare you treat that girl so roughly, don't you feel ashamed?" Brother Chu was even more furious when he saw this. "Do you dare hit me? Don't you know Fan Nam is still at Lusa?" Meanwhile, Thatchdao was so scared, his face turned black, and his little head kept turning side to side. "Hey girl, who are you?" No, it's not me, she's not one of us." He acts impulsively like a mad dog rushing to punch Uyan Than. "You're asking to die, guys? Deal with this girl for me." The gang members immediately obeyed him and charged forward. "Yes, big brother." Uyan Than remains surprisingly calm. Little Na attacks them. As soon as she finished speaking, Na hissed out her sharp fangs, causing Su's henchmen to panic and scatter. There's a snake, it bit me." Mr. Shu's whole body is trembling. Nali only thought of the 2 eggs in her mind before rushing at him again. Su was trembling as he begged Yen Than, "Please don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. I beg you. Don't bite me." Thatchdao next to him also pleads for him. "Can you call the snake back? Otherwise, it will be a big mess later." Fuang Nam has arrived now, running over and shouting, "Stop everyone, please. Stop fighting." Thatchdao and Uyen Than both turned their heads and spoke together. "Mr. Nam, you're finally here. Chi, this is our internal matter. Please let us handle it. If I have been rude, I hope you will forgive me." Uyen Than crossed her arms and replied succinctly, "It seems he is the person in charge here. If you've said that, then this matter is considered closed. Xiaona, go back. Don't be angry anymore. Xiaona didn't bite your 2 testicles." These words make me so angry. Damn Fuang Nam, your people dared to sabotage the relationship between our 2 gangs. Luang Kai Gang won't let this slide. "Just wait," Fuang Nam softly explains again. "Brother Su, it's all just a misunderstanding. Don't let emotions override reason because of a woman." Thatchdao understood the hint and bowed his head to admit his mistake. "Brother, I am at fault in this matter, so please calm down." "Hey Fuang Nam, I told you to go on patrol, so why did you dare to offend Mr. Iju? I will cut your weekly salary. Brother Shu, you are seriously injured. You need to go to the hospital immediately. Quickly take Shu to the best hospital." Your words made Shu raise his voice and shout, "Fuang Nam, do you think that's the end?" "Just wait. Only then will they discuss it among themselves." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thank you for helping me." Nam, this place is too noisy. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Uyenthan looked at the girl in front of her and spoke. "Miss, I just heard you say that Diep Mac is your husband. Is that true?" "My name is Ninthan Tuyet, and yes, Diep Mac is my husband." The news shocked Uyenthan. "What's wrong with Ninthan Tuyet? You are Diep Mac's wife. He mentioned you before." Than Tuyet also asked curiously, "How do you know about that? Are you familiar with Diep Mac?" Uyenthan explains, "Yes, I know him, and the reason I came here is to find him." The sour vinegar smell started to rise in Than Tuyet's heart. This Diep Mac guy also knows another girl outside. She's genuine and even exudes a heroic aura. And her figure is really attractive, and on top of that, she came all the way here herself. Truly. At this moment, Thatchdao turned to Fuang Nam and whispered softly, "Hey Nam, things are getting complicated. It seems both girls are looking for Diep. One is his wife, and the other his lover. The tension is really rising." Fuang Nam nodded vigorously. "I see what you mean. Why bother explaining this to me?" He thought to himself. "I can't let them fight. If they start fighting, these 2 women will end up hurting each other, so I will speak to them. Because they are both friends of Mr. Deep and Mr. Deep is also my benefactor, I, Fuang Nam, will invite both of you to rest at my place." But Thatchdao gently reminded him, "Mr. Nam, why do you say they are your friend, Mr. Deep? I know that one of them is a relative. Women are very sensitive to small things like this." "What do you mean?" They looked at the 2 girls and then commented, "It seems the atmosphere is even more tense now. Nam, this time you're really in trouble." Then he reluctantly invited them. "Sit down, you 2. Thatchdao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry into the kitchen and cook something delicious to serve our guests." Thatchdao starts to serve the food. While waiting for the food, please enjoy some fruit first. Yuanthan observes and secretly evaluates Than Tuyet. Deep once said that his wife married him for her family's benefit because it was a fake marriage. They shouldn't have had any feelings for each other, so why did Ninthan Tuyet travel alone all the way to this remote countryside? Could it be because of Deep? Than Tuyet herself also judges her from this side. Deep Mac told this girl about his family and where he lives here. Clearly their relationship is not normal. I wonder what the relationship between Diep Mac and her is. Even Fang Nam from afar can feel the sparks. Thatch head. Neither of you have said a word yet. You should try to liven up the atmosphere a bit. He followed up with older brother Nam. I think you should step in because you know how to handle this kind of situation. After discussing, Fuang Nam cleared his throat. We are all close to Mr. Deep, so this is a good opportunity for us to meet. You two should open up to each other a bit. Touch Dao Quan Guy reminded him. Brother Nam, what are you talking about? Then again, Fuang Nam scolded him right to his face. If you want to do it, just go ahead and do it yourself. There's nothing else I can do, so Yu Yen Than reluctantly takes the initiative to mediate. Fine, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chi Uyen Than. I am from the Special Forces, and I am on leave, here to find Mr. Deep. I don't know Miss Nin. She should be called a fake wife. You went to Luza to meet Mr. Deep, and then what happened afterward? Fuang Nam gapes in shock and shouts, what? A fake wife? Even Thatch Dao is no less surprised. Are you here to escape the wedding, Diep? Than Tuyet's face darkened as she stood up. Oh, seeing the murderous aura flare up, Yuan Than remains unfazed. So what? Where did I go wrong? At this point, Fuang Nam quickly runs over to intervene. Both of you calm down and stop being angry. Let's sit down and talk properly. I can't stand it if Mr. Deep blames me. Hearing these words, Uyen Than glanced at him. What is your relationship with Diep? From the tone earlier, it seems like you are someone he knows. Hearing that, Fuang Nam's face looked like it was covered with a sparkling filter. My relationship with Mr. Deep is a long story, he said seriously. Deep came to Leezer and founded the PAO Guild by fate. He saved me from a life-threatening situation and helped make the PAO Guild the top faction in Leezer. I promised Diep that the people of Leezer would no longer be bullied. Now more and more people are coming to do business with Leezer. Diep is a benefactor not only to the PAO society, but also to the town of Leezer. After hearing the story, Uyen Than felt a bit of a shared fate. Honestly, I was also saved by Diep. At that time, I was at the border when he single-handedly rescued us from enemy fire. He is like a god of war. Through their stories, Than Tuyet slightly frowns. Isn't Diep Mo just a useless person? Why do they call Diep Mo a all-powerful war god? Deep Mo, the more I learn about you, the more I realize I don't know anything. You were abandoned by your own family, look ordinary but possess special skills, and there are probably many things about you I haven't discovered yet. At the same time, Fuang Nam suddenly exclaimed. Turns out she and Diep are also friends through thick and thin. Next time Diep will come back to El, we must ask him about his adventures. Than Tuyet was surprised. Yuan Than froze and asked again what he meant by next time. Is Mr. Deep no longer at Lyso? He nodded affirmatively. That's right, he's not here right now. Than Tuyet's eyes widened, her voice a bit hurried. President Fuang Nam, do you know where Diep Mo has gone? He hesitated before answering. The thing is, Diep often likes to be alone. The last time he left, he didn't specify where he was going, only saying he would go look for flowers and plants. Although he said he didn't know, Fuang Nam suggested they go there. However, Diep was indeed staying in Lewis, but I visited the place a few days ago and there was no one home. If you want to find Mr. Deep, I can take everyone to his house to try their luck. At this point, Uyen Than hesitantly whispered, I'm sure Mr. Deep has already gone to the desert. She remembered the map in Deep Mac's hand and continued. Deep Mac had once found a torn map in the border area. At that time, I was beside him and helped him translate the Tibetan part on the map. There was a special symbol marking the Thak Li Makan Desert. When he saw it, Diep was very excited, clearly indicating that there must be something he was searching for there. Uyen Than, worried, placed her hand on her chest and asked further, could he really find something in the legendary deathly desert of Thak Li Makan? Or was it just as President Fuang Nam said, it seems that Diep is searching for some mysterious plant, but he hasn't specified what kind it is. The space fell silent. Yuan Than quietly calculated, what does she want with Deep Mo? To cultivate? My mother says that some people from the 5 great clans in Hoaha learned ancient martial arts from a young age. 2 years ago, Diep Mo was expelled from the clan, so it's hard to tell what's true or false, but I suspect that Diep Mo started practicing to survive. Thinking of that, Than Tuyet made a request. Uyen Than, can you just give me a copy of that map? She naturally held out the map in front of her. All right, this map is one I drew myself and I've memorized most of the content, so if you want, just take it. Suddenly, Yun Than hesitated and questioned. Wait a minute, what do you want this map for? Are you planning to go to the Khan Desert of the Dead to find Diep? Than Tuyet glanced away to avoid eye contact. Sometimes many thoughts just naturally come to my mind. Just like when I went to Lyso, I knew it was very dangerous, but I always imagined I would meet Diep Mo and nothing would happen. I really can't describe how I feel. Hearing that, Uyen Than widened her eyes and asked back, aren't you the one who married Diep because you were forced? So what's your next move? Are you planning to divorce him? Talking about this topic, Than Tuyet's cheeks flushed red. Sometimes I feel confused because of my own emotions, but when I realize my true feelings for him, I can't erase him from my mind. I once used Diep Mo as an excuse to hide myself, but by the time I started to understand who he really was, he had disappeared, leaving me no chance at all. Uyen Than half opened her eyes mischievously. If she was so eager to divorce, what else could she do? And that's not all, Uyen Than continued. The reason I'm telling you this is because I believe you are someone special to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shared the story of that dry puppet with you. Actually, I am really jealous of you. He has never said those words to me, yet he said them to you. Yuan Than still didn't speak immediately, and Long thought to himself, she might think that way. But in reality, it's no different. Last time, when I heard Diep's tone, he didn't seem truly eager to marry me. But Diep also never truly had me in his heart. Since we broke up, he has never called me once. Wait, does that mean Mr. Deep already has someone he likes? Then why does he ignore both of us? Thinking this through, Uyenthan warned, Than Tuyet, going into the desert alone is too risky and dangerous. Don't do it. Uyenthan sternly warned Than Tuyet that luckily she met me and Fuang Nam at Luza. But in the Aniclimax desert, she would face sandstorms and scorching sun that could burn her skin and flesh. Even so, Uyenthan was still determined. I know that desert is very dangerous, but Deep Mac got into trouble because of me. I am very worried about his life. When I was unconscious, Deep Mac came back to save me. He takes care of me, but has never said a word to me. She lowered her head and expressed her feelings. I just want to ask why he is so kind and gentle to me. I want to hear it from his own mouth. If he hates me, I won't bother him anymore in the future and will leave immediately. What's the danger? My life was saved by him, so even if I have to pay him back, it's not worth much. At this moment, Than Tuyet was a bit confused. Than Tuyet, are you stupid? Why would you risk everything to meet Mr. Deep? Don't you see how much he's done just to make you happy? A strange light flickers in her eyes. He really wants to see her, but he's busy with something and can't meet her right now. Hearing that, Than Tuyet was startled and blushed. Really? Finally, Yenthan made the suggestion to Than Tuyet, I will go with her. I have more desert survival experience than you, but before we go, come to my house in Luoyang first. We need to prepare enough supplies and medicine to survive in the desert. In another place, thunder rumbled loudly. The person stood before a tombstone and softly said, Son, it's already the 7th day. I'm coming to see you. You can rest in peace now. I will find the one who killed you and crush him. Suddenly, someone hurriedly ran in and reported, Long Dao, the elder of the Tong family, Tong Nguyen Hia, wants to see you outside. Long Dao is a bit confusing. Tong Nguyen Hia hasn't seen me in many years, yet today he came to find me himself. It seems the Tong family is in trouble. He ordered him to go in. A moment later, the man wearing the red bead necklace appeared, as described by Qian. Tong Nguyen Hia paid his respects to him. Mr. Long, is there something you need to see me about? Yuan Ngia didn't speak directly, but chose to beat around the bush. Without the information that Qian Ra needs, I wouldn't dare go to Tam Bao Duong. We used the newest Emperor technology to match the bloodstains left at the scene that night. And do you know whose they are? Long Dao didn't turn his head, his voice dark and grim. Tell me, I don't want to guess. Nguyen Ngia brought shocking news, that the heir abandoned by the Diep family is Diep Mac. The mention of this name made the blood in Long Dao's eyes flare up. The Dai family. Dai Mo. I heard that the young master of the Tongs was killed by the neglected son of the Dai family because of a woman. Then the Tong family gave Trui Lung the name Diep Mac. Now he comes to tell me that Tong Thieu Dam and my son were both killed by Diep Mac, which means my son died because of the Tong family's affairs. Under interrogation, Nguyen Ngia hurriedly explained, I am still investigating whether the Deep family is involved in the Tong family matter. I only know the Deep family cannot do anything. Not only did they get involved in the Tong family's affairs, but they also don't fear the Tuyen family's influence. Recently, I heard that a Tuyen family base was destroyed and the dead were nailed up in the town. That tragic situation is exactly the same as Sai Bin and Thieu Dam. Long Dao immediately analyzed and judged. It seems that the Diep family and Thiet Jiang are also involved. At this moment, Nguyen Ngia suddenly became agitated. The Tien family lost their beloved son. It was just Kova Hoithu, Thieu Dam's bodyguard, who was killed by him. My family has nothing to do with this. Long Dao, knowing his overall plan, preemptively acted. Mr. Tong, don't think you can save Tong just with a few words. When Diep Mac is captured, he will be held accountable next. Nguyen Ngia had no choice but to bow and accept. Yes, the responsibility of the Tong family is unavoidable. Hidden out of sight, Nguyen Hien grits his teeth and curses inwardly. We've fought the Diep family for decades. I never thought they would disguise the abandoned brat as an ancient martial arts master and kill both of my grandchildren. This time, let the master bury your Dai family. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed with thunder. Order me to deal with him quickly. The next morning, at a small house with people chatting, everyone is invited into the shop. All kinds of traditional medicine are 20% off today. Welcome, everyone. Young healer happily sheds tears. Would you like to come in for a consultation today with a 20% discount on all herbal medicines? Hey, everyone, this is my shop. I don't care. Just keep delivering. Sir, would you like to see a doctor? Diep Mac looked around, secretly wondering if the tin ha grass he planted a few days ago had already sprouted. I'll go check it out. Then he jumped down from the roof, and Diep Mac saw that the tin ha grass had sprouted. He smiled to himself and muttered, Not bad. It seems the soil in Lac Duong is quite suitable for growing tin ha grass. It sprouted in just a few days, so I can rest assured and head to the desert. Just then, Ni Ho ran over and asked, Are you looking at herbs again, Diep? He crouched down to observe and asked, Have you checked if it has sprouted? Suddenly, Diep Mac announced, Chi Ho, I plan to go on a long trip. So during my absence from Lac Duong, please water and take care of these medicinal herbs. Naho asked hesitantly, So you're leaving so early, Diep? He looked a bit embarrassed. I still haven't tested the potency of the medicines we discussed last time, and there are many illnesses I haven't encountered much. Brother Diep, the clinic can't operate without you here. Hearing that, Diep Mac turned to look at him. It'll be fine. I've reviewed your pulse diagnosis and acupuncture skills, so that's enough for daily medical treatment. Suddenly you changed the subject. Maybe I will go tomorrow. Please take care of the clinic and these herbs. That's right. Tell Yang Yi that if she's free, she doesn't need to go looking for more clients. When the rumors spread, people will naturally come looking for her. Second Tiger replied seriously. Yes, Mr. Deep, I understand, don't worry. At the same time, the station announced that the next stop was Lac Duong Station. Passengers, please prepare your luggage for disembarkation. A moment later, Than Tuyet asked, Uyen Than, how long has it been since you last returned to Lac Duong? She calculated and replied, It's been almost 2 years. I hardly recognize this place anymore. The Lac Duong neighborhood is bustling with numerous shops opening up. Than Tuyet Thish looked around and sighed. I didn't expect a small remote town like Lac Duong to be so bustling. Uyen Than also nodded in agreement. I think it has developed well over the past 2 years. A few years ago, these streets still looked desolate and abandoned. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Is that Lan Vu on the other end of the line? Did Mom just hear Momai say you're planning to go to the desolate dunes of Aniclimax to find Diep Mak? She calmly affirms, yes, I need to rest and have fun. I'm so bored at home. Lan Vu immediately objected. No, you are not allowed to go. Do you hear me, Mother? Do you know how dangerous the desert is? But Than Tuyet remained firm in her decision. Mom, I want to go. I have to go. I will take good care of myself. She still refuses to agree. No, I will wait in Lac Duong, and we will fly to find you immediately. After receiving the call, Than Tuyet was extremely confused. Oi, Than, my mother is coming to Lac Duong to take me back home. They will arrive very soon by plane. Let's get ready quickly. So your mother doesn't agree? My mother didn't agree either. She called me yesterday and kept complaining. Hurry up and go to Than Tuyet. As they just left, Diep Mak 2Y stepped out of the shop. Nihuduang Y, I'm leaving now. I'll leave the clinic to you two. From afar, Than Tuyet's voice echoes. Why didn't you call a taxi? Uyen Than quickly responded. It's just around the corner in front of us. You just reminded me. I'm also afraid my mother will stop me. The two of them turned in a different direction. Take it slow. I'm wearing high heels. Suddenly, Duong Diep Mak stopped in the middle of the street. He turned around and looked around, Longtham thought. Strange. It seems to be Nin Than Tuyet's voice. Really, what is Nin Than Tuyet doing in Luoyang? They moved to the Ninjia mansion in Yenkin. Lan Vu entered the room to complain. Oh my god, Than Tuyet didn't listen to me. The person inside replied indifferently. It seems she has made up her mind. Hearing that, she became even more worried. This time Than Tuyet was seriously injured and we thought she wouldn't survive, so we want to ask you to go back and help. I didn't expect the girl to recover naturally overnight, and now she's going to the desert alone when we thought she would stay home to rest. Tuto, please come with me, but I don't think it will wait for me in Lac Duong. In the Nin family living room, Tuto's voice rang out steadily, nothing troubling at all. If there's nothing else, Aunt Lan, then little Lato too would no longer be in this world. You don't need to be so polite. This trip to the desert is very dangerous. I think Aunt Lan should stay at home and wait for my news. I will bring Than Tuyet back from the desert and also want to meet the Tong family, the ones who caused her so much suffering. Hearing these words, Lan Vu was deeply moved, and every time she saw this girl panic, her mind would become a complete mess. What kind of old lady still tries to follow to the desert? Isn't that just more trouble? Tuto, let me bother you to help bring Than Tuyet back. I must get the girl home safely. At the same time on the plane, Diep Mak looked out the window and marveled at how majestic and magnificent the desert looked from above. Then he fell into deep thought again, but I wonder how many deadly traps are still hidden behind that beauty. I really hope I can find the origin of the velvet tree so I can control stronger magic only after reaching level 3. If I encounter one or more enemies like Hokao, I will be able to handle them easily. A while later, the plane also landed, finally arriving. This plane gave me a terrible headache. Then he walks alone with the piece of paper in the airport. Looking at this map, there's still quite a distance from the airport to the desert. The surveillance camera is being controlled by someone. The boy's face appears on the screen. The sound of machinery echoes as the target's identified face compares with the database. That afternoon, the desert sand reflects the golden light and gathers together. Everyone, please gather around me. We are in an unnamed desert area, and we will not go any further for now, and will return after a short rest. Diep Mak, holding a water bottle, looks pleased. It seems like this is a forest station near the edge of the desert, but judging from the map, I think I am still far from the marked point. If there's enough water and food, finding the deer antler tree might still depend on fate. Suddenly, someone's gaze fixedly stared at your back. Diep Mak turned around cautiously, feeling how cold it was behind him. Suddenly, something flashed past, leaving a scratch on his face. Too fast, the black cloak doesn't give up and attacks head-on. Someone in the group shouted, "Guide, look, someone is fighting." From afar, the black-clad group rushes to catch him. Whether alive or dead doesn't matter. Diep Mak frowns and begins to analyze. What about the masked people? Namthan, has my whereabouts already been exposed? Are you really alone against 3 of them? Every scratch I analyze shows that these masked people are as strong as the lake demons, and there are many of them. I'm also worried that more of them might come here. Moreover, there are too many tourists around, and using dark energy could easily cause harm to innocent people. The most important thing now is to find the lucky deer antler, as fighting here would be very dangerous. I need to find a way to escape this situation immediately. Suddenly, Diep Mak's eyes fell on the motorcycle by the road. There's a motorcycle there. I can use it to think and act. Diep Mak immediately rushes over and asks, "Hey, can I borrow your bike?" Who is this person? What are you doing here? He started revving the throttle. The man in black ran after him on foot, while the other was fleeing on a motorcycle. The owner also couldn't take it and yelled, "My bike, my motorcycle." When the owner sped after him, a pile of money was thrown back. He was about to pick it up when your voice echoed back, saying, "Hey, this is the money I borrowed the bike with." Experiencing this feeling, Diep Mak exclaimed, "Riding a motorcycle through the desert is truly exhilarating. Let's go, but it's so hard to control. As soon as the words finished, he was flipped off the bike. The dark-clad men in off-road vehicles were chasing after him. We found him, he's up ahead. The boss said that as long as we catch him, whether alive or dead, we will be rewarded greatly. Deepmak had some difficulty being caught up. Oh no, can they really keep chasing like this? Namthan's stamina is truly incredible. He can mobilize that many people even in such a remote area. When he fires the grenade launcher, you speed away, leaving the explosion behind. Damn it. The black-clad group all burst into loud laughter. Blow it up, blow it up. I want to see how far you can run in this desert, along with the sound of machine guns roaring through the sky. Deepmak skillfully maneuvers the car along the desert road, thinking to himself, damn it close. Combat is hard to escape from, and they also have long-range weapons. What's more concerning is that the desert is flat, with no place to hide. This time, I'm definitely going to die. Suddenly, a hot bullet flew in and hit straight into the backside of your waist. Oh no, I've been shot. He grimaced and thought carefully. No, this isn't good. If this keeps up, I'll be killed sooner or later. Instead of waiting to die, I will fight back first. Thinking this, Deepmak decided to turn the car around, and the black-clad driver shouted, that guy is crazy. He's heading straight for us. The guy on the roof pointed and ordered, do you realize you can't escape and want to risk your life to take us down with you? You think I'm afraid of you, just shoot him dead. Deepmak smirked and said, this is a gamble. Either I succeed or I die. You give it your all and then suddenly vanish. Where did the driver go? Why did he disappear? The person above shouted, he's in the sky, look up there. Deepmak jumped down with the sunlight, holding a fire-encased nail in his hand, and with a burst of energy, he shot straight at them. Try this fire nail move. The nail sped through the wind and caused the entire convoy to explode upon impact. That day ended, the moon hung in the sky, and Deepmak sat alone in the desert. The supplies seemed enough, but there were only a few bottles of water left. Looks like I need to find a water source quickly. According to the map, I am currently in an area called Lao Lan. I heard this is the most mysterious place in the Aniclimax desert, where many strange and bizarre things happen. Deepmak was lost in thought, recalling Lakan's story. I heard locals say that Lao Lan once had a water lake called Lao Lan Lake, and before it disappeared, people also called it the Immortal Lake. The legend says that the wind god gouged out Lu Lan's eyes and broke Mi Lan's legs just to prevent his daughter Mi Lan from falling in love with Lu Lan. Immortal. But even with her legs gone, Mi Lan still clung tightly to Lu Lan and refused to let go. The wind god was furious and blew them apart to the far east and west ends of the desert so they could never meet again. Every day, Mi Lan longed for her lover until she withered away. Her green hair gradually turned white and her tears pooled into a lake, creating the legend of Lake Lao Lan. In the end, Mi Lan fell ill from longing, and her soul left the mortal world, and that beautiful lake of Lao Lan disappeared, leaving only a lonely silver desert behind. Hearing this, Deepmak sighed softly. When I first heard the story, I didn't feel much, but now standing here I realize that the silver sand from Milan's tears is painfully beautiful. Suddenly I remembered Lakan's eyes, the sky so distant and full of longing. Isn't it just like me and my master? During that battle, my master took all the damage to save me and cast a special spell so I could be reborn on Earth. And it was also at that moment that I realized his feelings, but it was already too late. With that thought, he tilted his head to look at the moon above. Master, are you still waiting for me there? Will I ever have the chance to see you again? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from nowhere, and Deepmak immediately became alert. Who's there? That sound even attracted the lizard, Samak. Deepmak looked around suspiciously. Is this just my hallucination? There is nothing around me, but these deafening screams are really very close. Once again, that cry rings out loudly. Deepmak furrowed his brow. It's that sound again. He leapt up suddenly and shot several nails forward. Stop hiding, come out. Still, that person's movement is faster. Deepmak furrowed his brow in doubt. Did I miss? Once again, that sound echoed. Did something pass through him that made Deepmak turn pale? You're stunned, thinking to yourself, when did it move behind you? A powerful light like tearing through the night. Deepmak hurriedly chased after and shouted, Stop right there! Your strength is gradually running out. This thing is really fast. Wait, don't run. It's more like it appeared and then disappeared into the sand. And this thing is definitely not a human. When it attacked me, I could feel a very abnormal aura. Could it be a demon cultivator? In the cultivation world, some with extremely high cultivation levels use the heavenly spirit pearl to preserve their souls in this world to continue their cultivation. That's right, I shouldn't wait. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I don't think cultivators like that would be interested in staying to cultivate on Earth, where spiritual energy is so scarce. You're still running? Don't blame me for being ruthless if you keep chasing after this mysterious game. Catch my fire spike. The fire spikes you shot out are falling straight to the ground again. Did you miss again? You pick it up to observe, is there dust on the tip of the nail? Seeing something strange, Deepmak turns his head to glance. It's not certain that it's caused by the reaction between the high temperature of the nails and that thing. It means I hit it. But if I already fought them, where is that thing now? And moreover, the strange aura from earlier also disappeared instantly. Suddenly, your hand sinks into the sand. Only then does Deepmak realize the situation. What is happening? Why is the sand collapsing now? Deepmak was sinking down. Damn it, I can't jump up. He gritted his teeth. Moreover, this is not an ordinary sand collapse. It seems like a hand is pulling Deepmak down, and something underneath is dragging me down. Deepmak's nails are digging in tightly. Damn it, the more strength I use, the faster I sink. Deep Mac's hand raises. I'm doomed. I never expected that I, Deep Mac, would die here, trying to save you. Deep Mac falls into nothingness. The figures of Lakan, Thantuyet, Tinvan, and Uyanthan reappear. Master, I can't keep searching for you anymore. A flash of light flickers. Deep Mac? Deep Mac? A voice calls out. Open your eyes, don't give up. Deep Mac opened his eyes wide, feeling something wrap around his waist. What? It pulled Deep Mac up, causing him to fall to the ground. Deep Mac trembled as he sat up, and Tu approached him. Deep Mac was stunned and said, Master. Tu just looked at you without saying a word. Deep Mac wondered to himself, who is this sister? Her slender shoulders looked sculpted, her tiny waist seemed bound by a string, and her delicate neck was gracefully curved. Such a description perfectly matches the sister standing in front of me. I got up, and the moment I opened my eyes, I thought I was seeing my master. Deep Mac clasped his hands together and thanked her for saving him. Sister. Tu, threw the water bottle. Deep Mac, can you take the water for me? Deep Mac cares. She's clearly not a cultivator. She could be in a worse situation than mine without water, yet she still shared half of her water with me. A stranger, I just used my ability to observe her bag. Her bag only has a few packs of biscuits and 2 bottles of water left. Deep Mac said, my bag is not far away. I don't need this water bottle, but I will definitely repay this kindness because you shared water with me if I don't die. Tu turned away. There's no need to do this. So she just leaves like that? Judging by her recent agility, her strength must surpass that of the wolf dog too. Your eyes widened. That's right, I forgot to ask what those things actually were. Maybe she knows. Deep Mac shouted, do you know what those things that attacked me were? A voice from afar replied, I don't know, but it might be related to the scent on your body. The scent? I don't even wear perfume, so how could I have any smell on me? Deep Mac remembered that purple branch. Wait a minute. The scent. Could she be talking about the smell from the Loch Nung tree? He thought to himself that if that shadow had attacked anyone else, the locals would have mentioned it. But since no one did, it must have only targeted him. I brought the same things as others into the desert, except for the Loch Nung plant, which was the only thing others didn't have. Deep Mac then remembered another thing that still puzzled him. When chasing that shadow, he always felt its aura, but as soon as he reached this area, the aura completely disappeared. What does that mean? Maybe only certain places allow that shadow to sink deep down and go very far. The truth is that Deep Mac had heard of a place where, on the surface, it seemed like any other desert, no different from the usual ones. But I also heard that it's said to hide countless mysteries, including an ancient city buried over the flow of time. Deep Mac kept pondering. Because that shadow appears because of the Lo Hung tree, it proves it has encountered this type of plant before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so cautious. Finding that shadow could lead us to a place with more of those Loch Nung trees. Deep Mac disappears. I'll mark this spot for now while I go back to get my bag and some food to recover. Before returning here later, Deep Mac throws aside the pile of sand and grabs a handful. Deep Mac observes it. The deeper he digs here, the more diamonds he finds. It seems there is a complex structure beneath. After 3 hours, Deep Mac still kept digging deeper. Suddenly, the shovel could no longer break through. Deep Mac said, I found it. He reached out and touched the hard object. Is it slate? Hearing this sound, it seems hollow underneath. The lizard passing by suddenly stops when it hears the noise. Deep Mac falls into the pit and indeed finds himself in an entirely different world. He takes out a flashlight and ventures further inside. The smell here is really terrible, but it seems like the air is still circulating. Breathing probably won't be a problem. Deep Mac's shadow reflected and looked around, and I couldn't even see the end of this slate road. I estimate it's several kilometers long. Deep Mac touches the stone. The cliff walls? You keep going. That's strange. Although the slate tiles here were laid by humans, the cliffs on both sides are vertical. It seems this is not an ancient city, but a giant cave. You keep walking. Deep Mac has gone very deep. I've been walking for half an hour and still haven't seen the end. A root is continuously growing longer and moving. There's a nail on the root. This surprises Deep Mac. Why is my nail here? Could it be that the shadow attacking me earlier was actually a root? Deep Mac felt awkward. Could it be that he had been chasing a root all along? He denied it again. No way. How can a root move that fast? Only if it's some kind of monster. But this root can't breathe, so it can't be it. Pay attention to that spiritual tree. Wait a moment. A large part of the nail is still exposed. Deep Mac deduces that while this nail tree belongs to him, it was actually pinned to this root by someone else. If he had thrown it himself, his strength would have broken the tree long ago. I see now. It seems likely that this shadow is a type of armored creature. The dust from earlier was caused by the nail hitting its armor. This nail must have pierced the flesh inside. When it ran away, it threw this nail that was still embedded in the tree. Judging by the thickness of the blood, it proves it can't run very far. Deep Mac runs away. If that shadow is injured, it probably can't run fast. I have to catch it to see what it really is. Deep Mac stopped. Ahead there was light, a stream of blue aura emanating. It's coming out. It's coming out. The spiritual energy is flowing out. Deep Mac approached the shadow, and in front of him stood a tree. He was amazed to see many tamdang trees with several flowering branches growing on the ground. Deep Mac was surprised. They are as big as a person's wrist, indicating they have been growing for hundreds or even thousands of years. He said, although tamdang is a low-level spiritual plant in the cultivation world, it is extremely rare to find ones that are over 1,000 years old. A branch can be sold for a few hundred spirit stones. I can't believe there are so many here. But as soon as Deepmak touched the wing, it disappeared. Deepmak watched them gradually vanish. These tudong trees contain no spiritual energy at all. Only the smell of decay remains. If this cave weren't isolated from the outside world, these trees would have already turned to dust. Deepmak looked up at that tree again. Maybe this giant poplar tree has grown like this by relying on the nutrients from the Tamdang. But now that the spiritual energy has vanished, this tree is gradually withering. Deepmak scratched his face and looked to the other side, where there was a stone stele. On the stone tablet, the two characters Huku are engraved. Huku. Was this place once a lake? My bag fell here, but who cares? Deepmak sat leaning against the tombstone, whether it was a river or the sea. It no longer mattered. Deepmak glanced to the side, knowing his movements had been exposed and that Namthan was probably scouring the desert to find him. I still have enough water to hold out for a few more days. If there's no progress, I guess I'll have to leave this desert and go back to cultivating spirit grass. I wonder what Deepmak Nu has discovered. It's strange. Why do I smell a faint aura of spiritual energy? What's going on? Deepmak suddenly sat up. What's wrong? You touched the tablet with your hand. That's strange. Why does this stone slab have spiritual energy? Deepmak looked around. Is there something beneath the moon? Let's try to push it open. There is a hole under the stele. A spring? Deepmak looked inside. That's right, spiritual energy is flowing out from this spring's mouth. I don't think this place has completely run out of spiritual energy. No wonder there are so many dense death spirit grasses here. Deepmak pours water into the hole. This spiritual spring seems to have dried up, but the stone stele still bears faint traces of magic. So that means this spiritual spring still has some power. What if I pour a little water in? The hole remains the same. Then a stream of spiritual energy spread out. The spiritual energy is flowing out. Deepmak sat down beside the spiritual energy absorption hole, thinking to himself. Level 2, Chi Refining. Fire Transformation Technique. Deepmak silently vowed that to reach level 3 in alchemy, master water transformation and fireball techniques, and calm his mind, he must attain level 3 to stand equal to Nam Than. Something was controlling his mind, a divine power that neither spirit nor energy could part with, existing in the forehead and temples, guiding the essence to transform, harmony, giving birth to water, water transforming into extraordinary feelings. Deepmak's eyes lit up as he activated his divine technique, focusing his spirit and energy. He opened his eyes wide, sensing the flow of spiritual energy. He let out a breath of relief and happily said, "It's up. I've reached level 2. Just a bit more to get to level 3, though it's a bit disappointing, but being able to use the remaining energy and reach level 2 is already incredible." A stream of energy emanates from Deepmak's palm. Although not yet at level 3, it's significantly different from the usual level 2, and I can already conjure fire. A spark shoots out and explodes, and its power isn't bad at all. Deepmak said, "The spring water is almost gone after opening it up. I just have to leave here now. Probably just follow the shadow." Deepmak observes this place. The air is still clear, which means there are still other exits. If I find one, I won't need to escape through the old way. It was still dark. Deepmak jumped up, poof, and then left, but this path led him to a poplar tree. The branch was withered, and Deepmak turned back. Gun, did Namthan send people to chase me? To hurriedly escaped when being pursued? Deepmak hesitated. It's her. She seems injured. She has no chance against these assassins. Why did Namthan order her elimination? Could it be that Tu stumbled on a branch? Deepmak cursed them out. These bastards won't even spare women, so it looks like you chose death. The group keeps chasing. They've caught up. A shadow is spreading out. Deepmak only then realized that it wasn't Namthan chasing her, but something else that was catching her. Insects swarmed out from the shadow, and a scream echoed as a masked man was covered by the bugs. Save me. Save him. Only bones remain, and the other two meet the same fate. Tu struggles to escape the insects as the swarm closes in. Deepmak worriedly said, "This is not good. It's too dangerous. This is the man-eating swarm that the locals warned about." Tu keeps running, her left hand bleeding heavily, her steps growing heavier. It seems she can't escape this time. She turns back, only regretful that she couldn't help Lan find Thantu yet. Her eyes reflected the bug. Maybe this was enough. A flash of light streaked through, and the swarm of bugs scattered in all directions. They stopped. Deepmak carried Tu and ran to escape. Tu was a bit surprised. "Is that you?" Deepmak asked. "Are you okay?" Tu advises him, "Thank you, but you have to leave me and save yourself." Deepmak says, "Hold me tight. These insects are incredibly fast." Tu repeats her words. "You should let me go, or you'll die." Deepmak still insists on carrying her, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. I've never been afraid of death, and these disgusting insects are so horrible that even if I die, I would never die like this." Deepmak threw away his backpack. "I guess I have to do the same. It's heavy and gets in the way. I need to escape this bad luck first." The swarm of insects gathered again in the same spot, while Deepmak kept running non-stop. After throwing away the backpack, I felt much lighter, and my hands were more comfortable. 2. To remembered your words, after throwing away the backpack, I felt much lighter, and my hands were more comfortable. She said, "My name is La Toto." Deepmak didn't understand right away. Yeah, immediately after Deepmak was stunned. La Toto. Why does she share the same surname as the master? No wonder I felt an indescribable coldness at first sight. Deepmak suspected. Could she be the one? What are you thinking, Dayepmak? Now's not the time for silly thoughts. Once you're out of danger, you can think about it later. Dawn is breaking and Dayepmak runs while complaining. These bloodthirsty insects are crazy. They've been chasing me for an hour and still won't give up. Are you okay? Huh. Is she dead already? I'm afraid it's because she lost too much blood. Deepmak thought to himself, damn it, even though these insects haven't caught me, if I keep exhausting my strength like this, I'll die sooner or later. Moreover, her wound is still bleeding non-stop. I have to find a way to escape from this pack of flesh-eating bugs. Deepmak suddenly realized that fireball skill. Animals are usually afraid of fire, so these insects probably are too. He gathered fire in his palm and launched a fireball that flew toward the insects and exploded. The explosion spreads out. Did they blow up? Great. It seems these insects have a layer of oil on their shells. As soon as they touch the fire, they die instantly. Are you wondering if you succeeded? Smoke billows out again from the swarm of insects as they continue to pursue Deepmak. Oh no, not again. These insects have no intelligence and only charge at their prey instinctively. Deepmak worries that he's only at level 2, and each time he uses fireball magic, it consumes a lot of energy. But if he continues to use this technique just to threaten the insects, the energy cost might still be acceptable. If this attempt fails, there will be no more chances, and he won't have the strength to run anymore. However, there is nothing more suitable than this to deal with these mindless insects. The burnt powder, today you will taste the power of the fire talisman. A blazing yellow light appeared, my firepower erupted, and my flames soared into the sky. The sigil appeared. This is only the appetizer. They act as a barrier blocking the insects. Deepmak's eyes turned red as he prepared to deliver the main attack. A large flame erupted, shaped like a dragon, burning the insects before causing an explosion. The fire from the fire talisman combined with the oily skin of the insects created an explosion that should hold them back for a while. Deepmak keeps running. If we don't leave now and hesitate any longer, I might have to forge a new elixir to break through to the peak realm. The sky is clear. Deepmak walks across the desert. It's too hot. After escaping the swarm of insects, now we're being burned by the sun. Your face is covered in sweat. I've already bandaged her, but without water I can endure it, but she probably can't hold on. Deepmak stopped, and ahead there seems to be a wind-eroded cave, perfect for us to rest. If we stay in the sun any longer, we'll dry out. He put two down and suggested resting here for a while. Toto's whole body trembles. Deepmak is worried, her heartbeat slowing down, and her face turning pale. She is severely dehydrated, but with her weakened body, if I transfuse blood to her, I'm afraid I won't last much longer myself. Deepmak wondered to himself, Lakan La Toto, is she his master? If not, then why does she feel so familiar to him from the very first glance? He opens his eyes wide and says, forget it. No matter who she is, we can't let her die here because she once saved me. Deepmak makes a cut on his wrist and says, my blood can temporarily keep her alive. But what happens after depends on her luck. Deepmak injects blood into Tutu. He closes one eye feeling dizzy and his vision gradually blurs. Anyway, I don't belong to this world. Leaving this place like this isn't so bad. The images of Tu and Lakan appear simultaneously. Tutu, blood flowing down. Surely she is his master. As night falls, Tu stirs slightly, opens her eyes, and wonders where she is. She screams in shock. Ah, Deepmak's wrist is bleeding. Blood? Tutu wondered to herself, is that the taste of blood in her mouth? She was surprised. Could it be that he had given her his blood? Deepmak said, this Deepmak is risking his life to save me from the insects, and now why? Is it just because I helped him before? Deepmak remains motionless. He looks like he's smiling. Even after all this, what on earth is he thinking? Tu reaches out. Why are you treating me like this? She touched Deepmak's face. Toto was terrified. He is no longer breathing. Could it be that he has died? Her hand trembled. In this world, only Sister Lan Yu has ever helped me. Even if I can't find Than Tu yet and have to die here, it will be considered repaying the kindness from years ago. But now that you're gone, how am I supposed to repay you? I don't want to owe anyone anything. Tu looked sad. He could have just taken his backpack and run away. Even if you come back later, you still have a chance to live if you leave me behind. Stop tormenting yourself. Why? Why did you risk your life to save a stranger like me? Toto's childhood memories come flooding back. Toto, the cultivation technique we practice is fundamentally about tranquility. Remember, you must absolutely not let your emotions fluctuate. The giant Buddha statue in front of you, avoid joy, avoid sadness, avoid anger, avoid pain. You must always remember that. Toto's tears fall, even though I've never met him before. The moment I touch his face, I feel a strange familiarity between us. The tear drops and touches Deepmak's lips. Ah, Tu wondered why she was hurt for someone she had never met before. Her eyes widened, blood spattered out, and blood was on the corner of her mouth. Could this be the backlash of the spell? Deepmak suddenly said, water. Tu turned back, he was talking. She helped Deepmak to stand up. He's not dead, he just needs water. Tu cuts her hand, maybe her blood will be the right color. Blood drips into Deepmak's mouth, spilling from the corner of his lips. Can't he swallow it? Tu drank her own blood and leaned down. I will repay you. Tu gives blood to Deepmak. If we both die here, then we have nothing left to owe each other. In a hazy dream, once again, Deepmak saw that figure approaching. This water spring has appeared again. But this time, the taste is a little different, no longer bitter like before. He let himself sink into the water, peacefully enjoying this moment. It's strangely warm and gentle. I've never felt this way before. But then, a different sensation suddenly struck Diepmak, leaving him confused. Strange. Why do I feel a warm aura surrounding my Dantian? Inside him, a jade-green sphere continuously emits a stream of energy. The third layer, the meridian barrier preventing him from breaking through the third level, is gradually weakening. Could it be because of water immersion? After a moment, Diepmak gradually opened his eyes and immediately recognized the figure sitting in front of him as her. So that stream of water is actually her blood, and that softness is from her lips. But when I realize what Tutu is doing, I become extremely worried. She's using red potion to save herself. No, she will pass away. Diepmak immediately stood up to stop her. Wait. His face was now pale with fear. I won't let her die here. At the same time, the sound of shattering echoed as the sphere inside Diepmak was broken, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy everywhere. Only then did you truly wake up from your coma. Diepmak was stunned, thinking he had broken through to the third level. Tu was so happy, she exclaimed. You're awake. That's great, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Tai Langu once said today was her birthday. Maybe this is a gift from heaven. But before she could finish speaking, Tutu had already collapsed. Diepmak shouted anxiously, "Are you okay?" He approached, checked her pulse, and silently thought it was strange that her distress wasn't from losing too much blood, but because her meridians were flowing in reverse, like she was possessed by a fire. Diepmak pondered quietly, trying to find a way to help her realign her meridians. After finishing, he began to unleash his power to treat toe. Healing wounds and bones is easier, but when it comes to meridians, it becomes extremely difficult. Diepmak carefully and gently places his hand on her back. In the cultivation world, anyone at the third level who dares to treat someone else's meridians would definitely be considered reckless. First, the success rate is extremely low, and second, if it fails, the healer will suffer an allergic reaction, and their own meridians could be destroyed. Because of the many risks, I prayed while doing it, but I have no other choice. I can only hope for divine intervention. Inside Tutu, every blood vessel is channeling Diepmak's energy throughout her body. Thanks to that, she also started to improve. Her complexion was gradually becoming rosier, so it seems I just need to guide the last part of the meridian now. Just when everything seemed to be settling down, the greatest challenge struck, making him fear the worst. But because it was the final meridian, it was also the most difficult, as it was close to an acupoint, and a slight mistake could end her life. With that, Diepmak's energy surged even more. He was extremely careful to overcome this obstacle. After a while, Tutu also got up, continuously vomiting. But Saizo was shrouded in a dark black hue, and seeing this made Diepmak hesitate for a moment. Saizo was black, but then he let out a gentle sigh of relief. Luckily, it was black blood stasis. If it had been bright red blood, she probably wouldn't have survived. Diepmak gently supports her, thinking to himself that we can't stay here too long. Once I regain some strength, I'll carry her out of the desert. I just hope the supply station isn't too far away. Suddenly, a bell rang out in the darkness of the night. Diepmak looked in that direction with caution. The bell rang. After a while, Tutu also woke up. The urgent voice said, "You're awake." As soon as she regained her senses, she asked anxiously, "That's right, are you okay?" Diepmak smiled and replied, "I am almost fully recovered. There are some cookies and water beside you. Eat a little to regain your strength, and then we can leave this place." Hearing that, she asked curiously, "Where did these come from?" He then explained to Tu that while she was unconscious, a caravan of camels happened to pass by and he exchanged for them. She nodded and said, "I see. So I'll just drink some water and we can save the food for later." Diepmak suddenly remembered what happened yesterday and happily said, "Oh right, I heard you muttering last night that today is your birthday. I want to know what is the one thing you want most right now." Hearing you say that, she couldn't help but show an excited expression. Tu shyly expressed her wish. A gift? If there was a tiger, even if it wasn't very big, that would make me the happiest. Diepmak quickly accepted her condition. A starry lake? I understand now. As he finished speaking, Diepmak immediately sped off. Where is he heading? Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Seeing you leave like that, Tutu quietly reflected. This Diepmak guy always seems so mysterious. And why do my thoughts keep getting strange every time I meet him? He just left for a little while, but I already feel reluctant to see him go. As strange feelings keep rising, she shook her head to dismiss them. No, you can't. Tutu, what are you thinking? The worst thing about cultivation is being affected by feelings. How could you develop such feelings for a man like that? No matter what, after this, you absolutely cannot go outside. As long as you're still affected by worldly matters, your cultivation won't be able to improve. After a while, Diepmak finally returned. Tutu, hearing him call her that, felt a bit shy. Why does he call me Tutu? Diepmak stepped forward, gently taking her hand. Follow me as I take Tutu along and excitedly say, "Let me show you something cool." This made her extremely confused. What are we looking at? Diepmak took Tutu to a small pond inside the cave. Look and celebrate your sister's birthday. Seeing this, she was utterly amazed. This is Tutu, full of surprise, seeing how clear the water is, a clear stream. Why is there a clear stream here? This gift of yours moved her deeply. How did he find this place? Why is it that every time I'm with him, he always manages to find a way out? Tu turned to express her gratitude to Deep Mac. Thank you. Deep Mac. But where is he now? He's no longer there. Where is he? Seeing that, she just smiled softly. Tu began to take off her clothes. She was eager to soak herself in that pool, finally able to wash away the dirt on her body, after a while. Tu finished changing and happily approached the pool. After leaving To to her privacy, Deep Mac sat quietly on the rock, reflecting on all the dramatic events that had happened in this desert. I thought I would return to White Hand's house, but I never expected to have the luck to break through the third layer this time. And you secretly remember that familiar figure, which makes Deep Mac feel incredibly painful. I met a girl who looked very much like my master, but she was only similar to her. She can't be the master. How could there be such a strange coincidence in this world? Besides, she doesn't have the same problem as me. But he quickly pushed it aside. I shouldn't think about it anymore. Now that I've broken through to the third level, it's time to find Namthan and settle the score with him. In the vast desert, a car sped forward. The driver quickly warned, Miss Nin, we're running out of resources. If we keep searching aimlessly like this, we might not survive. But Thantu Yet still refused to give up and urged, no, let's not go further. There seems to be a forest station ahead, right? Let's go see, shall we? He hesitated and replied, Konin. But after the soak, Deep Mac and Tu continued on their journey. Do you just want to rest for a bit before moving on? She immediately refused. No, it's okay, we should go faster. He squinted to observe the road ahead, where there was a path. If we follow it, we can escape the desert. Turning back to Thantu Yet, the vehicle continued rolling along the road. Inside, Yuanqing kept comforting her. Qingtoyet, don't be so sad. Finding your heart in this desert is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If we can't find him at this station, let's go back for more supplies and continue the search. Thantuyet's face now shows a clear expression of sadness. Deep Mac, where have you gone? Suddenly she discovered something. Over there in the distance, Thantuyet seemed to see the silhouette of someone. Why are those people walking in the desert without carrying any equipment? But upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized they looked even more familiar. That figure, Thantuyet hurriedly shouted. Vanthan said anxiously as she pointed to Yunthan. I think I saw you, Mac. They both leaned forward to get a better look. Mr. Deep, is that you? That person in black, right? Yunthan also quickly recognized someone familiar. Yes, Thantuyet. You didn't see it wrong, it's definitely him. Depin, it seems he's with a girl. Hurry and tell the driver to stop. Wait, no. Reverse the car. Reverse the car. Tu turns to say goodbye to Deep Mac. Since we're about to reach the street, I'm leaving now. He didn't try to stop her. I understand. After a moment, Deep Mac suddenly asked, so I can look for you again in the future? Tu gently refused. Deep Mac, don't look for me anymore. Finding me will only bring trouble to you and to me. I won't say goodbye. Thank you for giving me the happiest birthday of my life. On this side, Uyanthan kept urging Thantuyet. Thantuyet, let's go. Why are you just standing there? We need to go see Deep Mac. Seeing her hesitate like that, Uyanthan continued to urge her. Thantuyet, the man Diep you've been thinking about all this time is right in front of you. Why are you so hesitant to meet him? Could it be because he's with another girl? Aren't you here to apologize to him? If Diep already has someone he likes, you should be happy for him. Hearing her words, Thantuyet felt a little hurt. She didn't want to marry him out of love, only because she was grateful to him. Yuanthan quickly ran over to him, happily shouting, Brother Diep, look over here. Deep, I'm really happy to see you again. Seeing them, Deep Mac was also a bit surprised. Ninthan Vanthan, why are you in the desert? Upon hearing the familiar name Tu immediately turned and asked, Are you Ninthan Tuyet? Yes. I am La Toto. Your mother asked me to pick you up. Hearing this name, Thantuyet was extremely surprised. Who are you that my mother keeps mentioning? At this moment, Yuanthan also marveled at Toto's vibrant appearance. Thantuyet, do you have someone young and beautiful like that? I can't even guess her age. Thantuyet added, This is also the first time I've met Toto. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, Oh right, Mr. Deep Mac. Have you finished your work yet? He replied, Yes, I finished already. I'm about to leave the desert now. Hearing that, Uyanthan was very happy. Great, now we can go home together by car. Tu also comforted Thantuyet at that moment. It's okay, Thantuyet. Since you're fine now, please help me tell your mother that I will head back first. Hearing that, she immediately asked, Antito, aren't you coming with us? Tu turned and walked away. Deep Mac, I'm leaving first. All three of them now turn their eyes to Tu. Right now, she was telling herself that all the feelings she had for him today were probably because he had saved her life. As long as I return to Tin Tom for a while, I will gradually forget everything outside. Deep Mac doesn't want to make things difficult for Tu, so he lets her decide for herself. She left like that, but I couldn't find any reason to keep her. Besides, like my master, she doesn't like to talk much, but she's a girl with her own principles. Seeing that Deep Mac looked lost in thought, Yenthan patted his shoulder and said, She's gone. How long are you planning to keep staring? Hearing that, Deep Mac suddenly rubbed his head and forced a smile. Oh, I was a bit distracted earlier. Oh right, Ninthan Tuyet. How is your wound? What are you two doing in the desert? Than Tuyet hesitated before your question. She has recovered and came to the desert too. Seeing her in a difficult position, she quickly offered to help. Here, let me tell you. This is a long story. Listen to me carefully. After hearing everything, Deep Mac also understood swang. So many things happened during the days I was away. Because he was worried about her, Deep Mac also spoke plainly. Ninthan Tuyet, you must not go to Liuzai anymore. Do you know how dangerous it is? I don't want to see Than Tuyet get into trouble, so I warned her carefully. Actually, there are many things you don't understand. You need to take care of yourself in the future. If something happens to me, you'll be very sad. Then she immediately hugged him tightly. I'm sorry. Tears gradually welled up on her face. I just wanted to find you to apologize. At this moment, Uyen Than was also moved by her sincerity. Than Tuyet, Deep Mac understood that she was scared, so he immediately comforted her. Ning Than Tuyet, why are you crying? What do you have to apologize for? I'm not angry with you. She slowly said her proposal. Let's go home together. Deep Mac gently pats Than Tuyet's shoulder and regretfully says, I have important matters to attend to, so I can't go home with you. Today, we part ways, but if fate allows, we will meet again. Seeing that, Uyen Than immediately asked, Deep Mac, are you really leaving? At this moment, he only gave her some advice. Van Than took Nin Tuyet home and cared for her carefully. This desert is very dangerous. Don't stay here for long. After saying what needed to be said, he now bid farewell to them. All right, you two take care of yourselves. The three of them wave goodbye to each other. I will wait for you to come back. See you again, Deep Mac. Suddenly, Deep Mac stops and then turns back to thank her. Nin Than Tuyet, thank you for protecting the Silver River grass for me. Hearing this, Than Tuyet couldn't hide her emotion. Immediately after, Deep Mac's figure gradually faded into the misty sand, and the scene shifted to the bright moon shining in the night. They only then realize, Wolf, the mission has failed. He was extremely shocked after hearing that. What? A bunch of people can't handle a rich kid? That Deep Mac guy is too strong. We used all our powerful weapons and still failed. Then suddenly a woman in white appeared out of nowhere, and she's incredibly strong too. Langcat, after hearing the report, decided, all right, I will handle Deep Mac. You better watch him carefully and bring Lai Ho here. The subordinate obeyed. Yes, the wolf at this moment has already covered the entire space. As he strolled through the streets, Deep Mac also sensed someone following him. His spies were everywhere. In this situation, just let them act freely. The spies look around nervously when they lose track of you. Where did he go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Suddenly, Deep Mac appeared like a ghost or a demon behind them. Don't you two get tired of following me? They are now trembling and begging you. We are just following orders. Please don't kill us. You immediately demanded to meet your leader. One of them quickly ran ahead. Brother Deep, our car is up front. We will arrive after we go through this hall. He secretly admired Deep Mac's dominance. Is this guy crazy? He really put me in danger. The entire road is full of ambushes. This time, I will make a big contribution. The guy following Deep Mac just signaled with his finger, and the snipers above quickly responded. But before they could act, they were blown away. What just happened? They were once again outpaced by you. Deep Mac's hand now shone brightly. I warn you one last time. If you point a gun at me again, this will be your end. The spy from earlier immediately knelt down in utter fear. I can't take it anymore. Please forgive me, I secretly think to myself. Let's see how long you'll remain proud. Wait until you meet Wolf. After getting in the car, Deep Mac asked, how far have we gone? He didn't dare to delay and quickly replied, we have arrived. The factory ahead is the destination, and right now they are stopping in front of a factory. Deep Mac asked to be let in, but they refused. We won't go in. Wolf is inside. Langcat is now questioning them. Who caused the explosion at the sacrificial altar? You two give the same answer. Both the girl and Li Hu have the same response. Only Wendon and I did that. Then he continued to threaten and ask, if you don't give the same answer, I will kill one of you. Where did you find the information in the sample? Both of them then raised their hands. Everything was in Wendong's hands. Wendong took it. Hearing that, he asked again, so do you mean I've caught the wrong person? Do I have to find Wendong to get the sample back? Lai Ho confirmed. Wolf, brother, you also know her character well. Even if you kill us today, she won't show up. Suddenly, as Li Ho finished speaking, the pink-haired girl's dress was torn again. Seeing her torn shirt, Li Ho immediately asked, Feng Tian, are you okay? Niu Ko suddenly appeared from nowhere, urging them on. You two better stop making excuses. I'm not as kind and patient as Big Brother Wolf. Is the explosion at the altar? After observing for a while, Deep Mac decided that the explosion wasn't caused by Wendong and himself. Listening to their conversation, it seems these two are on the same side as Wendong, so he decided to help them. Not wanting anything to go wrong, Langcat immediately threatened Lai Ho. You have 2 days to bring Wendong here, or get ready to help this girl pick up the corpse. What you want is with me. Suddenly a voice echoed in the air saying, what you need is me. Who is it? Please appear and talk. You're not hiding anymore, so show your face. Deep Mac. Deep Mac. Seeing him ask back with an unhappy attitude, he immediately guessed. Why didn't you wait for me? Donglangkap suddenly burst out laughing happily. Deep Mac? I didn't expect you to appear on your own. I like your fearless attitude and how you always think highly of yourself, even when you're about to die and don't even know where you are. Lai Ho and the girl couldn't help but wonder who he was when they saw him. Are you on our side? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Deep Mac isn't afraid of anyone and speaks his mind. I'm afraid someone might disappear today, but it's not me. Suddenly a blind-eyed guy appears out of nowhere. My wolf brother, I can handle this fool. I am a top 10 expert, but he only managed a few moves before you kicked him away. Seeing him fly behind her, Langcat's face turned pale. Deep Mac, with his glowing fist, calmly spoke. Since that person is about to pass away, I don't think it's necessary to introduce them. All three of them were stunned, speechless. What just happened? Muso immediately ran over to check on him. Why did this happen? His neck is broken now. She looks at you with a bullet-like gaze. Deepmak, if I don't tear you into 100 pieces today, I won't be able to let go of my resentment towards you. And right now, Deepmak is eagerly waiting for her, so let's begin. Muko charged at him like a moth to a flame. Die, Deepmak. In just a moment, you grasped her ability. Your speed is too slow, and your weaknesses are all over your body. In just a moment, both of her arms were cut off. Muko shouted in pain as she had to say goodbye to her 2 arms. My arm. How is that possible? He defeated them in the blink of an eye, and we couldn't even see his movements clearly. This Deepmak guy is even stronger than the rumors say. No way, absolutely no way. He's just a spoiled rich kid. I've trained in martial arts since I was young. Hard training for 10 years. Never lost or been defeated. So how could I lose to him? He must have used some trick to distract us. After calming himself down, Langcat then moved forward. No matter what love spell you use, I will make sure you die at my hands. No one in this world has ever forced me to use a second move. At this moment, he was also in a ready stance. And at this moment, Deepmak had to give praise to Langcat. Your aura isn't bad. You're a wolf, right? I heard you're one of the top 3 experts in Namkan. Seems you do have some skills. He was about to rush forward in a fit of anger, but now it's too late. Take this punch of mine. Who would have thought that Deepmak would reach out his hand to block the punch? And seeing this, Langcat's eyes widened in surprise. What? He blocked my punch with just one hand. No matter how powerful Langcat's moves are, they are just child's play to you, Deepmak said calmly at this moment. If you only rely on strength, in the end you'll just be using flesh and blood. Even though he used all his might, he was unharmed. Before my punch even touched his palm, it felt like an invisible hand was blocking it, and in an instant, Deepmak had broken his arm. Langcat shouted out loud in unbearable pain. When my hand heard the sound of that thong, my subordinates rushed in. They are extremely worried about him. Brother Wolf, what's going on? Langcat hesitated. Not, and simply ordered to shoot the man in black, but even amidst the barrage of bullets, he remained very calm. After practicing up to the 3rd level of this secret technique, it seems the speed of the bullets has slowed significantly. The bullets keep firing, but none hit him. With just a few attacks, he has taken down everyone. Langcat's subordinates are now all gone. The girl is now asking for Lai Ho's opinion. Lai Ho, do you think Wendong can defeat him? Lai Ho looked ahead in confusion. I don't think so. Even though guns don't work on him, the leader probably never imagined that the person he's always trying to catch would be this terrifying. Langcat gradually became exhausted, with not a drop of blood left. Even others seemed like failures when facing him. That person had trained martial arts to black belt level, so don't say, Deepmak has surpassed that level. He turned around and asked, do you have any limits? Even though he was very frightened, Langcat still spoke confidently. Deepmak, stop talking nonsense. If you want to kill me, just do it. I'm not someone who fears death. Deepmak calmly said, I don't intend to kill you, but I need your help with something. Tell the leader that everything was done by me and has nothing to do with anyone else. Let him prepare and wait. I will come to see him myself. Langcat had no choice but to agree. Fine. Immediately after, he created a fire and burned everything down. Once done, Deepmak turned to the 2 of them who were standing there and asked, what are you waiting for? Come with me. Lai Ho and the girl didn't bother to straighten up anymore and immediately followed him. Boss, wait for us. Although everything was over, Langcat was still stunned. Even as a celestial path expert, he couldn't stop our fireball. The leader who offended someone like that, wait a minute, is he still human? If this person meets the leader, his mercenaries probably won't be able to win. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly shouted orders. Lula guys, come here and help me send the message to stop the assassination of Deepmak and return to the base with me. Then, Yang Langcat suddenly remembered something and issued a command. Oh, I need to take the entire recording from today back to the base. At this point, Deepmak has already left. Why do you look so dazed? You suddenly start coughing. As expected, a master's punch is completely different. I had to use all my strength just to pretend I was lightly blocking it. They probably are safe now. The pink-haired girl, feeling starving, then suggested, hey, are you hungry? Let's find a place to eat and talk. Hearing that, Deepmak didn't hesitate and agreed right away. Yeah, let's go. Right after that, they found a restaurant to stop at. Not long after sitting down, she eagerly asked, did what you said earlier about the sample in the documents really happen? Only what is real can uphold morality, so he kept eating attentively. Finish eating, and then talk. After finishing his meal, Deepmak could finally listen to their explanation. Go ahead. What is your relationship with Wendong and why do you need that sample? Since you asked that way, Li Ho also straightforwardly revealed, Feng Tian and I are friends with Wendong. After the sacrificial altar incident, we lost contact. She acted on her own, and no one could find her without her initiating contact, and that sample is very important to the country. If you truly have it, we are willing to pay a high price. But now I don't have enough money. What Deepmak cares about isn't the money, but something else. Money isn't important. How can I prove that what I'm saying is true? To prove he's not bluffing, Li Ho immediately showed you his files, which are my documents, but the details are classified and can't be disclosed. Deepmak also didn't challenge them anymore and agreed. So you 2 are national agents then. This thing isn't useful to me. If it can help the country, that's good. I'll keep it in a safe place and give you the address to pick it up yourself. Hearing that, Lai Hu was extremely pleased. Thank you, big brother. It doesn't end there, Deepmak quickly warned. But if I catch a lie, I definitely won't forgive you. He also said that he's skilled in martial arts, so we wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Suddenly, the girl handed him something. Hey brother, this is a debt note with contact information and address. Just a quick look and Mac couldn't believe it. 500 million, is this really worth that much? There's nothing more to discuss, so Mac left. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Today I'll settle the bill by deducting it from the debt. The girl then turned to question the guy. What do you mean you don't have enough money? He ruffled his hair and explained, I mean I didn't bring any money with me. Hearing that, the girl got annoyed and scolded him. You're such a big man, and you still go out to eat without bringing money? Liho is not the type to argue back. Weren't you the one who invited the boss out to eat? Our phones got confiscated by the wolf, do you know what to do? And so they kept chasing each other like cats and dogs. Are you tired of living? Do these girls have any sense of reason? You dare to argue? Today I will show you who is truly strong. Mac also couldn't understand what they were thinking. Why are they fighting like this? At the Deep family headquarters, everyone is gathered for a meeting. For the first time, the Deep family's business has been under constant pressure from multiple sides. I believe everyone already knows. Badong then asked everyone's opinion on a matter. Business in Europe and America is only slightly affected, but in Africa and Hong Kong, it is extremely bad. Many factories have to close, and the profits from them are the backbone of the family. Can we be sure that all of this was caused by Quan Long Tu? Luang Fuk strongly supports that suspicion. That's right. We can confirm that not only our business was affected, but also our senior personnel have disappeared. Only Kiao Long Tu has the ability to do this. At this moment, Bok Dung's mind is in turmoil and cannot understand. What happened to Quan Long Tu? He dared to attack the Ye family. I've already investigated thoroughly. Maybe it's because of what happened to Diep Mac? Diep Mac killed Quan Long Tu's only son, so Quan Long Tu took out his anger on the Diep family. As for Van Kai, he thinks there's no need to worry too much about this. Everyone knows Diep Mac has been expelled from the Ye family. No matter how crazy Quan Long Tu gets, he wouldn't dare cause trouble in our country. Our Diep family doesn't need to be afraid of him. Bakdung has always been cautious, so she asked further, but we can't afford to be careless either. Luang Fuk, where did you get this information from? He confidently confirmed it without hesitation. The spy we planted in the Tong family heard this from some mid-level officers, so it must be reliable. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. A message from the Tongs? Luang Fuk's face suddenly turned serious and grave. Tong Nguyen Nai is an old fox. Bakdung doesn't think things are that simple. Luang Fuk suddenly tensed up, thinking this might be something they intentionally wanted him to know. Are you saying the Tongs want us to face off against Kim Long first? Bakdung now looks worried and uneasy. But even now, knowing Tong's intentions, we still have to act. If we stay silent and let it go, the merchants cooperating with the Diep family will gradually withdraw from the contracts. I still suspect that Tong Di Nguyen is using his own nephew as a pawn. Tong Thieu Van is dead, just a playboy son, and Tong Thieu Dan, though ambitious, is not a major talent. How could he compare to the heavy financial pressure bearing down on the Nha Ho Diep? Hearing that, Luang Fuk immediately thought of a possibility, so it's very likely that the Tong family had planned this in advance to sabotage the situation. They wanted Tong Thieu Dan to lead Jian Thi Bin, who was acting as a talisman to find Tong Thieu Van's killer, and if Diep Mac made a mistake, they would drag the entire Diep family into the mess. One of them suddenly slammed the table hard and stood up. Now the key economic power of the Diep family is in Kim Longdao's hands, but he still has no heir. The Tongs just have to sit back and watch the fight between the two sides. Damn it. Master, if we fight Deep Kim Long, it's wrong, but retreating is also wrong. Could it be that we have to admit defeat to the Tong family? I don't know why Diep Mac has changed so much, but I feel certain there's something we haven't discovered. Bakdung then fell into deep thought for a moment before saying, not necessarily. This time, although we face a big challenge, the useless Diep Mac from before has suddenly become surprisingly strong. It might even be a hidden blessing, and unimaginable things could still happen. Meanwhile, Diep Mac had arrived at the airport, walking while wondering if the cosmic spiritual herbs in the clinic were okay. Now this bunch of herbs is the only source of spiritual energy. I guess I have to rely on these low-level plants to cultivate. Suddenly, I sensed something else. Spiritual energy? I can faintly smell it, but it's not coming from here. Very quickly, Diep Mac identified that location. The spiritual energy was coming from the crowd. Could it be that this world also has cultivators? Let me go check it out. You didn't dare to delay and ran forward quickly. An old man and an old woman suddenly appeared in front of you. Old man, there's a young man following us. Hearing that, Mr. Lim also reassured her. Old lady, you've been overthinking. We're not wearing any gold or silver, so why would it follow us? All of Diep Mac's attention now focused on the old man. No matter how he looked, he didn't seem like a cultivator, but the spiritual energy definitely emanated from him. After a moment, he was able to confirm more precisely. Wait a minute, the bracelet on his wrist. At this point, he understood the situation, so that's how it was. Diep Mac then approached the two of them. Sorry to bother you. Could you please stop for a moment? What's going on with the young man? Hello, senior. I am Diep Mac. Sorry to bother you like this. I have a question. The bracelet on your wrist is very special. Could you tell me where you got it, or let me see it? Mr. Lim didn't hesitate, and agreed. Oh, you want to see this ring? Sure, but then she pulled his shirt back. The old man carefully warned him to be cautious of potential scams, and Mr. Lim quickly reassured him. Don't worry, this bracelet isn't expensive. Besides, this guy doesn't look like a bad person. And then he showed the ring to Diep Mac, and after examining it for a while, Diep Mac's mind became even more confused. Strange. People in this world don't cultivate, so how does spiritual energy flow into this ring? Then he exchanged some information he knew with Mr. Lim. Senior, this bracelet is very unique and even better than ordinary jade. If I'm not mistaken, it helps the wearer become healthier. Seeing how knowledgeable you are, he was a bit surprised. Young man, do you really know about these things? People nowadays don't believe in this anymore. I didn't expect you to know. Deep Mac couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Senior, could you tell me where you got it from? Old memories once again surfaced in him. This room was a gift from a friend many years ago, but we lost contact for various reasons. I also don't know where it originally came from. Oh, right, kid. If you like these things, go check out the old Western Street in Laokang. They sell many things there, but it's hard to tell which ones are good and which aren't. Hearing that, Diep Mac suddenly had an idea. Old Town probably resembles the treasure garden in Ninhai. It seems this senior is also interested in magical tools. But making friends with him isn't a bad idea, and I can ask for help when issues arise. After befriending Mr. Lim, I was very happy. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I am opening a small clinic in Laokang. I hope to have the chance to learn from the senior. He is very friendly. Well then, as a retired old man like me, I still don't know how to pass the time. A while later, Deep Mac returned to the pharmacy. When Deep Hoin saw her run out to greet him, he immediately asked Duong Wai why the clinic was closed. Now she can finally tell the full story. Brother Deep, you're finally back. Hu was taken away by the police, so I had to close the shop temporarily. Hearing this, he was left stunned. What? Mr. O is an honest person with a professional license. Why did the police arrest him? Based on my memory, Duong Wai recounts what happened. A few days ago, a patient complained of stomach pain, so I prescribed medicine, but he said he didn't know the exact medication, so I kindly prepared it for him. Unexpectedly, the malicious clinic's medicine was deadly, causing severe stomach pain, and I had to be compensated. Are you okay? It's definitely a scam. It's too obvious. Who insists the medicine is fine? Arguing back and forth, causing passers-by to gather, then someone called the police. When the two police officers arrived to take him away, I couldn't help but be surprised. Is he also going with the police? Then she continued to voice her suspicions, but when she asked at the station, they said they didn't know about this case. Brother Deep wonders where Hu was taken, and a sense of unease rises in Diep Mac's heart. Something's not right. If the police arrested him, there should be a record. There's no way they wouldn't find out. How could Nam Nin not know? If it was him, he wouldn't just take Hu. This is a tricky situation. I don't know who did it. Oh, right. I remember Ngo Tuyet Min once said Laokang is under Thiet Jiang's jurisdiction. I will ask them to check immediately. At that moment, Mr. Lim told you, Diep Mac, that next time you encounter trouble in Thiet Jiang, he would definitely help you without hesitation. Diep Mac could no longer hesitate and immediately took action. Yang Yi, lend me your phone. He immediately called him. Hello, I am looking for Ngo Tuyet Min. Mr. Lim saw you calling and eagerly asked how you were doing, saying, Is that Brother Deep? I didn't expect you to call me. Are you well? Deep Mac got straight to the point without beating around the bush. I'm fine, but not happy. My disciple named Duhu was unjustly arrested by the police. I want to ask you to investigate. Hearing that, he burst out laughing. It's a small matter. Deep Mac, don't worry. He's just a disciple. I'll help you handle it after I'm done. Hearing this, Deep Mac changed his attitude, even though he's just a disciple. That's right, he's not important to him at all. Seeing your firm decision, Mr. Lim guessed Deep Huing hung up. Is he angry? What's wrong with me? Why am I talking to Brother Deep like that? He secretly blamed himself. Inside the tall, imposing building, someone shouted in a hurry. Someone is coming. Quickly gather everyone in Lac Duong to search for the person who kidnapped Brother Deep. After hearing this, Diep Mac remained silent, thinking that Ngo Tuyet Min's way of speaking had changed. But for now, he could only wait for news from him, since he had nothing else to do. Let's go see how the Tin Ha grass is doing. Suddenly, Yang Yi approached anxiously and asked, Brother Deep, how is the second tiger? I've asked my friend to look into it, so just wait for the news. After saying that, Diep Mac told her to stay alert, and then left. I'll go to the backyard for a while. You watch the shop? Don't go anywhere? Yes, he said, stepping outside to carefully observe the ground. Finally, Diep Mac gently picked up a leaf, quietly assessing the still withered sprout, which showed no signs of progress, leaving him feeling helpless. Although it was better than when it was in the refuge and not rotting in the middle, if there was any regret, it probably wouldn't be of much use anymore. Deep Mac let out a faint sigh, feeling overwhelmed. What should I do now? If I can't grow the cosmic grass or find any other source of spiritual energy, my path of cultivation ends here. Suddenly, the sound of police cars rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Deep Mac was startled and turned back to see if the police car was coming to arrest someone again. He hurriedly ran away. It's just a small town. I didn't realize. Deep Mac immediately turned back to where he was before. Yang Wai saw everyone looking confused as he returned. Deep Ni Ho quickly rushed over when he saw Diep Mac. His master held Deep Mac tightly in his arms, tearfully saying, Master, you're back and I was so scared. He asked him questions. Shiho has come back. What about the police? Nai Ho told you that someone jealous of our successful clinic pretended to be a police officer to tarnish our reputation. Luckily, the real police showed up just in time, so I was saved. After hearing that, Deep Mac also understood that this place in Lac Duong is quite complicated. After some thought, he turned to order Niho that from now on our clinic would no longer treat minor illnesses like colds, fevers, headaches, or itchy legs, as they are not worth causing conflicts with others in the industry over trivial matters. So from now on, we will only treat complex illnesses, and the consultation fee will be fixed at 1 ro. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? The consultation fee is just 1 coin. Niho worried. Said to you, Master, if the consultation fee is just for one stitch and Thang still has no patience, how can we survive? Deepmak confidently assured, money is not an issue. Many people still owe me, so I won't be short of money for now. I smugly thought to myself, Liho owes me nothing. No. When I go to collect the debt, I might even get some extra money. Deepmak then advised the two of them, if there are no customers, they should read books and learn about making medicine. It will be very useful in the future. After saying that, you announce good news to the two of them. All right, to ensure Muang Niho's safe return, the clinic will be closed for 3 days, so do whatever you want. Yes. Inside those concert halls, pleas for mercy echoed again. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me anymore. Huyat Min kept hitting the person below with a stick. Who gave you the guts to arrest Brother Diep's disciple? Tell me, who said so? That person is now battered and broken, with nothing left. He stammered in response. Chairman Ngo, please have mercy. I had no idea that Deepmak was your sworn brother. Suddenly, Diodong outside stepped in to calm him down. Huyat Min calmly sipped some tea. But Huyat Min not only held back, but also continued to attack. Calm down, this guy almost dragged me and Thiet Jiang into this mess. The large body of the guy slammed hard into the wall behind him. After dealing with him, Huyat Min ordered his subordinates. Where is he? Take him to the prison and torture him for me. Doi sululang, du dong kuyen gananta, Huyat Min dagaira chuen kwalo. An kong testuli volin hove. Nong loy ne kang kien Huyat Min noi dien hon. Insulting is insulting, good is good, and evil is evil. If we let him go, how can we stand firm in Thiet Jiang? Hearing this, she was so frightened that she dropped the glass of water in her hand. I can't accept this attitude anymore, Diodong sobbed. Tuyet Min, you've really changed. You're a stranger and completely unreasonable. After saying that, she turned her back and ran away. I don't want to see your face anymore. Seeing Diodong walk away like that, Huyet Min panicked and shouted, Dong, dong, dong! This made him reflect deeply. If it weren't for Deepmak being too strong and ruthless, I could have forgiven that guy. I'm doing this for Thiet Jiang. Because of Thiet Jiang, what did he do wrong? In Deepmak's clinic, someone inside introduces himself saying, Boss Diep, I am the president of the Lakduong Business Association, here to visit Second Tiger and Boss. He bows respectfully and apologizes, saying it was due to our association's poor management in the past. I'm truly sorry for causing so much trouble for you, but Deepmak doesn't forgive easily. Just apologizing isn't enough. Hearing that, the other person quickly spoke to smooth things over. Oh no, that's not enough at all. Big Brother Yep, I have asked the company's finance department to send 100,000 yuan to Second Tiger to buy more supplements to help him improve his health. You warned seriously, Second Tiger has many birthmarks on his body. When he returned that day, it showed he had been beaten mercilessly. But since the police caught the culprit, I will let it go. But don't blame me for being cruel if it happens again. Hearing that, the other person immediately turned pale and hurriedly promised that it wouldn't happen again. The streets are safe now. No one will dare to come to your shop anymore. Suddenly, someone walks in calling Deepmak. Brother Deep, Mr. Lai said with a smile. Your clinic is in a remote place. I had a hard time finding it. Please, come in quickly. Big brother, what brings you here? Seeing someone else arrive, the other person respectfully said, Elder Brother Deep, you have a guest. I'll take my leave. Now only the two of them are left. Deepmak politely invited him inside. Senior brother invites you in. Mr. Lin directly states the reason for his visit. Deep brother, didn't you say you are very interested in Buddhist and Taoist musical instruments? I'm here to see you about this. Hearing that, Deepmak immediately asked curiously, Senior brother, is there any good news? He then suggested, there will be an instrument exhibition and exchange at Westgate Street in 3 days. I heard that all the experts in the country and some foreign merchants will also attend. If you're interested, you can come with me. Mr. Lim eagerly added, I also heard that many traditional martial arts families rarely participate in such events to exchange magic tools, so the prices will definitely be very high. The boy hesitated a bit after hearing that. Is the price high? I don't have much money, so I'll probably just go to watch. Mr. Lim burst out laughing after hearing that. It's just for experience, and rarely does anyone share my interests. I cherish such magical tools. What do you think? Deepmak thought for a moment and agreed. So our senior brother and I will go together. But I have a somewhat unreasonable request. I know how to make cheap medicine and magic tools. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Lim exclaimed in surprise, Do you know how to craft magic tools, Diep? Deepmak modestly replied a little bit, I am still inexperienced, but this still excites him greatly. It seems that Diep Day wants to showcase his skills at this exhibition. After saying that, Mr. Lim immediately agreed to your request. I will ask someone to help set up a booth for you. Diep, just get everything ready in advance. In 3 days, I will find you. The night has already come inside the clinic. Deepmak sat in his room and began to release his energy, pouring all his strength into the gem in his hand. The funds provided by the business association have been very helpful. I managed to buy some stones, rare herbs, and make a few pendants and medicines. Next to Deepmak, there are also some enchanted pills. He continues to channel energy while secretly hoping that these items might help him make connections with people who know about traditional martial arts. For example, as senior brother said, this traditional martial family is very mysterious and seems to have a very high status. Also, I remember that Liu Tuo also comes from a traditional martial family, so maybe I might run into her again by chance. And so a new day arrived. Mr. Lim excitedly called out to Deepmak, Deep, I am here. He was confused to see someone else accompanying them and asked, Sir, why did you bring a bodyguard? Mr. Lim explained, You don't know, although it's called a magic tool, there are all kinds of people there, so it's better to have a bodyguard for safety. He then changed the subject to ask Deep Mac if everything was going smoothly with his plans to create some magic tools. Everything is ready. He even managed to craft 2 healing pills to give to him as a token of gratitude. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel touched and said, "You're truly kind-hearted." Deep Mac gently took out the pills from his pocket and advised, "These 2 pills can save your life in emergencies. They can even treat internal injuries, so always keep them with you." The bodyguard next to him whispered suspiciously, "Sir, there are reports saying these pills are fake. They are made from turtle dung." Mr. Lim immediately felt a bit embarrassed. How could that be possible? The bodyguard turned to warn him. "Young man, Mr. Lim used to be the mayor of the city, so don't try to fool us with those traditional remedies." Seeing his bluntness, Mr. Lim spoke up to intervene. "Mr. Truong, don't be so rude. This is Deep's kindness. Please take good care of it." "Yes, sir." Not wanting to prolong it, Diep Mac said, "Mr. Lim, why don't we continue our conversation in the car?" Inside, you asked him curiously, who is the organizer of that exhibition, and what is his background? Mr. Lim also shook his head in frustration. The organizer of this event has truly been mysterious for years. No one knows who they are. People who can participate are all representatives of business or financial corporations or famous figures. As we approached, he added, "Deep, after I take you to the stall, I will have to leave for a while to meet some old friends. Meanwhile, just relax and take your time." Of course. After a while, they arrived and Diep Mac looked around. Although there were many antiques, old items, and magical tools here, none of them were any good. You keep exploring the displayed items here, occasionally noticing a few objects emitting spiritual energy, looking beautiful and crafted with care, but you're not sure if they have any effect. Suddenly, a stall catches Diep Mac's attention. The booths only have signs saying antiques. They must belong to traditional martial arts, right? I can investigate more about the sect that Lutuatua belongs to. After wandering around for a while, I decided to go back to sell my items, but the poor location made Deep Mac annoyed and irritated. The time was too limited, so I only managed to make a few necklaces and some pills. They look quite ordinary and nothing special. Besides, there are no signs here and the location is good. He glanced at those stalls and secretly envied. It doesn't look like the booths with ancient artifact signs on their banners. Although their products aren't as good as mine, they do business very well. Even the cheapest items cost $200 and can't be bargained for. Seeing no one approaching, Diep Mac Yusao thought to himself, I guess appearance and name really matter. It seems my 100,000 won't get me anywhere. Suddenly, someone passing by started talking about the stall. "Hey, look over there, that stall has very few items." Could it be that the organizers are so careless in their inspection? Maybe this is just a stall added to meet the quota. But they still decided to stop by and take a look. However, this pendant is quite unique. If you like it, just buy it. The man finally decided to make the purchase. "Boss, I want these 2 pendants. Is 2,000 enough?" As soon as he heard the price, he couldn't help but be stunned. "What? What is this made of that it costs 20,000 in?" Seeing the man misunderstand, Deep Mac spoke in a low voice again. "It costs $200,000. After hearing that price, he was even more stunned. What the hell? 200,000 yen is not even that expensive for the best quality gems. Are you sure you got it wrong, but you still insist on that price? That's right, it costs 200,000 dong. Hearing that, he angrily shouted, "Why don't you just go rob someone instead? An item that's nothing special selling for 2,000 is pretty unbelievable." Deep Mac also didn't pay much attention to the man's words. I didn't force him to buy it. Suddenly, another girl approached to take a look. "Dad, this stone is so beautiful." The father then gently asked the girl if she liked the pendant. "Yes." "Seeing you only focus on the 2 of us," the man said irritably. Hey, are you listening to me or not?" Seeing everyone's intense reactions, Deep Mac helplessly thought to himself, what the hell is going on? This necklace is a spiritual tool used to protect the cultivator. I never expected the reason they want to buy it back is because it's beautiful. I really don't know what to say. Seeing how much his child liked it, Juha asked Deep Mac, "Boss, how much is this necklace?" The man earlier immediately interjected with sarcasm. "Don't ask. If you do, it's 200,000 yen. My uncle's things are all high-end items." I couldn't hold back, so I explained its value. "My necklace isn't worth 200,000 just because it looks good. This pendant has 2 functions. One is to strengthen the body and the other is to protect the owner. However, it can only protect 3 times. After that, it will break." Kuhang couldn't help but feel incredulous after hearing that. This boss really knows how to boast. Even at an exhibition like this, there could be hidden experts. But this guy looks too young and doesn't seem very reliable. Since my daughter rarely likes anything, I might as well buy it for her as a toy. Seeing that he kept thinking, the girl quickly pleaded, Dad, it can protect its owner. So I'll take one, Dad one, and second sister one." In the end, Kuha finally agreed. "All right, whatever the girl says is fine." After saying that, he turned to ask Diep Mac, "Do you only have this 1 pendant?" I immediately held out the item in my hand. "I have 5. How many do you want to buy?" The man from earlier, still skeptical, interjected and asked, "Do these pendants really worth that much? How do you have so many of these? And don't tell me you mass-produce them." Seeing him just causing trouble all this time made Diep Mac really annoyed. This guy is such a nuisance. He only came to stir up trouble, but in the end, Kuha still decided to buy. "Boss, I want 3 of them." "Yeah, because my daughter likes them." The man couldn't help but laugh at that. So there really are buyers. What a bunch of foolish rich people going to shop at another stall. Suddenly, Wu Guang hurriedly rushed over from afar. Sir. He excitedly said to Diep Mac that your stall is different from the others. "May I take a closer look at the items you are selling?" After examining them, Vo Kwang did not hesitate to praise. "Oh my god, this is amazing. This pendant is a magic treasure." Without hesitation, he immediately made an offer. "Sir, I'll pay $300,000 each. Can I buy all the remaining ones?" The wife, hearing this, immediately asked suspiciously, "Honey, I think this monk is probably a setup man," he stammered. "I saw him earlier at the antique stall, and it seems he is from the Tuyet Van Temple. Someone like that is definitely not a decoy. It looks like the necklaces this man is selling are genuine magical artifacts." Deep Mak smiled and said to Vo Kwang, "Master, I can see that you are a cultivator and have good eyes for goods. I will give you 2 healing pills. I don't need the Mai Dung Dan, just take them." Kuha, upon hearing this, also changed her view of Deep Mak. "Master, I am DS Kuha. I also want a few healing pills. This is my check and business card. If you find any treasures in the future, just contact me." When others heard the name, they started whispering and gossiping. "Isn't that the same Kuha? So this stall definitely has the alcohol." He hands a check to Diet Mak, and you can fill in any amount you want on the check. "See, I told you. See? Did you just call him a fool? You want to buy as many Mai Dung Dan as you like?" At this moment, the husband shyly asked, "Shop owner, I want 5 Mai Dung Dan," but Diet Mak straightforwardly refused, saying, "Sorry, I won't sell." Right now, word of mouth spreads quickly, and many people start to gather. This stall really has good stuff. Even the shop owner's grandfather came to buy. There were so many people that Diet Mak had to run away. What the hell is going on? "Boss, I want more of the Mai Dung Dan. Quickly find a hidden corner to hide yourself." Goodness, doing good business is really exhausting. Suddenly, Vo Kwang approached and asked, "Sir, I have something I want to ask you." "Master," he politely introduced himself, saying he is from Tuyet Van Temple. "May I ask for your name?" I also respectfully replied, "I am Deep Mak." And when Vo Kwang modestly asked if I am from the ancient Vo Hawk, he said, "You are too kind, Master Deep. Ancient martial cultivators rarely appear in public. I am just an ordinary monk from Tuyet Van Temple." Hearing this, Deep Mak couldn't help but wonder, "What? So why is your stall called ancient?" Unless you finish speaking, Vo Kwang immediately explains, "I may not practice ancient martial arts, but these treasures all come from ancient martial arts sects. I didn't expect that what you, Diep, brought is even better than what I have. I wonder if those treasures were crafted by you." Hearing that, Deep Mak also understood and thought to himself that the antique shop wasn't run by an ancient martial arts sect. But if these monks had treasures from that sect, they probably knew quite a lot. As for the matter, it's best to keep it secret to avoid trouble. After thinking carefully, he finally answered that question. "These magical tools and elixirs come from my sect, but I left the sect some time ago and had to exchange them for some money. However, my sect is quite discreet. I hope the Great Master won't reveal this to others." After hearing Diep Mak's explanation, Vo Kwang nodded and said, "I see. You still have some doubts, so I took the opportunity to ask Master Vo Kwang, do you know the connection between the hidden gate and ancient martial arts? And how do you get into the hidden door?" He explained carefully in a serious tone. "There are many types of hidden doors. Ancient martial arts is just one branch. There are also Dao sect, Imperial sect, and Talisman sect. Hidden doors are concealed in many different places. I don't know the specific entrance either. If you wish to go deeper into those places, unless you are a member of that sect, you will surely die inside." After understanding everything, Diet Mak respectfully said, "I will not disturb the monk anymore. I take my leave." Vo Kwang smiled and replied, "Amitabha Buddha." He turned and walked away, constantly pondering in his mind. Hidden doors. Could that be the common name for these forces? I don't know if what the monk said is true. Forget it, I'll just join Senior Brother Lin. Suddenly, a gem from afar caught Diep Mak's attention. He was surprised and thought, "Isn't that you, Thatch?" Seeing such a rare treasure, Deep Mak was completely captivated. "You, Thatch. With this I can create a void ring, a type of ring that can hold things inside. I never expected such a thing existed in this world. But when someone else arrived first and asked how much this stone cost, I was extremely panicked. This is not good. Someone wants to buy it." To not miss the opportunity, Deep Mak quickly rushed over. "This is the most precious thing. If he manages to buy this jade, I have to buy it back from him. If he refuses to sell, I will have to take it from him by force. So I have to get this U-stone." The seller has now quoted 100,000 N for the carefully packaged gem. After hearing that, the man immediately offered 100,000 stones for it, but the seller shook his head and replied, "Sorry, sir, this is a rare item that cannot be negotiated." At this moment, Diep Mak quickly grabbed the stone and eagerly bought it. "Sir, I want this stone." But the man immediately rushed forward to fight for it. "Hey, I want that stone. Give it to me." Deep Mak immediately refused. "No." The boss frantically said, "Stop, stop, don't fight, be careful with my gems." The two of them kept bidding. "I will pay 100,000 N. 300,000 N. Hearing the price Deep Mak offered, the boss couldn't help but be captivated. 300,000 N. He enthusiastically asked, "Boss, do you want to pay in cash or by bank transfer?" "Cash." The guy impatiently said he couldn't buy it right away. "Goodbye," he muttered as he walked away. "That kid just wait and see." At this moment, Mr. Lim suddenly appeared, and Diep Mak, seeming to see him here, curiously asked, "Senior Lim, are you busy? I'm almost done here. How are you doing?" Mr. Lim smiled and asked politely, "It's okay. I just want Diep Mak to go shopping with me one more time." At the parking lot behind the building, the bald man asked, "Are you doing well, kid?" The short-haired guy from earlier annoyedly told him that when he was wandering around, he saw a stone at a stall. It feels like it's burning my heart. This stone is exactly like a sensing spirit stone. I was about to speak when that bastard cut me off and bought it instead. The bald guy couldn't help but feel amused. A sensing crystal? Isn't it something that can sense time? My master once mentioned it. He said it's very useful for cultivation and can even help break through to a higher realm. He continued, turning to scold the short-haired guy. What a crybaby. How could you let him take it away? And he even used cash to buy it? The other guy replied sadly, I'm not sure either. He paid $300,000 in cash. I didn't have enough money at that time. After hearing him speak, the bald guy's rage only grew worse. Are you stupid? Master has been looking for that child for a long time and only hesitated because it was too risky not to act. He also didn't hold back and shouted back, why are you working alone in secret? Why don't you come with me? Because this item is so important, we can rely on the power of Thiet Jiang to steal it. But isn't that just like letting Ngo Huyet Min know we're here to buy magic weapons? The two just sat and discussed this. And what can we do once we know? Rely on him to marry Vu Diodong? How much longer can he struggle before the master steps in? The Vu family has been so arrogant lately, it's time to show them who's boss. Deep Mac finally returned after a while, and the second master has come back. Second master happily greets you. Master, you're back. You and Yang Yi are developing an online clinic. Do you want to see it? After hearing that, you won't be curious anymore. An online clinic? What's that? He pointed at the computer screen and explained softly, Master, look at this online clinic. Patients can consult online and leave messages describing their symptoms. If we agree, just click OK, and the registration fee can be paid online. Very convenient. Before leaving, Diet Mac instructed Nai Ho to pack his belongings, saying I have to go out and handle some matters. Before I return, you two focus on practicing your medical skills. He also agreed with you right away. Yes, Master, don't worry. Just focus on your work. Then he put his hand into his pocket and searched. Found it, the IOU note. Deep Mac slightly smirked and thought to himself that he had already arranged everything for the Tu Ho and Duong Ngi. Now it was time to find Long Dao's money to settle his debts. But first I should meet Lai Ho to get the travel expenses. Now, at the Southern Kin headquarters of Sen Na, Long Dao is asking for his opinion. Dong Fuang Kai, what do you think about this? After observing, Fuang Kai also concluded from the surveillance footage and Beso and Duko's descriptions that this Diap Mac guy is really formidable. Also, can he shoot fireballs from his hands? It seems he's being aided by a hidden door. Master Hunam, what do you think? Dio Kwang, you are the strongest in Nanjing. Huenam openly shared this without hesitation. Myself and my disciple came here to help Nanjing because of a debt to Longhead. My disciple Nuko even lost both her hands over this. We still don't know if she will recover, so for now, we will take our leave and return to the mountain to treat her wounds. Long Dao didn't force her and allowed her to go freely. Master Hunam, if you wish to leave, I won't keep you. Farewell. Suddenly, Hunam's disciple hurriedly came to question him. Master, Brother Tien has treated us very well, and now we haven't repaid the debt, so why are we retreating? Huinham then explained to her that Qian Longto is not a good person. He is only kind because it benefits Nuko. Have you ever seen Nanjing hunt someone for a whole month without killing them? This is not something we need to get involved in anymore. Nuko couldn't just stay silent about this and expressed her frustration. But Master, isn't it true that we want to avenge Diap Mac? He has completely destroyed your cultivation, so even if you hold this anger, your heart still listens. That's why she became even angrier and scolded her, foolish disciple. Even though we have no more heirs, I am not blind. I have watched the video clearly. Deep Mac didn't use any magical tools at all. If he doesn't use a magic weapon, then how can he still shoot fireballs? Don't you think that's terrifying? Even Long Dao felt so stupid that he almost thought he was an idiot, the foolish Taoist priest. She saw the hidden door's magic weapon and immediately ran away. She is really timid. But considering how much they've helped Nanjing, I guess we can let it go this time. Deep Mac was truly powerful this time. We must stay vigilant and invite everyone to share their valuable opinions and experiences. Kwang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Big brother, should we just let them go like that? Everyone seemed to have forgotten one thing. Not only Dayip Mac, but also the fairy Taoist of Thiet Jiang is about to leave seclusion, and that old man might be even harder to deal with. Tom Dao now looked at him with a wary expression. Du Kwang, the strongest in Nanjing, would only have a 40% chance of winning against the immortal Taoist. If the immortal cultivator breaks through, the first thing he will do is come to Nanjing to cause trouble. Li Tam Dao, the commander of Nanjing's army. Long suddenly sat up straight. Du Kwang was right. A single immortal priest was already a concern, and now with Diep Mac as a formidable enemy, my son's death cannot be ignored, or Nam Kin will have no face left. Fuang Qi then quickly reassured him. Big brother, don't rush. Even if the immortal master is strong, we still have our own trump card, and with Diep Mac, we don't need to confront him directly. Tell me more. According to his request, he slowly said, think about why a major organization like Nanjing would get involved with a fallen child of the Diep family. It sounds funny, but it actually happened and was orchestrated by the Tong family. What do you mean? Since everyone still doesn't understand, Fuang Qi will explain more clearly. The Song family and the Ye family have always been rivals, constantly fighting. In reality, this is just a conflict between an illegitimate child of the Ye family and a useless member of the Song family, centered around Diep Mac's killing of the Song family. However, the Song family decided to send Song Xiaodam, who often associates with Chen Shibing, so Diep Mac mistakenly thought Chen Shibing was part of Song Xiaodam's group. Dong Fuangkai, are you suggesting I should ignore the matter with the Deep family? He immediately denied it, saying no. I think it's time we take advantage of the Tong family. Our strength lies in weapons and armor, so why should we confront Deep Mac head on? Deep Mac is hiding in the water and we can't bring weapons in. So let's let the Tong family force Deep Mac out of the country. Once he reaches the sea, no matter how strong his hidden martial arts are, how can he withstand bombs and artillery fire? Tom Dao still has some doubts and asks again, but how could the Tongs be exploited? That is their family's matter. Fang Chi then made a decision. Let me ask why Deep Mac went to the Tong family to talk about their enemies. Tam Dao strongly agrees, believing it is because of his wife, Nin Than Tuyet. At this moment, Fuang Qi shifts his focus to Than Tuyet. Exactly. After Diep Mac confirmed that she was being chased by Thian Nam Hoa back, she didn't run away on her own. It's not fair to say she lacked deep feelings. If Diep Mac knew Nin Than Tuyet was taken by the Tong family, what do you think he would do? Also, never underestimate the 5 great clans, as they always have hidden experts within them. Even when the family is facing a crisis, they will not act rashly, and Diep Mac will kill decisively. Once he kills someone, he will definitely risk his life to take down a major family. Such a big event would alert the police, and Diep Mac would be wanted. At that moment, the only way for him to escape was by the sea. Hearing about his scheming, Tam Dao burst out laughing with amusement. Hero. A clever plan. This way, we can focus on dealing with the Dong and Song families killing each other, and then we can achieve our goal without much effort. Fuang Qi then pointed at Tam Dao with a sneer. Li Tam Dai, it seems you still have some brains. He immediately charged at Fuang Qi and beat him up. Dong Fuang Qi, if that was Diep Mac. Dong Fuang Qi, don't be too complacent. Fuang Qi then teleported away and reassured Long Dao. Hey, I know what you want to ask me. If Diep Mac is still hiding in the west, we will broadcast Nin Than Tuyet's execution live. I don't believe Diep Mac will run away like a coward. Outside, it was pitch black with thunder crashing all around. Fuang Kai's face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Order my people to find Nin Than Tuyet immediately and then send a message to Diep Mac. Good, very good. This is a good plan. Meanwhile, Than Tuyet and Uyen Than are in a sunny place, strolling around and chatting. Hey, the atmosphere in Lac Thuong is really good, isn't it? Seeing that your face doesn't look well, Uyen Than asked. Than Tuyet, you've confirmed that Brother Diep is safe, so why do you look so sad? Than Tuyet raised her hand to the bracelet and said pensively, I don't know why DM Mac is safe. Of course I'm very happy, but after a while my heart feels like a broken jar. I can't describe it. Her eyes are now filled with sadness. Maybe I should let go. Maybe I should go home and stay with my parents, the ones who worry about me, and become a good girl. Hearing that, Uyen Than gently comforted her. Than Tuyet, I can't help you with your feelings. Your parents must be worried about you. You should have come back earlier. As for Diep, I believe he will find his way back to you. Suddenly, she blurted out a sentence that made Uyen Than blush. Yuan Than, actually I can see that you also have feelings for Diep Mac. After that, she became awkward. Don't worry, Than Tuyet, my feelings for Diep are just admirations, and besides, you two are a couple. How could I have any malicious thoughts? Really? Of course. If you two do well, I'll be very happy. Although I say those words outwardly, inside I think differently. Even if I have feelings for him, what can I do? Diep doesn't care about me, and besides, Than Tuyet hasn't figured it out yet. Only a girl named Tu is in his heart. Tuto, let me go with you to the station. All right. Suddenly, at this moment, someone is running toward them. Yuan Than immediately sensed something was wrong. Someone was trying to kill from behind. A figure swiftly passes by them, and she immediately pulls Than Tuyet aside. Than Tuyet is cautious, but she is not afraid, and simply points directly at the man in front of her. Who are you? What do you want? That guy still hasn't given up and keeps running toward them. Stupid girl, get out of the way. Xiaoxia, go forward and bite him. Seeing that snake, he boldly claimed that throwing the snake at me was a show-off? Such a foolish boast. Yuan Than was completely stunned. How could he not only dodge the attack but also catch Little Snake? After controlling Little Snake, he threw it towards the pole and took your pet snake. When Uyen Than saw this scene, she couldn't hold back and rushed forward. I can't let you go after you hurt us all. She didn't hesitate and kept throwing punches at him. Fine. That guy also has to admit that her attacks are strong. This dirty little girl has martial arts training. Her punches are hard to block. But while Yuan Than was careless, he grabbed her hand. Yuan Than was knocked down and fell flat on the ground in an instant, too slow. The next second, she slowly got up, trembling all over. Seeing this, Than Tuyet's face turned pale as she shouted, Uyen Than, are you okay? Seeing her approaching, Uyen Than hurriedly urged, Than Tuyet, run quickly. Don't come here. That guy's shouting to threaten now. You stinky little thing, you should worry about your own life instead. Uyen Than didn't want her to be affected and said, Than Tuyet, run quickly so I can stay alone. Than Tuyet then shouted a warning again. Yuan Than carefully looked behind her. Yuan Than immediately turned her head back. Than Tuyet no longer let her protect her and stepped forward on her own. What? Suddenly, the bracelet on her wrist shattered. That bracelet delivered a sharp scimitar-like slash at him. And in the next second, he was thrown far away. Now he realized that this dirty little girl had something to protect herself with. He tried to control Little Snake, but ended up punching himself. This snake opens its mouth wide. Suddenly, from afar, police officers rush over. Hey man, what are you doing? Seeing the situation change, he immediately lifted his leg and ran. Hurry up, man. The man in black stopped. He didn't dare offend the police, so he quickly ran away. Since I couldn't offend the police, I had to leave first. The officer then rushed over and asked the young girl what was wrong. Yenthan also asked about her condition. Thantuyet, are you okay? Why was there that strange streak of light just now? Thantuyet raised her hand to rub her teary eyes. Why did it break? At this moment, Uyenthan also exclaimed with regret. Oh no, you've broken Deepmak's string of beads. Thantuyet, these beads were a gift from Deep. She sniffled and said, I asked him for it. Uyenthan understood the situation as soon as she heard this. I see now, these beads belong to Mr. Deep. No wonder there was a strange light and the man in black disappeared. Meanwhile, he was still running and wondering what was going on. Why is my hand gradually losing sensation? It was only now that I realized I was poisoned by the small snake. This can't go on. I need to find a place to wash my wounds. Damn it, this snake seems to be poisonous. Suddenly a clinic appeared in front of that guy. This is it. This place is great. There's a clinic here. He didn't hesitate anymore and pushed the door open. Someone come, help me treat my wound. Naiho slowly approaches and then announces, Sorry, sir. Our clinic does not offer direct consultations. If you need it, you can make an appointment online. Hearing that, the guy was completely stunned. What? That guy's hot-tempered but still carries Naiho up. I got bitten by a venomous snake and you're telling me your clinic isn't open? Do you want me to die? Hearing that, he was also very surprised. Bitten by a snake? Then you must be treated immediately or your life will be in danger. He immediately turned around and said, Sit down. I will go to the back to get some tools and medicine to help you right away. He also agrees. Fine, I'll give you 5 minutes. If I don't see you, I'll destroy this clinic. What just happened? The clinic isn't operating, and Yang Yi isn't here either. Who is he arguing with? Damn it. At this moment, that guy was still not over his grudge, never expecting that not only Thantuyet had a treasure protecting the girl, but I was also careless today. But all of his words were heard clearly by you. Alas, if I hadn't tried to take the girl alone and acted on my own, I probably wouldn't have failed. Now, I've made the enemy cautious, and Nin Thantuyet will surely be on guard, making it much harder to capture that girl. You're really pushing me too far. At first, I only planned to deal with Qianlong, but you kept pushing me into a corner and even falsely accused my innocent friend. He hesitated in front of your presence before standing up. You are Deepmak. Why are you here? Your eyes are bloodshot. All of you've been chasing me from the desert to Lac Thuong. It seems I can't let you all live anymore. Suddenly, Erho was behind you and asked, Master, aren't you going to the train station today? Why are you still here? Suddenly, Deepmak paused for a moment and thought carefully. If he acted in the clinic, it might scare him. But Yuanthan and Ningthan Tuyet are still in Lac Thuong, and Nanthan will definitely pose a danger to them again. When he realized that the person in front of him was not easy to deal with, he shrank back in fear and begged, Please spare me. Please spare me. We are only following the boss's orders. The boss ordered us to capture Ninthan Tuyet and bring her to him, so we can break free from Namthan's control. We also don't want to kill anyone. Hearing that, Erhu was very confused. Master, what is he talking about? Why am I not understanding anything? Deepmak didn't explain clearly. He just asked you to handle him, close the clinic door, and take Duong Wai back home? Yes. Deepmak did not rush to act, only warning, follow me if you want to live. He didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Yes. Elsewhere, a helicopter slowly lands. Black Snake runs over to Langka and reports, the wolf boss received news that the mission failed. Not only did they not catch Ninthan Tuyet, but they were also spotted by the police. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised. What? Can't they catch that girl? And not only that, Black Snake added, there is a girl with quite good skills with her, and she even has a magic item and a venomous snake to defend herself. At this point, Langkat was being taken from one surprise to another. Oh, really? It seems the Nin family has already taken precautions. No wonder Longdu told me to go to Lac Thuong to keep watch. Seeing the first plan fail, Black Snake became curious. What is Lang's plan? Langkat clenched his fists and made a decision. I will handle it myself tomorrow. He must see the consequences of confronting me and Namthan. But in the next moment, he changes his mind. You don't need to wait until tomorrow. Tell me right now, what are the consequences of confronting Namthan? Someone? Before they could find Deepmak, you appeared in front of them. Langkat, it's only been a few days. Have you already forgotten my voice? Seeing you right in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder. Deepmak, how did you get here? When Langkat saw that guy sticking his head out, he was extremely annoyed. So he's the traitor after all. Deepmak boldly revealed, I know not only this place, but also that you plan to attack Ninthan Tuyet to cause trouble for me. Tell me quickly, what are you planning to do? I haven't seen the coffin spill tears yet, so Langkat is still very confident. Deepmak, even though I haven't fought you before, I won't reveal our plans even if I die. Today, you won't escape. In the next moment, Deepmak instantly teleported behind him. Langkat now also feels a wave of fear. When did he get behind me? In just a moment, Lingsa was knocked far away. He slowly approached him, as if your old wound wasn't healed yet. One strike, and he's down. Meanwhile, Langsa was lying in wait, motionless. Damn it. I can't move. My whole body is paralyzed. The black snake nearby looks as pale as a banana leaf, just as the rumors said. This Deepmak guy is really terrifying. So scary. I haven't done anything yet. I don't want to die here. Deepmak is not in a hurry to act and lets him reveal himself. I will give you one last chance. Tell me the plan, and I will spare your miserable life. Even when cornered, he remains stubborn. Deepmak, I admit I lost to you today, but you want me to reveal Namthan's plan? Come on, wake up, fight now, give me a quick death. Meanwhile, Deepmak was also deep in thought. Although Langkat was a cruel person, he was tough. But if I don't kill him, he will become a future threat. After thinking it over, he no longer hesitated and acted immediately. So I will grant your wish, and send you down to the underworld. Langcat had now accepted his fate. I never expected that I, Langcat, would die here. It's so frustrating. I haven't avenged my master or helped the leader achieve something great. He closed his eyes and remembered when he was young. Long Daokia Hat told him that as long as he followed Namthan, one day he would find his father's enemy. Langcat, you can do it. Just before the moment of passing, he shouted loudly, "Leader, I will repay your kindness in the next life." Suddenly, from afar, Haksaw's voice rang out. Wait, he doesn't want Langcat to die, so he agreed to your request. Brother Deep, I will talk. I will talk. As long as you spare us, I will reveal Namthan's plan. Hearing that, Langcat was extremely furious. Blacksnake, you dare to betray the leader, don't stay silent. Blacksnake didn't hesitate and immediately revealed everything from A to Z. We plan to kidnap Ninthan Tuyet and blame the Tong family. Once you destroy the Tong family, we will use Ninthan Tuyet as bait to lure you to the sea. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for a cannon. After hearing that, Diepmak looked at them with a mocking gaze. Truly a cruel tactic. In this case, I no longer blame you for being cruel. Take me to your base. I want to meet your leader. Hearing this, Blacksnake also sprayed a stiff glue. What? To the base? Brother Diep, do you really want to go in there alone? Diepmak didn't bother to answer him and immediately demanded, "Stop talking nonsense and get Langcat onto the helicopter." Blacksnake then helped Langcat up. Brother Lang, I'm just stalling for time. Do you really want to die here? Anyway, Diepmak going into the base alone is no different from seeking death. Maybe we can still make a contribution to the Black Snake. I will never forgive you. At Senna, the sky was still gloomy as usual. Longdao stood with his hands behind his back, wondering why after learning that Ninthan Tuyet was in Lac Thuong, there had been no news for so long. After their right arm was crippled, the wolves' ability to complete missions gradually declined. One of the men behind him interjected, even a simple routine task shouldn't have failed them. Meanwhile, Du Quang was holding a puzzle piece in his hand, confused, since when was Ninthan Tuyet considered an ordinary woman? Suddenly, Fuang Qi received an urgent phone call. "Master Dongfang, something serious has happened, tell me." The voice on the other end of the line responded in a trembling voice. "The mission to capture Ninthan Tuyet has failed, and the wolf pack has disappeared, and to make matters worse, we injured a girl who was with Ninthan Tuyet. That girl is Tri Van Tin, the daughter of Tri Hu Quan." Chi Hu Quan was furious and mobilized all of Lac Thuong's police forces to find the attacker of Tri Van Tin. Additionally, this incident reportedly even alarmed the military. It's strange that even with Lac Thuong under strict police control, there's no news about the wolves. Hearing this dismissive remark, he suddenly turned pale. Now there are only two possibilities. Either the wolves have been exposed and killed by Diepmak, who might also reveal the base's location, or the wolves are under Diepmak's control, and he cannot send any messages. So, they are on their way here now. Everything was under my control. I didn't expect Diepmak to be in Lac Thuong, and that we would also offend Chi Hu Quan. Last time when the wolf pack returned, he mentioned that Diepmak wanted to settle the score with Tian Longdao at the base. Given Diepmak's personality, he definitely won't miss this opportunity. If Diepmak's men lead an army here, win or lose, they will definitely cause a bloody battle. Although he was filled with fear inside, he remained calm and gave orders. "Master Dongfang, you must immediately inform Longtu that we need to leave Lac Thuong now." "All right, I understand. I will tell Longtu to wait for my news." After the call ended, he immediately asked Dongfang Chi what had happened, and he quickly recounted what he had been told. "Longdao just told me to go ahead and prepare a complete plan for him around Ninthan Tuyet, and I will get ready and report back to you. But Longdao only told me to go. No need to report to him. After arranging everything, contact the wolf pack directly, but tell him I only give him one day, or else bring his head to see me." Upon hearing this, he just smirked slightly. Meanwhile, Blacksnake had already brought Diepmak to their base. "I will take my leave now. The building in front is Nam City's base. Without a guide, you would never guess the base is right in the heart of the bustling city. Brother Deep, can I choose not to go into the base after we arrive? I don't want to get involved." "You can stay, but the 7 wolves must come with me." Langcat strongly objected. "What do you mean?" "I definitely won't help you deal with Longdao." Seeing his misunderstanding, Diepmak clarified, "Do I need your help? I'm bringing you along because I have other plans." Longdao then approached him and inquired about the situation. "How is your business going, Dio Quang?" He's not hiding anything and shows no concern. Everything is still fine. "Longdao, don't you find it strange? Usually Master Dongfang is quick-witted with all kinds of plans, but today he's been thinking so long over such a small matter." Seeing him hinting around, he nervously asked, "Dio Quang, what do you mean?" Then Dio Quang also expressed his suspicions. "The wolves haven't contacted us for days, and now that he's called, he must tell us the reason. If he doesn't say anything, why isn't Master Dongfang asking? Could it be that Master Dongfang simply forgot?" But Dio Quang doesn't think so. How could he forget when we just discussed it? Tam Dao suddenly pushed the door open and asked in surprise, What's going on, Teacher Dao?" "I just saw Dong Fuang Kai rushing off by helicopter. Did something happen?" Hearing that, Long Dao also tried to recall everything. "What?" "Sir, I've already checked. That call was from an intelligence agent we placed in Lac Thuong. When we called back, no one answered." Right now, Long Dao couldn't believe half of what Fuang Qi said and turned his back on him. "Dong Fuang Qi dared to deceive me. Go after him quickly and bring him back." A moment later, Dio Kwang continued to speculate that the wolf pack had either been killed or subdued, and the most likely reason was that their hideout had been exposed. If not, why would Dong Puang Kai leave so hurriedly? Long Dao thought for a moment, then clenched his fists and ordered, Dong Puang Ki has fled, which proves he no longer believes I can win, but what ultimately made him so worried? Could it be because of Dietmac? Dietmac, relay my order immediately. Everyone must attack and capture Dietmac at all costs. I want to see just how powerful Dietmac is to make Dong Puang Kai betray me and run away. He now screams like a chicken with its gizzard pierced. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the silent space, saying, You don't need to catch me. All of Long Dao's subordinates were thrown far away. Seeing the situation, Three Sabers immediately shouted, Who dares? Even the strongest admire your boldness. He's really brave to rush into the base alone. Deepmac now walks in slowly with Lang Cat. Qian Long Tu, at last we meet. Seeing Lang Cat walking beside you, Long Tu is extremely furious. The pack of ungrateful wolves, how dare you betray me? He hurriedly explained to prevent him from misunderstanding. Long Dao, I don't have it. Please let me explain. Suddenly another subordinate hurried over to deliver a message. Sir Wolfpack, this is the note Master Dongfang asked me to give you when you return to the base. Lang Cat took the small paper and wondered. A piece of paper? What is this? After reading the details inside, Lang Ka's mind is blown. What did you say? His body trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe his eyes. So the one who killed his parents was Long Dao? Could it be that meeting Long Dao back then wasn't just a coincidence? Yet every time I mention revenge, the answer is always to wait a little longer. When Lang Cat learns the truth, the monster inside him awakens. Longhead, Dong Puang. Qi, are you the one who killed my entire family in Macau? Long Dao at this moment hesitated and accidentally blurted out, Damn it, I have to expose Dong Fang Qi. Seeing him so indifferent, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted directly in his face. So you admit to that? Why? Why is that? After killing my parents, he pretended to be my benefactor, forcing me to help him build and become a strong young man. All these years, I have truly been a big joke. Tam Dao Liantran comforts Lang Cat. Don't be provoked by the wolves, maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Why would Long Dao kill your parents? Thinking about how I've been deceived for so long, he can't stand it anymore. Li Tam, get out of the way. Today I will definitely kill this bastard to avenge my parents. Deep Mac did not interfere but only watched. It seems Long Dao has deceived the wolf trainer. If that's true, after I deal with Long Dao, there will be a pretty good candidate to take over Nam Than. Tam Dao is still defending Long Dao anxiously. Did he set up the wolf, the trainer who once saved his life? I won't let you lay a hand on him again. Lang Cat shouted sternly, warning him. Lai Tam, don't blame me for not considering you a brother. Meanwhile, Long Dao immediately ordered, Where are the people? Bring them here to kill Deep Mac and set up the trap for me. To save him from wasting effort, Deep Mac also warned in advance that if you're calling more people outside, forget about it. No matter how many come, those henchmen will only end up sacrificing themselves. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, he asked for your help. Dio Kwang, I rely on you to help me kill Deep Mac, and in the future, half of Nam Than's business will belong to you. Dio Kwang, feeling annoyed by his request and unable to even piece things together peacefully, was irritated, and when he finally spoke, Diep Mac was extremely excited. So you finally decided to speak up? I was wondering why there was a mute sitting over there. Before your reaction, Du Kwang lowered his head and gave a slight smile. Diep Mac, you're really funny. He is extremely calm, but in an instant he is filled with murderous intent. But before you can kill Qian Long Tu, you must step over my corpse first. After sensing that powerful energy, Diep Mac immediately became cautious. This strong man must be very confident in his strength. Seeing him so calm, I want to see if his strength is the strongest today. You're not in a hurry to attack, just asking Swang about him. Oh, right now, Kwang. What is that red thing on your head? Is it a magic treasure? Hearing the question, Kwang also smiled and replied, So? Do you like it? I can give you one to wear. No, it's okay. From afar, it just looks like a red-headed fox. The strong one no longer hesitated and blinked towards him. Deep Mac, don't tell me you're just good with words. Let me show you how much you're worth today. He now looks like a bee about to attack you, but Deep Mac quickly blinked to the side. When he saw you disappear into the sky, Dio Kwang was stunned. Where did he go? At this moment, you are behind him and about to strike. With your quick reflexes, Kwang managed to block the attack. Nevertheless, he was still struck in the hand by Diep Mac, and Kwang was quickly pushed away. Long Dao was also starting to feel fear now. Damn it. This Deep Mac seems to be on par with Now Kwang. What kind of power has the Deep family used to cultivate such a dark energy? He can't afford to lose, so he urged his subordinates. Why are these fools still standing here? Hurry up and go help Now Chuang. However, they didn't dare to let Longhead Deep Mac act too cruelly. Rushing in would be like seeking death. I think it would be better for us to guard outside. As soon as he finished speaking, they all rushed outside. Dio Kwang's body trembled with each shiver. He doesn't dare to charge straight ahead like before, and instead observes for a moment. He looks to be about 20 years old, a young master of a wealthy family. I can't believe his attack speed and movement are faster than mine. But as long as he dares to hold my leg, I can definitely break his. Even the Immortal Blade user wouldn't dare confront me head-on with the power of his legs unless he's stronger than the Immortal Blade user himself. Besides, Dio Kwang didn't hesitate anymore and immediately charged forward. He straightened his leg towards you. Deep Mac, as a man, accept this blow from me. Deep Mac now is not afraid at all and is eagerly awaiting. Of course, just say your final wish. Dio Kwang didn't hesitate and charged forward, striking directly at Diep Mac's arm. At this moment, he also had to acknowledge his strength. I can't deny that among all the opponents I've faced, you are the only one with the strongest footwork. At the climax of the situation, he decided to reveal something. Everyone thought my footwork was a deadly move. Suddenly, several red sparks burst from Dukwang's sleeve, and in an instant, a blazing red energy radiated from him, as if the toxins in his sleeve were my real deadly move. Deepmak, let's see how you dodge at such close range. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. What? And he is extremely pleased. Deepmak, you are too careless. Deepmak didn't stand still and take it, but immediately created a shield. Dodge? Why should I avoid it? Water transformation technique. Deepmak uses water power to control them. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Water? He is actually controlling water. In just a moment, Deepmak made those pins attack him. It's true, what goes around comes around. Now Dukwang has to face his own attack. Here, I'm giving this back to you. The thought of running away suddenly flashed through Dukwang's mind. Run, or I might die here. Those secret techniques are definitely not child's play. Deepmak is from the hidden sect. He didn't hesitate for a second and ran away desperately. Dukwang immediately jumps out of the window. Longdao calls after him in panic but gets no response. Tien Longdao, it seems your men have abandoned you and escaped. Deepmak, while defeating Tam Dao, turns around. Did Deepmak win? As for Deepmak, he slowly stepped forward and challenged him. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, go ahead and show them all. Today, I will fight you to the end. Longdao here can't take it anymore and collapses to the ground. I surrender. What? You're out of tricks? And Ling Sa is beside him, laughing uncontrollably. I never thought this day would come for you. Even now, he still justifies himself. I only accepted you because I saw potential in your martial arts. However, Dong Fuang Qi said that you were born rebellious and only through pain could you follow me wholeheartedly. The rest were all done by Dong Fuang Kai on his own, behind my back. Langcat is not easily fooled and speaks frankly. Do you still want to deceive me now? Deepmak crossed his arms and said seriously, you with the surname Chen, you're too arrogant. To me, you're no different from those soldiers and petty thugs out there. I had planned to let him live a few more days, but unexpectedly he didn't want to survive and came to cause trouble for me. Only now does he admit his mistake. Deepmak, if you spare me, I am willing to give everything, whatever it takes to make you happy. Just consider it my mistake for not recognizing and insulting your abilities. After a while, you ponder silently on how to deal with him. This love is truly very strong. If I use it to help find spiritual herbs and similar things, it will be the best tool. However, the only person I can still rely on now is the wolf. Why not let him help me with a small price? When he saw you turn away, Langcat immediately asked the wolf, are you leaving? You didn't fight Longdao but handed him over? I will hand over Longdao's money to you and you can decide what to do with him. As for the man, I won't care whether you handle him well or not. Hearing that, Langcat couldn't help but be moved. Deepmak, because today you allowed me to settle this great enemy, from now on my life will be yours. Even though Longdao was kneeling before them, he still hadn't given up deep inside. Both of you are just waiting for disaster to come. Suddenly, the helicopter from earlier appeared outside the door, and I was a bit surprised to see it. A helicopter? He still hasn't given up, has he? The helicopter immediately fired bullets at them as Deepmak and Langcat ran along the room to dodge the shots. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Deepmak urged, Soy, handle Tien Longdao so I can take care of this helicopter. Longdao, still unaware of any fault, shouted orders. Kill them for me. Deepmak no longer hesitated and decided to teach them a lesson. Qianlong Tu, I told you, all of this is just child's play to me. He immediately jumps outside and throws a punch at the helicopter. The subordinate inside was terrified by the sudden attack from him, while Longdao was trying to beg Langcat Soy. I admit I was wrong about your parents, but I raised you and treated you well. Can you forgive me based on that? But today, Langcat has decided to settle this blood debt. Old thief, go down to hell and beg for forgiveness. He punched him hard in the head with both hands, then after finishing, Longdao Lamcat burst into a satisfied laugh. Finally, he can see the light of hope. Mom and Dad, your son has finally avenged you. Now the two of them can rest in heaven. Even though it's over here, he still follows Deepmak. Big brother Deep, why are you leaving so quickly? Before leaving, Deepmak also warned him, first I will no longer interfere in Namtin's affairs. Whether his people listen to you or not, depends on your ability. But if Namtin keeps doing bad things, I don't mind coming back to kill him again. Langcat assured you, I know, I will definitely show you a different kind of Namtin. Suddenly he remembered something and spoke up. Oh right, big brother Diep, there's something I want to tell you. In the past, Chen Longtu wanted to invite the Diep family and the Tong family to pressure and detain you. Although the Diep family didn't agree, they didn't refuse either. Now, while they still don't know that the male lead has changed for the better, do you want him to go and confront them on your behalf? After hearing what Langcat told him, Deepmak's face grew somber and sad. It seems like the Diep family wants to completely cut ties with me. They're just missing the step of capturing me to make it public for everyone to see. But in my memories a few years ago when I was expelled from the Diep family, Diep Tufang often came to the school to give me pocket money. He only pointed it out in his mind and told you, Deepmak, that this should be kept temporary and not to tell anyone that he came to see you. A wave of nostalgia rose within him, and every time Diep Tufang came to give money, Diep Lin would follow behind. For some reason, she always stood from afar watching over him, with a strange look in her eyes that he couldn't quite describe. After some careful thought, he decided to verify for himself. Take me to Yenching, I will handle these two clans myself. Langcat reached out eagerly, and Big Brother Deep invited him onto the helicopter. Goodbye, Big Brother Deep. In just a moment, your helicopter had already left. At the Deep family headquarters, Deep Back Dung is gathering everyone to discuss the matter of the male ally, hoping we can work together to catch Deep Mac. I want to hear everyone's opinion before giving the final answer to Tianlong Tu. Diep Huang quickly affirmed, Grandfather, this is already very clear. We should definitely capture Diep Mac and hand him over to Nam Tin. This is only beneficial and has no downsides. Tu Fong also did not stay silent and expressed a different opinion. I do not agree with Diep Huang, Grandfather. Even though this is my first time participating in the family meeting, I still want to say that Diep Mac is still a member of the Diep family, and I cannot agree with the idea of teaming up with outsiders to fight someone of the same blood. If others hear this, it would be a real joke. Hearing that, Diep Huang immediately looked at him with a piercing gaze. Deep Tufong, understand this clearly. Deep Mac is no longer part of us, and because of him, our family's business has been severely affected. Most of our foreign businesses have been lost. Partnering with Nantin is our last chance to rise again and come back stronger. Beidong understood their intentions, but he still wanted to hear other opinions. What Diep Huang and Diep Tu Fong said made some sense. What about the others? What do you all think? Luang Fu now also strongly agrees with Diep Huang's plan. Everyone knows that Diep Mac has long been no longer part of the Diep family. Ever since the battle between the Song family and us was exposed and Nantin provided us with an escape route, do you agree to cooperate with Nantin to catch Diep Mac, even if it's just for show? The others also shared their opinions. Deep Venkai, Deep Song, what do you two think? Deep Mac and the family business of the Deep family are clearly more important. You can decide on this matter yourself. Tu Fong couldn't help but worry that no one was on Diep Mac's side. What should I do now? Everyone agrees to use Deep Mac to gain benefits. Once he makes a decision, Deep Mac will be in trouble. Wait a minute, if I think about it carefully, even though the benefits and risks are obvious, he still holds a family meeting, so his true purpose is that Beitang now knows what he needs to do, but he hasn't rushed to act. Has anyone here ever wondered why a large organization like South Teen would have to cooperate with both the Diep and Tong families to deal with just Diep Mac? And if everyone connects the dots and considers what Diep Mac has done, he is no longer someone who will leave this family. So I think this situation still needs careful planning and consideration, and there's no need to rush into a decision. Everyone else in the room was on guard against Tu Fong. Honestly, I also wondered why Nam Tin needed to ask others for help just to deal with Deep Mac alone. It seems there is really something suspicious about this. This Diep Tu Fong is truly disgusting. He's acting as if he has a lot of brotherly love in front of the grandfather. After finishing the discussion, Bak Dung immediately stops. All right, today's meeting is adjourned. Diep Song, go find out about Deep Mac's location and movements and report back to me at any time. With Ling Sa's help, Deep Mac arrived in Yanqin, and when the person he needed to talk to didn't answer the phone, he sighed in frustration. Why hasn't Li Huo answered the phone for so long? Suddenly, the next second, he comes up with an idea. And in Yenqing, the only place I know well is the Diep family clan. Since I can't reach Lai Ho, I'll go to the Diep family to see what's going on. Suddenly, Diep Lin appeared here and pointed at him. Why is Diep Mac the one? She didn't hesitate and ran quickly towards him. Faced with Diep Lin's appearance, he could only force a smile. Deep Lang, what a coincidence. She immediately questioned Deep Mac. What kind of coincidence is that? How dare Deep Mac show up in Yanqin? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? I heard that Nam Khan will cooperate with the Deep family to deal with you, because you used to be my brother. I advise you to leave Nam Khan as soon as possible, and find a place to hide. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. All right, I won't waste my time talking to you anymore. I'm busy, I'm leaving now. It seems like there's really something wrong with his mind. Things are already bad enough, yet he still calmly walks around at night. He deserves to be kicked out of the Diep family. When I met Diep Lin here, I suddenly remembered Tu Fong. Diep Lang is just as I remembered, still very unfriendly towards me. I wonder how Deep Tu Fong is doing now. After walking a bit, Deep Lin stopped and looked back. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? She now looks tense as a stretched string, threatening you. Deep Mac, I give you 1 second to get out of my sight or I will find someone to break your legs. As soon as she finished speaking, Deep Lin turned and left. Fool. Deep Mac is now looking toward the place she's about to enter. Heaven and earth? You can't help but wonder why she came to this place. Although Diep Lang's attitude is very bad, she always has good principles. Maybe she really will go to a place like this alone. Right now inside, Tiu Tan is teasing some girls. Li Tiu, you look very seductive today. And she giggles, how can I win over young Master Tong without dressing seductively? Young Master Tong, you're so naughty. Tonight I will make sure you're satisfied. As they were embracing each other, the door suddenly opened. Deep Lin went straight inside and repeated what she asked last time. Tong Tiu Tan, have you thought about what I asked you that day? Today, I want a clear answer. To speak privately with you, he immediately requested, you two go outside first. I have something to discuss. Tong Tiu Tan still wasn't serious and was joking around with her. Oh, it's rare for me to have the chance to meet the young lady of the Diep family. Have a drink first and we'll talk later. Diep Lin no longer tolerated and snapped, stopping this game. At this moment, Nam Khan wants to cooperate with the Deep family to deal with Diep Mac. I want him to survive. What are the conditions he set? He held the glass of wine in his hand and approached her. Miss Deep, it's not easy to find someone to help, is it? Tiu Than shamelessly made these demands, but since Miss Deep personally came to see me, it's quite simple. First, give me the jade scepter you used to decorate the old Deep family house. Second, I want Miss Deep to stay with me tonight. His hand slowly moved toward her chest. Deep Lin is not someone who easily gives in, so she slapped him with a vile punch. Seeing herself being hit, Tiutan immediately flew into a rage. How dare you hit me? You dare to slap my face? Do you really think you're a young lady of the Diep family? Because you refused to listen to my good advice and then hit me. Don't blame me for doing something extreme. He didn't hesitate anymore and attacked. Someone came to tie her up. Deep Lin slowly stepped back and threatened him. Let me go, Tong Thiuthan. The Diep family won't forgive you if you dare to touch me. But he's not really afraid. Don't call anymore, everyone in this club belongs to me. His face began to show a sinister look, and moreover, she didn't know which gang the Diep family was currently affiliated with. Not to mention the Diep family even wanted both of her brothers dead. If I hadn't protected them openly and secretly all along, why are they still alive now? But you can't keep tempting me like this. The cost of protecting someone is very high. If she refuses, Nam Khan will handle Diep Mak himself, but her Diep Tu Fong could also be killed. Village Chief Tiutan started undressing Diep Lin, who was too weak to resist and could only stand still. What should I do now? To save myself, I made a proposal. Wait, I promise you, let me go first. I will give you the Jade Staff and also reveal the location of the family's secret factories. Hearing this, Tiutan became extremely excited. Oh, she should have acted this way sooner. Deep Lang, you treat your brother coldly outside, but secretly ask others to protect him. You've really been through a lot, and my heart aches for you. Deep Lin keeps urging him on. Tong Thiuthan, I already agreed with you. Let me go quickly. But Tiuthan still refused to stop and kept touching me. Why should I let go of the prey I already have? You can go steal the Jade Scepter after the mission is over. When she saw him touching her, Diep Lin was extremely frightened. Tong Thiuthan, get that disgusting hand off me. But the more she yelled, the more he enjoyed it. Keep shouting, the more excited I get. Suddenly a scream came from outside. Who dares to touch Deep Lang? Ting Chung immediately stopped and turned that way. Who is it? His subordinate immediately ran in to report that young Master Song, this man, had barged in on his own accord. Tiutan, still confident since he hasn't seen the coffin fall, says, Hey, isn't that Diep Mak? It must be very interesting for a brother to witness his sister being humiliated. Deep Mak. Deep Lin's tears gradually fell down her cheeks. Deep Mak, I told you to leave already. Why didn't you listen to me? Suddenly, old memories flooded back into her mind. Lang Nai, I don't have much time left. Now my greatest concern is for the 3 children. Dad, you'll be fine. Before saying goodbye, Van Thien also carefully advised her to be cautious of your uncles. After father leaves, the hatred of the previous generation will surely fall on all of you, especially Deep Mak. Among the 3, he is the weakest. It is also not loved within the Diep family. While the children protect it, do not get too close to it, or you and Tu Fong will also be in danger. Suddenly, he gripped Deep Lin's hand tightly. Ling, you have to promise your father that you will protect Deep Mak. Dad has let it and Mom down already. Don't let Dad die without peace of mind. Seeing Van Thien weaken, she also promised him. Dad, don't worry. I promise you that as long as I'm alive, I will take good care of Diep Mak and Tu Fong. Hearing this, Van Thien finally found peace. All right, very good, very good. You really are my good daughter. As the heartbeat machine emitted that haunting sound, Deep Lin cried out in pain. Father! Deep Lin, afraid she would break her promise to her father, shouted out in helplessness. Deep Mak, you fool, I told you to leave Yenkin already. Why are you still here? If you do this, how can I protect you, and how can I face our father again? Seeing this scene, Xiaocheng also felt amused. Truly a touching brotherly bond. I'm about to cry hearing this. Xiaofai, I'm giving this guy to you. His subordinate is also eagerly waiting to get a taste of Deep Mak. No problem. Young Master Tong, this guy is really unlucky to have met me. Xiaofei handed over the Lang Kui Huang pair, but with just a flick of my hand, I took care of that guy quickly. Next life, choose a shorter name to make life easier. Seeing what just happened, Xiaocheng's face turned pale. What is this? Don't tell me the rumors about Deep Mak being able to kill from afar are true. Meanwhile, Deep Lin is still urging you. Deep Mak, don't think you can act recklessly just because you've learned some lousy martial arts. Hurry up and run away while no one's here, and he's calling for backup. Someone. Are you there? Hurry up and come here to take down Diep Mak. The others are also running towards him now. Idiot, how dare you storm into the territory of the Tong family? Are you tired of living? Deep Mak remained calm and steady, daring them to come at him. And when they saw he couldn't be beaten, they turned and ran. There is a freak. Seeing his display, she was utterly amazed. Deep Mak, when did you learn those skills? They seem pretty powerful. Deep Mak now turns to Deep Lin and gently says, Deep Lang, you've worked hard all these years. In the future, let me take on this role and protect you. Hearing his confident words, she couldn't believe her eyes. Could this still be her silly older brother? The knot is too tight. While Diep Mak was helping Diep Lin untie her bonds, she suddenly shouted, Diep Mak Tong Theo Than is running away. A smart place where he avoids fighting and escapes when the chance is low. You won't let him go so easily, so he immediately threw a weapon at his leg. Who allowed you to move? Tiutan's leg immediately bled so much that he collapsed. It hurt so much. Immediately after, Deep Lin spoke. Deep Mak Long, the daughter of the Deep family, is still in his hands. Do you think that matters? She didn't hesitate to reaffirm that of course it was important. The Diep family had invested a lot of effort to obtain it. You step towards him and demand, hand it over and I will spare your life. But he refuses. The dragon crystal is so important, why would I carry it with me? Seeing that Xiaocheng still refuses, I step on him, stop talking nonsense, make a call and tell someone to bring the dragon crystal here. He didn't dare to argue anymore and complied. I will call right now. When he heard the sound of police cars, Deepmak immediately paid attention. Are those the police? You asked Diep Lang, did you call the police? She immediately denied it. It wasn't me, it was definitely the security guard who ran away earlier. They saw a dead person on the floor and called the police. Seeing the police arrive would cause trouble, so he urged her to leave here first. Then she asked, don't you want the gems anymore? Of course you want to. Then he lowered himself and made a deal with Thieu Than. Tong Thieu Than has a powerful poison in the metal nail I shot into his leg. If you want to live, bring Nok Rong to the Diep family within an hour and I will give you the antidote. Hearing that, he nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll do it right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Deepmak asked Diep Lang again, why are you still standing there? Let's go. But now she can't walk. Don't you see my leg is numb? Try being bound like this for a long time. Darkness now covers the entire space. Because Diep Lin can't walk, Deepmak is carrying her. Diep Lang, have your limbs recovered yet? No, you'll die if you carry me any longer. While you were looking at her two grapefruits, she asked, Deepmak, what poison did you inject into Tong Thieu Than just now? At this moment, you also straighten yourself out. Diep Lang doesn't even know how to put his shirt back on properly after it was torn. I forgot that after reaching high school, my illness was cured. I guess I need to work on keeping my composure. I didn't see you answer, so Diep Lin repeated herself. Deepmak, I'm asking you what's going on with your pants. It's so hard that it hurts my butt. Deepmak quickly turned his face away, looking embarrassed. No, it's nothing. The next second, Diep Lin asked you again with a terrifying look on her face. Deepmak, I am your sister, right? The boy hesitated, sweating profusely, and replied, yes, that's right. Immediately after, she slapped him hard, and he didn't even spare his own sister. Deepmak, you're such a pervert. And now, Deepmak is getting beaten up again. You pervert, this is my fare. Why weren't you this brave earlier? A while later, Deepmak also safely took her home. She then invited him to come in. Deepmak, I've arrived home. Do you want to come over for a bit? But you refused. No need. Be careful. Suddenly, Diep Lin remembered something and asked, oh right, Deepmak. Why did you suddenly become so strong? Deepmak carefully explained to her that after leaving the Deep family, he met a master. He said you have talent and taught you some secret martial arts. After hearing that, she felt a bit skeptical. Really? Why do I find that hard to believe? Why didn't you say you fell off a cliff and found some kind of martial arts secret manual? He immediately urged her. All right then, go home early. I have to leave first. Is it okay for me to stay alone in Yenching? Deepmak then turned and left, reassuring Diep Lin, don't worry about me. Also, when you have free time, please ask Diep Tu Fong where he is. I haven't seen him in a long time. Suddenly, just as Deepmak had just left, a shadow appeared behind her. Who is it? That stranger immediately reached out his hand, while at the Song family headquarters, Kaijan slowly approached him and asked, what's going on, Kai Min? Why are you looking for me so urgently? Kai Min turned around and recounted with a serious expression. Just now, Xiaoqing called to say that Deepmak came to our club to cause trouble and even killed one of our people. He was extremely frightened during the call. Deepmak? Is he in Yanjing? Damn it, this Deepmak is too arrogant. I'll have someone kill him right now. Kai Min quickly reassured him. Kai Tram, don't be impatient. Hearing that, he was extremely upset and asked, but are we just going to endure this without doing anything? Kai Min immediately denied and corrected him. Of course not, but from what Xiaocheng recounted, the rumors that Deepmak caused chaos in Nanjing might not be false. I heard Xiaocheng say that Deepmak even declared that if we keep bothering him, he will wipe out the Song family in one night. The more Kai Tram listened, the more he felt this was unreasonable. What extraordinary ability does Deepmak have to dare say such crazy things? After careful consideration, Kai Min revealed his plan. I intend to summon a master from Hothu to fight alongside us for justice. Don't underestimate that Deepmak guy. He has survived until now. That kid proves he has the ability to say those words. Kai Tram suddenly remembered who that person was and expressed his surprise. Li Min Kang? And Kai Min, are you planning to ask him to help us? I heard he's very arrogant and his abilities are also very strong. Many wealthy families have sought his help, but all were ultimately turned down. Kai Min stood up and placed a hand on Kai Tram's shoulder. That's why I urgently came to find you. I want you to personally invite Li Min Kang to help us, no matter the cost. Hearing this, he also understood what he needed to do. All right, I will do my best. The night sky still covers everything at this moment. Lai Ho runs over from afar, waving to greet Deepmak. Mr. Deep, over here, over here. As soon as he saw you, he was so excited that he made the suggestion. Sorry, I was on an important mission when you called. So, Mr. Deep, why don't you stay at my base tonight? My subordinates always say I boast and exaggerate your abilities, so let me teach them a lesson. At this moment, Deepmak couldn't hide his curiosity and suggested, Lai Ho, I thought you said you belonged to a secret unit. Can I come there? He agreed without much thought. Of course, I am the leader of the Falcon team, so I have the authority to bring people in. Not long after, they arrived at the Yenbak military base. Lu Kuang, upon seeing Deepmak, asked, is this the master you mentioned every day? Li Ho pointed to him. This is my teammate, Lu Kuang. Lu Kuang now looked him over carefully. He looked so ordinary. Is he really as legendary as Lai Ho said? Hey, don't go touching him without permission. After observing for a while, Deepmak also felt confused. Lai Ho, why are there so many surveillance cameras here? What is this place used for? Seeing you look like a naive little deer, he explained. This is a military intelligence base for information exchange. Usually when we receive information from missions, we analyze it here. You understood very quickly. Oh, so you're really not in an active combat team. No wonder Nanjing caught you so easily I suddenly challenged him to a one-on-one. Don't underestimate us, little brother. Our daily combat training is just like that of special forces. So why don't we have a match on the field? I'm not really interested in it. The martial arts I learned can kill people, and if I fight, there will definitely be bloodshed. Just forget about it. When he saw you refuse, he happily burst out laughing. Lai Ho, look how scared your brother is. Seeing him so innocent, Lai Ho quickly explained, Luke Kwang, stop talking nonsense. Brother Diep is really worried he might hurt you. A while later, they were touring and chatting. Who is the person in the black sportswear? I haven't seen him before. He seems to be a friend of Captain Lee. Immediately after, Diep Mak agreed to Lu Kwang's challenge, asking what kind of competition he wanted. After a moment of thought, he suggested, anything simple is fine. Let's have a hand-to-hand brick-breaking contest. Luke Kwang still feels it's not enough and wants to add 3 more bricks for me. The friend next to him looks worried. Luke Kwang, are you sure about that? We usually only stack 8 bricks during practice. Suddenly, Commander Han and Hai Yen come over. Lai Ho, Commander Han Yen, what brings you here? Deep Mac's presence has already reached him. He's here to meet the little friend you brought along. Meanwhile, Luke Kwang was determined that if he could break all 12 bricks at once, he would surely scare him to death. The younger brother watched carefully. These are solid red bricks. Nice. No more hesitation, he took a deep breath and quickly showed his skills. Seeing Luke Kwang succeed, everyone admired him. Luke Kwang, you're not bad at all. Brother Luke is so strong. Amazing, I broke 9 bricks. The next second, he pointed at Deep Mac and urged him on, saying, it's your turn now. Seeing him walk forward, he couldn't help but mock. Hey, where are you going? I can ask someone to help you get the bricks. You knock on the basketball hoop and ask, this hoop must be made of metal, right? Oh, little brother, don't tell me you want to smash that. That's cast iron. Who would have thought that the very next second Diep Mac would directly destroy the basketball hoop? Luke Kwang now sprays the glue stiffly, while Lai Ho feels proud. How is Luke Kwang doing? See, I wasn't lying, was I? After observing, Hai Yen also concluded that he is filled with spiritual energy, focused and clear. An ordinary person from an underground sect probably couldn't achieve this. Your granddaughter is from a secret sect and also finds it very difficult to travel across the world. If we can recruit him, it will definitely bring great benefits to the army. He also agrees very much with the girl. That's right. However, since he was born in this world and has such power, he might not obey any orders or authority, but it's worth a try. Commander Han also gave you a round of applause. This young man truly has extraordinary skills. He is Li Ho, and then he also introduced him to you. Brother Diep, let me introduce you to the regional commander, Commander Han, and this is Han Yen, the daughter of Commander Han. Commander Han has heard about you and feels very grateful. You are Yo Mie, the one who helped Lai Ho recover his information, but you don't care about that at all. That's nothing, just a fair exchange. Anyway, Commander Han is very grateful for your help. You don't need to be modest. Lai Ho already told me. That item is worth more than hundreds of thousands, so I must thank you on behalf of the military district. Of course, besides thanking you, we also want to invite you to be a coach for the Phi Ho team. If you agree, we will let you choose a weapon from our ultimate arsenal as a reward. But Diep Mac declined, saying it's not really his thing. He's not interested in military weapons. Brother Deep, don't underestimate that ultimate weapon stash. It not only contains top-tier weapons and high-quality materials, but also items from hidden sects. This is a rare and good opportunity. Hidden sects? Isn't it said that items from hidden sects are very rare in this world? Why are you able to find them in the ultimate weapon warehouse? Unless all of you are seeing something, Deep Mac looks worried. So Lai Ho explains, Brother Deep, you're overthinking it. All the weapons in the ultimate armory are made from materials and items exchanged with hidden sects. Finding rare materials from all over the world is also a mission for our Phi Ho team. Commander Han is now smiling with satisfaction. You truly have extensive knowledge. Beivin and Vian Not really misjudged you. Just like your father, you are a talent. Deep Mac was a bit surprised to see how well he understood him. I didn't expect Commander Han to have investigated me. Commander Han then explained, you're mistaken. I can tell by connecting it to what happened between the Deep and Tong families. Why should I waste my energy investigating it? Actually, I know your father, and of course, I know a few things about you. Commander Han then extended an invitation, saying, why don't you come with me to the ultimate weapon warehouse to check everything before making a decision? Deep Mac now looked around at everyone with a contemplative expression. If she already has items from the hidden sects, then it's worth for me to take a look. Also, that girl named Han Yan seems ordinary, but exudes a mysterious aura. Because Li Ho said that this ultimate weapon warehouse contains items exchanged with hidden sects, this girl must have a connection between the hidden sects and this world. System. Greetings. Please verify your identity. Only Lord Huin immediately placed his hand on the system, and in the next second, a door opened in front of them. The system had verified the permission to enter. Inside, there are display shelves of various types of spirit stones. Just a quick glance, and Diep Mac recognized refined cold ore, silver sand ore, extreme wind stones, and the highest level of magic ore. It seems this ultimate weapon vault really has good stuff. Deep Mac immediately jumped onto the shelves to get a closer look. These weapons are pretty ordinary. Black jade, good stuff here. Suddenly, Han Yen turned to him with an annoyed look. Grandpa, I asked you to recruit him to work for us, but you can't be too generous with him. There are many things he still couldn't bring himself to give you, yet he allows him to choose freely. Yen Ni, upset by her granddaughter's sulking. was met with a gentle response from him. Why would Yen Ni be jealous? Materials or weapons are not a problem. We can continue searching for hidden sex, but a talented person not under their control is really hard to find in this world. Right now, you are still carefully examining each stone. This stone looks like thunder jade. He stepped forward and asked for your opinion. Young man, how's it going? Did anything catch your eye? As long as you agree to be the honorary trainer for Phi Ho, you can choose a few items as a reward. The girl held his hand back. Grandpa, you're so biased. After observing carefully, Deepmak finally decided I can be a trainer, but only twice a year and each time for 3 days, and I must not have any restrictions on my movement. Suddenly remembering something, he raised a finger. Oh right, I have an additional condition. I want to join the secret sect. Before this request, the girl stepped forward and looked him straight in the eye. Idiot. Do you think you're so powerful, Grandpa? I'm very generous to you because I thought you knew martial arts, but you're acting so unreasonable. Hearing that, Mac Diep didn't bother to argue and just turned around. Forget it. If we can't reach an agreement, fine. I won't force anyone. Why are you being so rude? Although Commander Han doesn't like you, Commander Han is very pleased with you because you know Yen Ni is from the secret sect. So I'll be straightforward. Yen Ni cannot break the sect's rules to let you in. This is not something the girl can decide. You really are a smart one. Deepmak still has a mystery to solve, so he asked. Commander Han, I don't understand why secret sects are so mysterious when they are also places for cultivation. You should ask Yen Ni about this. Han Yen at this moment also gave a lesson to Deepmak. Kid, you really have no knowledge at all? You think that the hidden sects are just places for cultivation? Besides the normal world, there are countless small worlds, and every sect's entrance is a gateway to these small worlds. Even if they are from hidden sects, they must protect the entrance with their lives. Why would they let an outsider like you in? Wait, what do you mean by a small world? Later, they reached an agreement, and I didn't even want to hear it. Call me sister and I'll tell you. Although no one asked, Han Yen then clarified, I want to say even more. The secret sects that everyone knows about actually include both inner sect and outer sect hermits. The inner sect's hidden door exists deep within a small world, which can even be considered a different world, and where we are belongs to the outer sect. Hearing this, Deepmak also realized something and happily asked, so it sounds too mysterious even if the outer sect is separate from the world. They still need people to enter after a long time, right? Then how do people like you get in? Han Yan couldn't hold back any longer and snapped in frustration. What do you mean when you say someone like me? I am the one chosen among thousands and have passed those difficult tests. So it turns out Deepmak said that on purpose for the girl to reveal the key point. It seems that no matter how secretive the hidden cultivation sects are, they still have to use skill competitions or other methods to select disciples. Seeing herself being tricked, the girl was extremely resentful. That brat, how dare he deceive me? What has anyone done to him? Seeing Han Yen walk a bit further, Hui Han immediately stopped their conversation. Here. Alright, if it continues like this, my silly Yen He will reveal all the family secrets. Then he reaffirmed their agreement. As long as you agree to be the coach for the Phi Ho team, we will be on the same side. If there is any news about secret sex recruiting members, we will inform you immediately. Hearing that, Deepmak also thought carefully. If he wanted to join the hidden sect for a short time, this was the only way now. Should he agree or not? The next second he reached out and agreed. Fine, it's a deal. Upon receiving Deepmak's approval, he was very pleased. Very well, young man, I'm so happy today, come have a few drinks with me. Meanwhile, Lu Tsang also received a call from the coach. Lu Tsang, there's outdoor training today, and some disciples from the Diep clan left on their own and didn't participate. They all are under your command, and of course you will also be scolded. All right, I understand. I will go back and teach them a lesson. Hearing that the situation seemed tense, Li Ho asked, what happened? He recounted. A few disciples from the Diep family left on their own and did not participate in the outdoor training. Everyone is under my command, so of course I also have to take the blame. Does someone from the Diep family belong to this base? Luke Kwang confirmed. Yes, every year the Diep family sends some new students to the base for military training because the training quality here is quite good. He suddenly remembered something else and added, oh, right. I heard from the teachers that all the Diep family members were called back because of a serious theft, so they all had to return to study and to purge internal issues within the family. Junior brother, do you know anything about this? Deepmak was startled when he suddenly realized. The theft. If this incident is related to Diep Lang and he wants to confirm it himself, then he immediately leaves. Chi Hui Han, I have urgent business. May I leave first? I'll join you for a drink when I return. When he saw you disappear, Han Yan asked, Grandpa, when you told that fool about the entrance exam for the secret sex, weren't you worried he would join one? Commander Han smiled gently and reminded her, even your grandpa has to laugh at you. Yen Nai, your martial arts have improved, but your intelligence hasn't. That guy is arrogant and uncontrollable. He won't be able to follow the strict rules of the secret sex. He's probably just curious about them. The sky above is clear and blue as Deepmak rushes from one building to another, and at this moment he has to admit his own haste. Damn it, that Tong Thiu Chan guy won't return the feng shui gems to the Diep family. I was too careless. Now, at the Diep family's headquarters, an interrogation is underway. Diep Tu Fong. Why haven't we caught him yet? When Qi, standing in front of everyone, expressed his frustration. Diep Tu Fong is truly too indifferent. His sister stole something, and as her brother, he doesn't care. How did the Diep family raise these two bastards? Poor Diep Lin is trembling now, restrained and unable to move. Aren't they going to catch Diep Tu Fong? Diep Tu Fong's phone is usually on 24/7, unless he's in a situation as difficult as mine. The others sitting above are also discussing Deep Lin. I heard she ate a feng shui gemstone bead passed down through generations, making it hard to defend against family members themselves. Just look at how badly Deep Lin was beaten on stage, covered in blood from head to toe. Van Kai, hot-tempered as he is, couldn't wait any longer and urged, "Clan leader, what are you waiting for? It's already half an hour late. Are you going to hold this meeting or not?" As for Bei Dong, she was lost in her thoughts. I initially planned to stay as clan leader for a few more years while I was still healthy. I want to wait until Diep Tufong can shoulder more responsibility and then pass on the position to him, but now the Dragon Feng Shui gem has been stolen and Van Kong is putting a lot of pressure. If Diep Lin is punished, she might die, but if we let her go. He stood up after a moment of silence and said, "Everyone stay quiet." The very next second, Bok Dung began to speak. "I believe everyone has heard the reason for today's family meeting. There is concrete evidence that Diep Lang stole the Dragon Feng Shui gem of our family, and as the head of the clan. First, I failed to protect the family's treasure, and second, I did not raise Diep Lang properly. So, without keeping everyone waiting, Bak Dung officially announces that I will resign as clan leader and pass the position to Diep Van Kong. I will also hand over Deep Lang to Deep Van Kong so he can decide what to do with her." The entire audience erupted in shock upon hearing this. Van Kai was overjoyed and shook hands with Bak Dung, thanking him for the promotion. Before handing everything over to Van Kai, he also advised her that the success of the Deep family would depend on her in the future. Van Kai looked confused. "Yes." Bak Dung hesitated for a moment before stating her request. "Because I have fulfilled your wish. You must remember that Diep Lang is still your younger brother's daughter. You should loosen up a bit and give it an escape route when needed." Hearing that, he also reassured Bak Dung. "Dad, don't worry. I'm not a cruel person. I will handle this peacefully." Deep Lin was very surprised by Bak Dung's decision. Why is this happening? Grandpa really has entrusted the head of the Deep family to Van Kai. Van Kai stood confidently before everyone and announced, "Today is a special day for me." He stood firmly and then declared that I wasn't sure if I had the ability to become the head of the Diep family, but since my father chose me, I will take on this great responsibility and not let anyone down. After hearing his speech, everyone erupted into thunderous applause. I really don't understand what the head of the family is thinking anymore. Dad, we all support you. And now it is time for Van Kai to deliver the punishment to Diep Lin. Bianlong Chaofeng Tui is a treasure of the Diep family. Deep Lang stole the dragon pearl. He cannot be forgiven. She will be punished according to our family rules, but during yesterday's trial, Diep Lang voluntarily expressed remorse and revealed the location of Vian Long Chao. Since this is her first mistake, the punishment will be expulsion from the family. With his insight into the mortal world, Tin has understood Bak Dung's true heart. Uncle Dung, outsiders can only say that he used his position as head to exchange for his granddaughter's life, but in reality, he had other plans. When he heard that, there was nothing left to hide. Alas, I can hide it from everyone, but not from my son. The position of head of the family can be contested, but once dead, there is no second chance. Van Kai, after making his announcement, then gave the order, "Who's there? Take Diep Lang down and out of Yenkin." Suddenly a voice echoes from afar. Wait, Deep Mak is not afraid of any father and son and slowly moves forward. Who dares to touch Deep Lang? Everyone was surprised by his presence. Isn't that Diep Mak who was expelled from the Diep family? That useless kid named Dan is causing trouble in our family clan. He will definitely make the front page news. Deep Lin doesn't want to affect Deep Mak and intends to send him away. Deep Mak, why are you here? There's nothing for you to do here. Van Kai refused to accept your presence and immediately ordered him out. What is the kid doing here? Deep Mak, today is the Deep family meeting. You haven't been a member of the Deep family for a long time. Someone take her out. The henchman immediately rushed over to Deep Mak. Hey, please step outside. But he quickly made sure they couldn't go anywhere else. Brother Tin witnessed this and was also enlightened. His movements are really fast. Deep Mak truly lives up to the rumors. Van Kai was extremely furious. Deep Mak, how dare you resist? Do you really think no one in the Diep family can control you? Deep Mak, I am talking to you. Are you deaf? Diep Mak, go quickly and don't worry about this anymore. While Diep Lin was urging you, you only cared about her current condition. Why did they beat her so badly? Deep Lin looked up and confessed to Diep Mak that Yuan Longzhou had indeed been stolen by her, and she had nothing to argue against. Suddenly a voice from afar called out, "Deep Mak, please give me your guidance." Hearing that, you immediately turned your face in that direction. Who is it? Suddenly from afar, a figure is rushing toward them, launching a series of rapid punches. I am the Black Dragon One Eye, Deep Mak asked while blocking the attack. Does the Diep family really have such a talented person? Not wanting Diep Lin to be in danger, he hurriedly urged, "Deep Lang, get out of the way quickly." Van Kai ordered him from the side. Black Dragon, help me teach this crazy guy a lesson because his opponent is Deep Mak, so he won't target innocent bystanders. Deep Mak, don't worry, I won't hurt your sister. Hearing that, Deep Mak felt a bit grateful. Then let me thank you on behalf of my sister. The two of them charged at each other and swung their weapons. In just a moment, Hak Long punched him in the chest. Deep Mak was surprised by his superior skills. Although Hak Long's speed is normal, his strikes are incredibly precise and effective. It's strange. While you missed an attack, Hak Long immediately punched you in the face. Deep Mak quickly stepped back to keep his distance from him. Deep Lin was very worried for him and shouted a warning. Deep Mak was careful. Van Kai now also wants Bak Dung to see his true strength. This is all Deep Mak can do. Dad has overestimated him, but Tin has a different approach. Hak Long's subtle tricks probably won't trouble Diep Mak. The two of them then continued to kick at each other, neither willing to give in. You throw a punch, but he dodges it. Hak Long says something to try to lower your spirits. Diep Mak, your actions have too many flaws. Diep Mak unhesitatingly kicked him, creating 2 sharp slashes to attack him. Black Dragon raised both hands to block, puzzled. What kind of skill is this? Invisible and silent, but as sharp as a blade. Now Diep Mak is also wary of this formidable opponent, having hit him. He can dodge his close-range punches, but can't avoid the gust of wind from his move. It seems Diep Mak has figured out a trick and rushes forward. Or rather, in just a moment, he disappears into the middle. He smirks when he realizes Hak Long's weakness. He shows no reaction. A blind man will always be a blind man. I almost got fooled by him. Meanwhile, Hak Long was still trying to figure out what was happening when suddenly Diep Mak appeared and threw him aside. Now, Diep Mak had completely gained the upper hand. Everyone witnessing his display was very impressed. Is this person really Diep Mak? Why is he so strong? What's going on here? Brother Dung also couldn't help but wonder and asked him, Tin, Hak Long was just dominating the upper hand a moment ago, so why did he suddenly get defeated by Diep Mak with just 1 punch? Tin then revealed a little-known fact about Black Dragon. Bak Dung, you probably don't know that Black Dragon has been blind since he was a child, and his senses are more Mingan than ordinary people. He can sense the movements and breath of his opponent at close range, which makes his defense faster than others. But if the opponent hides their breath, this Black Dragon will truly become blind. Despite that, he still respects Diep Mak's abilities. But even so, Han is not easily defeated, and Diep Mak's actions even cannot be carried out by those from mysterious sects. Van Kai suddenly turned to criticize Diep Lin. Diep Lang, how dare you? Not only did you steal the Dragon Pearl, but you also colluded with outsiders to sabotage our family meeting. She also couldn't hold back anymore and argued back. You're talking nonsense. Diep Mak was falsely accused. The Na test results at that time were fake. My brother is not an outsider. Van Kai was very stubborn and turned to Bak Dung to defend himself. Father, Diep Mak's blood has indeed been taken at the hospital. He is not a member of the Diep family. Diep Mak no longer let him get away with it and punched him in the stomach. Bark all you want. Get out of here. Suddenly, Yang Diep Mak declared himself again. Yes, I truly am not part of the Diep family. Hearing this, she was extremely shocked. Diep Mak, what are you talking about? Diep Mak's eyes are bloodshot right now. But listen carefully, all of you. Diep Lang is my sister. Anyone who dares to touch her in the future will immediately feel a murderous aura emanating from you. I will definitely kill his whole family. Everyone here is still full of bravado before seeing the coffin and shedding tears. Why should so many of us be afraid of just you? In that case, Diep Mak is ready to take it all. If you're not satisfied with this, feel free to charge forward together. His cousin didn't want to get involved, but when they touched Diep Lin, he had to step in. At first, I didn't care about the stupid mess of the Diep family, but now that Diep Lang is involved, this foolish chaos must be cleared up. The next moment, you questioned everyone again. I want to ask everyone here, if Diep Lang is not a member of the Diep family and has never learned to steal, how could he have taken the Vian Long Chao alone when the guards are so strict? And has anyone checked why Diep Lang took the long pearl cable? Diep Lin, with you backing her up, she's no longer afraid to expose everything. The Song family keeps threatening and forcing her. If she doesn't give them the long pearl, they will kill Tu Fong and Diep Mak. What? Is that true? Why didn't you report it to me? Now Diep Lin no longer fears and clearly asks, Grandpa, would everything be different if I told you that the Diep family would care if both my brothers and I were still alive? In the following days, Diep Huang intentionally or unintentionally revealed the location of Vian Long Chao and even took her to the old house several times. Until one day I saw the room where the long pearl was kept was unlocked, and before I could finish my sentence, someone else interrupted. Diep Lang, you're talking nonsense. I only told you because you asked. Diep Mak, with his keen insight, then enlightened Diep Lin. Diep Lang, I don't understand why Diep Huang invited you to the Diep family right before the Song family asked about the long pearl. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? So the room storing the long pearl wasn't locked and you just happened to see it by chance? In that moment, she realized all the scheming behind it. So Diep Huang already knows your plan, and the room with the long pearl was deliberately opened to lure you into stealing it? Even though Van Kai's guilt has been exposed, she still tries to blame you. Diep Lang, how dare you slander? You're worse than an animal. If I don't punish you, there will be no face left for the Diep family. Seeing him play his part so well, you also have your comments. Diep, Van Kai, you're really good at twisting the truth. It seems today I have to help the Diep Lamsang family deal with this black sheep. Even though his end is near, he still keeps talking big. Diep Mak, if you dare to hurt me today, forget about stepping out that door. What Beidong needs most right now are the evidence. Diep Mak, everything you said is just speculation. There is concrete evidence that Diep Lang stole the Dragon Pearl. Don't even think about causing trouble at my family meeting. Suddenly, the next moment, Diep Mak produced a piece of paper with Teuthon's fingerprints on it. The theft of the Long Chao from the Diep family was planned by Diep Huang and me. At this point, Diep Mak has enough evidence to end this act, and if you still don't believe me, I have no problem bringing Tong Teuthon here to speak directly with you. I have already obtained the Long Pearl, here are 2 stones for you, and this is the testimony written by General Xiaocheng himself. Despite the clear evidence, Van Kai Quit refused to admit guilt. Charge forward, everyone, and seize Diep Mak and Diep Lang. Anyone who disobeys will be punished according to our family rules. Diep Mak, you're blatantly accusing me. Diep Mak isn't afraid of anyone's father or son and won't back down. If you're confident, go ahead. Diep Lin is a bit worried. Hey, there are too many people. Hearing that, Diep Mak gently reassures her. Don't worry, just step aside and wait for me, it'll be over in a few minutes. Van Kai, shameless and without shame, keeps trying to attack him. Charge! All of you, charge! Suddenly, in the tense situation, Beidong spoke up. Stop. Everyone from the Diep family, listen carefully. We will complete the task of passing down the position of family head. Diep Lang made a mistake under pressure from others, but because the children cherish their family bonds and Yuan Long Chao Fong, we will stop holding him accountable. You are not allowed to tell anyone what happened today. Everyone must leave the meeting room immediately. Van Kai strongly opposed his actions. Dad, why did you let them go so easily? Bakdong was furious at his reckless behavior. Shut up, rebellious brat. Don't think I don't know about you and the Song family. I just didn't expect you to trade the family's life for the position of head. Meanwhile, Deep Mak was standing in silence, surprised at how clever Deep Bakdong was. Damn it. It's because of you that my father couldn't become the head of the family. Would Diep Huang be someone if he hadn't maimed you today? He slowly pulls out a prepared knife. Deep Huang charged straight ahead. Deep Mak, die. You're not in a hurry to fight back, just standing calmly? Are you seeking death? Seeing Diep Huang being thrown far away, he shouted, My son? Van Kai hurriedly ran towards him. Son of the devil. Fearing for Diep Huang's life, the others quickly begged, Deep Mak, please spare him. I agree too, but with one sure condition, you have to tell me where Diep Tu Fong is right now. Uncle Dung felt he could no longer hide it from Deep Mak and revealed I had arranged for him to leave for England earlier. Van Thien only has 3 children, and you have been expelled from the family clan, and Diep Lang secretly stole the family treasure. I don't want to see Diep Tu Fong also dragged into the family dispute. Van Kai runs to Diep Huang and helps him up. Are you hurt anywhere, son? Dad, I think my arm is broken. Deep Mak, when he saw Deep Huang so badly injured, pointed his gun at you. How dare you hurt my son? I will kill you. And then, the next moment, gunfire erupted continuously, blood spilling onto the ground. Why? Why can't I hit him even from such a close distance? Deep Mak's face darkened seriously. Deep Van Kai, do you want to kill me and Deep Lang as well? How can you block all the bullets from him with your bare hands? My eyes are bloodshot with murderous intent. I wanted to spare you because you are seniors of Diep Lang, but now don't blame me. Tan Han Luang Puck also realized that Deep Mak was truly serious. Deep Mak's killing intent suddenly became very strong. Our Deep family is truly cursed. Just now Van Kai Ho was so confident, but now he's just as scared. Deep Mak, if you kill me, you're making the entire Deep family your enemy. Deep Mak doesn't fear anyone and just charges forward. I'm not even afraid of Nam Kin, so why should I fear your entire Deep family? Suddenly, Deep Lin tightly held on to you. Your brother was very surprised by her reaction and asked, What are you doing, Diep Lang? She didn't want to see them slaughter each other, so she advised him. Why stop? Forget about it. Deep Mak furrowed his brows again and asked her, Do you really want to forgive him when Dai Van Ko just now wanted to kill you? Deep Lin didn't want to stay any longer and said, Okay, brother, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. As we leave, he still asks her one more time, Are you really sure? All right. Suddenly Tin turned to him with a smile and said, Congratulations, senior brother Bakdong. Bakdong couldn't help but be confused and asked again what she meant. Senior brother Khan, brother Tin can see a bright future ahead and said so. Now the position of family head has returned to Diep Tufong. Both Tufong and Diep Lang are receiving special treatment from Deep Mak. If anything happens to the Diep family, Diep Mak will definitely step in to help. The Diep family has a prosperous future worth looking forward to. Deep Lin, when she saw herself being carried on his back, wondered, Why do you have to carry me again? Deep Mak, caring deeply for her, replied, I can't refuse you. Hold on tight, let's go. Meanwhile, Van Kai was panicking. Did they really disappear? Because Deep Lin wanted to forgive them, Deep Mak also decided not to pursue the matter anymore. Deep Van Ko, this time I will spare your dog's life. If there is a next time, your whole family will be in danger. Van Kai is no longer arrogant like before and has admitted his mistake. I don't dare anymore. Diep Van Ko, he said he would never do anything to shame the Deep family again. You are still amazed by his performance right now. Deep Mak's skills are truly impressive. It really makes others jealous. Bakdong was also a bit surprised to see him like that. This is the first time I've seen the chief inspector so impressive and praising someone so much. But then Bakdong sighed. Oh, it's a pity that Deep Mak isn't part of our family. Hearing this, he turned around with a look of surprise. What do you mean? At this moment, Bakdong also announced the test results to you. To be honest, the test results for Na's DNA of Diep Mak were not forged by Deep Van Thien. Deep Mak truly is not Diep Van Thien's son, so strictly speaking, Deep Mak is obviously not a member of the Diep family. However, what is not broken will not shatter, as the head of the guard said. As long as Diep Mak still cares about the Diep family, that is a blessing for us. Darkness now covers every corner. Deep Lin asked on his back with some curiosity. So, what happened? Not only did I arrive on time, but I also brought the Feng Shui Dragon Pearl. This is quite a coincidence. Deep Mak also didn't hide anything and told her everything. When he arrived at the Diep family building, he accidentally saw Tong Thiu Than giving the Feng Shui Dragon Ball to a man from the Diep family. But their way of interacting and talking doesn't seem like the first time they met, so he suspects there is a traitor within the Diep family. Everything afterward was very simple. After I caught him and didn't have to force him to confess, Tong Xiaocheng admitted all his collusion with Diep Huang. Given Deep Mak's sharpness, Deep Lin admires him greatly. Brother, you're amazing. I have to give you a like. Suddenly you confess something. Deep Lang, just call me brother. Don't you think it sounds familiar or not? Then Diep Lin pinched Diep Mac's cheek again and teased him. So you're used to me calling you Diep Mac now, right? At the same time, the plane also landed. Iquok received many notifications as soon as he got off the plane. He didn't even get a moment to rest. There were missed calls and messages everywhere. But when he realized it was Deep Mac who sent the message, he was very happy. It's Deep. Deep has contacted me. That's great. My video ends here. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and click the bell to receive more interesting videos. Goodbye for now, and see you again.